This actually accounts for a week. This accounts for a weekend's worth of work. So it's like going home and polishing an apple so you can bring it back for the teacher and show that you were really excited about the project. Unfortunately, Tim had just examined a PhD on something called the London Charter, which is about not making models that will mislead the audience. So everything I'd done in the past about creating fantastic lighting simulations and extrapolating details and then filling in the gaps was unnecessary for this project. It was just about presenting the evidence and bringing back the items which actually appear, well, for which we have facts for, at least as much as we can. Right, so the pictures we've got here were the start of a bit of the reference. So the footings, and then the foundation brickwork, and then we've got pillars with measurements in them. And normally at this point, I would jump through a whole load of these pictures. There's about 120 of them which come as my reference material. This is about as close as I got to close reading of this collection. But actually, whenever I zip through the pictures at 100 miles an hour, I see a small amount of despair on the face of the person that actually collected all those pictures and put them together, because it's almost like disrespecting the reference material. So I'm just going to jump to one and then point out maybe that at this bit at the bottom, it's all a bit curvy. When you take a picture of a document with a camera, it bends the images. You suffer from something called spherical aberration. So my part of the close reading isn't that hunting down the sources, is the correcting the bits of the information and studying them to extract the numeric details which will advise the model that I'm about to make. Jumping back to the model, I just want to draw your attention to some pieces here. So just below the judge, these are the clerks. And the distance from that clerk's head to the top is about a single head height. And I suspect I've got your pictures overlaid on top of the defendant, so you won't be able to see there's a mirror just above the defendant's head. From Tim's expression, I'm thinking that's okay, but there's a small part of the mechanics of that which I want to refer to later, which is why I mentioned it. Right, so moving forward, this is well, my brief review of how I worked this model. So I have this shape for the shape of the table, but actually I have nothing to tell me about this shape underneath. It's it probably had table legs, but flowing over the top is a tablecloth. And my guess is that's actually the only piece of fabric which is lying on a surface inside this room in a way that could actually absorb the sound. The rest of this, from what I've seen, is all very hard surfaces which do nothing to help with that acoustic problem. So the other part here is these little skeleton people, which could look kind of ridiculous, but actually I just wanted to put something in to get some scale. And this was a really a moment of serendipity, because actually these kind of stick skeleton people have provided me with noses to actually so I can do measurements from one person to the other. And the purpose for doing this model was actually we needed the answer to the question of how far is it from the witness's nose to the judge's nose, and the same from the defendant to the judge. It was just to extract two measurements. And the answer to that question, however small it is 13'7" and 13'30" to the witness, and well, 24'6" from the defendant. So again, this is roughly 4 times my height from there to there and 2 times from here. Now, the reason I'm making such a point about all those distances is actually because one of the things that comes from those representations you've seen is that this isn't clear from historic paintings of this. The grandeur that's represented by an artist changes the scale. And so by building a 3D model, we had a chance to actually get some of that physical understanding of what happens inside this building. Pretty soon we applied a lighting simulation to this. It was a piece of extra work. Tim's colleague wanted some posters. Quite some time, in fact, actually, until I was preparing this talk, I've looked at this picture and thought, that's really dark. That must just be, it's a very, very dark place. But I went through the simulations while I was preparing this. It turns out actually, because this is a simulation of what the camera could see. So having one very light element here means that the virtual camera has responded by making the rest of this scene really, really rather dark. And the moment we'd finished the picture, Tim then gave me this picture, which has got light sources all over the place. The place was I would say wasn't restricted for forms of illuminating it. I covered over the section, which meant that this thing that looks like, we call them deck chairs, the seats that we put on the beach. This is a mechanism for controlling the mirror, so you could precisely make sure that the light was bouncing down into the defendant's face. We've also got a situation where that I showed there was only one head's worth of extra height above the clerks. That's a lot more there. So had this been that this person might have had to pass up some paperwork to the lawyer or judge above him, then maybe it required someone to run around the edge, maybe he had to jump up in his seat, whatever it is, it wasn't what I expected. And even more importantly, and that is absolutely behind my thing, so I'm going to, I can pull that across. These windows are huge. That's a whole load of light coming in here. And that expresses why there must be, why there's so much more information in here. And the other side of those windows, these were extrapolated from, well, in my model, from these 3 spaces here, which means there's a pretty good chance that the whole of this back wall was almost like a greenhouse. There was a huge amounts of light coming in, which was utterly devoid from my rendering in Tim's representation. It's only 6 years that it took me to notice that, so that's quite a failing, I'd say, actually. Right, so jumping forward, that was the model. That was the bit about how we actually built the physical constraints of where we would represent our puppet shows. But the bit that comes next is actually possibly one of the pieces of work that Tim's most well known for, which is to do with the Old Bailey proceedings and how they appeared online in Old Bailey Online. And so this section's about taking all this piece of information, the largest body of text detailing lives of non-elite people ever published. So there's a small section below which says, if you're new to this site, and I'm just going to pull this across because this looks just like a website until you start getting going with it. And it's not long after you get stuck in that you realize just how much is there. It's as you start to dig into the proceedings, it's almost overwhelming the amount of text that's in there. And I'm someone who's used to dealing with these computer-generated texts, computer annotated texts. And even for me, there's so much data that's in there that I'm not sure I've even got to the bottom of that much detail now, 6.5 years on. Probably because we've done some other work as well, but also there's just an enormous wealth of input that's been put into these documents. So if I to tell the story of how the documents come into a way where we can work on digitally, they come from a microfiche in many cases. And these microfiche include the well, what would have been the original publications. So they have things like the long S that they wouldn't be ideal for forms of optical character recognition. And as a result, we get, I hadn't considered how much I'm going to be putting this around to do this. We get these pieces of XML. So I animated it to try and give you an example of what's going on with how much is here. And I really just want to make a point of how much of this space isn't the text that's from the trials, how much is added value that's been put in by the people that have worked on this. Now, if we look at it and highlight to a greater extent, you'll see there's all sorts of parts of information which this isn't visible to the human while they're working. But if you're working as a computer scientist to work on these records, this is something that's available while you're presenting these records. Now, the projects happened a long time ago, and as a result, many things have come on from it. This is the Old Bailey corpus, and this is a project which was someone called Magnus Hoover took this forward. But the thing that the Old Bailey corpus did was to add these representations of utterances. So when a human being actually says something or adds any words, or well, the he said, she said part of what goes on here, they sit inside these U brackets, which is the representation of an utterance, or the common way of describing a speech input. Now, some of these are as simple as a single word. And this, if you look at this enormous amount of extra words that goes around it, you'll become aware soon of the amount of words that goes into the Old Bailey is something that gets spoken about quite a lot. There's there are millions of transcribed words, but I'm trying to push the point of it might be millions of transcribed words, but it's many, many millions of words of resource for people that want to study this collection. So what we did was we poured all these words into a representation so we could actually see these things as a data visualization. This is my version of how we might draw a conversation or the act that's going on in this scene. So the defendant is in the top line. They haven't said very much. There's a lot coming from the witnesses and victims. The jury have got a tiny bit here. I actually wrote it down. It's the jury says, "Were things tied up?" I pointed to the one single word, the word "no." That's this seventh word, seventh utterance here. And this is 1/736th of that entire line. It's just it's a representation, but each one of these dots is something that can be clicked on as a way to engage with the conversation. Now, when you zoom out and see these things in greater detail, it starts to allow you to look at the plural of what's going on. And so hopefully you can see from here that how that predominantly that second line still remains full. There are places where the bottom line, so which is I have to jump back so I can read it. So where the lawyers and judges are talking, sometimes there's input from them, but not in every case. It's quite small. But the voice of the defendant really doesn't appear anywhere near as much as you might expect inside these records. It's mainly the voice of the witness and the victims. Now, as we pull out even further, we start to get to the point where you can see less of that detail, but it's still very, very much apparent, I think, that that this second line, this is what the bulk of the conversation from Old Bailey proceedings that was actually captured by those shorthand writers. They wrote down the words of the witnesses and victims primarily, or at least the piece that they wrote down that made it as far as the publication is that second line of the proceedings. We're kind of limited with how much you can see when you wrap it up inside a single screen. So I took advantage of our lab and the projectors we have around the wall, so I could make it so we could have a wraparound selection. And I built a way of using a tiny little keyboard that fit inside my fingers with a mouse pad, and so we could actually make this interactive. Every surface of our wall where we could project, you could click on one of these things, and it would jump at the text would jump out, and you could make it talk and fill the room with sound. I'm going to stop this part of the presentation here because I've made it. Well, normally I think it's better if I actually show you the real thing rather than just showing the presentation. Hopefully this won't go horribly wrong. I have prepared it. It's right, so.
And you've been doing this for a long time. You should know never do a live demonstration.
I absolutely should know that, but I also know that you always look disappointed when I don't. So for the first time ever, I'm actually going to do a live one because it's in honor of Tim. But this is our graph or the beginnings of our catalogue for how we would show all the bulk of the trials we were looking at. This is just the Old Bailey corpus, so where there are almost 200,000 trials in the whole of the Old Bailey online. This is about 21,000 trials that are drawn here, minus a little bit, which is pictures. I must learn to, no, that's not ideal, but that works. Okay, so there are lots, it's a lot of information. There's each one of these dots is a button, so trying to click on them it becomes almost pointless. But it's I should keep my notes in time as well. So right, so it gives us something, a way of filtering through the collections. What we were really looking for was something that works like shopping. So this is a way of just looking at maybe just the theft in the collection, or killings, maybe just cases of a single gender, and selecting amongst different verdicts as well. It's Right. So this has been really useful for us in a way of presenting the cases. It's by clicking on the dot, it loads the trial beneath. So you get the trial account, you access the summary, all the different ways of analysing it. I need to jump back into the presentation because there's a couple of points that I missed here. Right, so this work was inspired by a piece of work that Tim did with some colleagues around about 2009. And this has been a pivotal part of what I've got from studying the Old Bailey with Tim is what I saw from looking into the work he'd done. All the red dots in this case are the cases with a killing involved, and the black dots are the other one. And this pattern here, the movement where there's words with less. Sorry, I should explain that again. So this is the length of the trial in words and the date along the x-axis. And so this is the part in history where trials started to be a bit shorter, because this is the birth of plea bargaining in the British legal system. So these have been decided before it reached the point of the trial. And we took this and turned this into something which was just a demonstration, a way of looking at the technology. So this is all 200,000 dots drawn with the same chronological distribution. And we tied it up. So we linked it to a database or a set of databases. And then each one of those dots became a way of linking into multiple sources and bringing all of that information together so that we could make it into an interactive catalogue, a way of examining all these records. And this was the point where I was stepping back out into our trial. So each one then steps so you can, where it loads, we can pull up the conversation, we can get the details about what's going on, and we can start to examine what's involved in the collection. Now, if I wanted to go back to Old Bailey Online, which is the place I showed you, which is the source of all of these things, I can link directly from the trial account and open that trial in the Old Bailey Online. So, but we wanted to go further. We wanted to link out to external tools to help analysis, because the idea of the macroscope is to be able to zoom out to see the entire collection and bring yourself down into a single trial, and then down into single sentences, or even beyond sentences, down to single words or phrases. And to do that, we needed tools that would actually analyze these things. And I opened this one earlier to help get there a bit quicker. And so we've linked into a tool called Voyant Tools. Now, this long URL at the top here is, you don't need all of that if you want to go to Voyant Tools. Just this first bit at the beginning would be enough. And then you could load your own corpuses in if this was a tool that interested you. I'm going to spend a little bit of time just to say what's here, because this is such an enormous toolkit of ways to apply text analysis to historic documents that it's something that seems very important to me and something worth presenting with a bit more detail. Right, so if I go back into my presentation, right, so we've done the catalogue, we've done the external tools, we've been to Voyant Tools, right. Inside Voyant Tools, if any of these things get left you stuck, they have a fantastic help system, and if you wanted to use it, it's well worth having a look to see how they've written how to use it. Now, the summaries for Old Bailey trials will obviously give you a quicker way of drifting through them, and also to look at session papers and other related projects which have pulled out impressive amounts of information to do with what's involved in the collection. But we were looking for ways to help people use the collections and use them for studying. So we built in ways to actually create it so our users could make collections of their trials. They could download packages of zips. So if there was a section of things you wanted to pour into Voyant Tools, you could zip them up into a single package suitable for putting into Voyant Tools, or you're taking them off to use in anything else that suited you. Now, one of the examples which I got from Tim basically was that the word detective doesn't start to appear in the trials until after about 1840, and that's because that's the date when the detective service was launched in when the British police launched its first detective service. So by searching for detective, we can see there's no representations of it until right round about this point here, which is in 1840. So if I click here, see the first trials here about 1849, where this starts to appear in use, and this is the first time they've been recorded by those shorthand writers from the Old Bailey. Now, if I pull up those speech line representation of the thing we're looking at, we can see these trials more than ever in the lines that we've looked at. This second line dominates these trials utterly. These the purple representation here means this is a male talker at this point here. Where they go yellow, there's a female talker, but these trials are very much more dominated by that witness or victim than anything else I've seen in this collection. We also linked in Google Ngrams, so you can see that the use of the word detective around about 1840 it starts to ramp up and appear into the system. And we also linked to the historical thesaurus, which gives us another way of visualizing the start of where these words appear in time. I think that's enough for our first section for Old Bailey corpus, but the entire collection is very much bigger. This is where we get to almost 200,000 trials, and suddenly this starts to look almost like a work of art, like pointillism. The amount of dots mean that these this suddenly starts to paint over itself in a way which represents something quite different. So this is a history of punishment throughout the British legal system, and the red is imprisonment, the dark blue is transportation, the light blue that floats across the top is where people are killed as a result of what's happened. And the orange is to do with what it's called miscellaneous when it's categorized, but at this front end here, miscellaneous means people were getting branded. By the end, the miscellaneous is to do with fines. If we were just to look at just the cases that result in a killing, then you can see that this does very much drop off as we pass through history. But there's a density at the beginning where there's there's a large amount of killings resulting from trials. Transportation is much more pronounced. So the very early start of transportation, before we had to find places to send people, these were, I think, places to Africa and the Caribbean. And this section here is when people were transported to America, and then transportation through to Australia before that comes to an end. Now, as a last part of what to do with the Old Bailey sessions, I'm going to do this in real time. Right, so 1 second. Lovely. So okay, so so this is our Old Bailey punishments graph, and one of the features that came as we were working this was ways to actually use these trials. So if I make sure I'm somewhere near the beginning, and then I zoomed, I've got to move that again. So I moved to a range of years. Now, in this trial, we're looking at punishments here, and so these. Can you see the light blue dots? Okay, I can't see your faces, so yep, you can. Marvelous. Zoom out again. Right, so we can see there's a predominance of people being killed. There's some of the miscellaneous little parts of it. The purple here is corporal punishment. A lot of floggings and quite brutal things. But as we step through time, we get to see a picture of what's happening in the way we punish people. So these dark blues are suddenly the emergence of transportation. And then when it passes away, you can probably also see the growing density of the dots. So the increase in the number of trials that are happening in this period. This is 5 years before and 5 years after. So this is an 11-year period we're looking at. You can see that explosion of what happens until imprisonment becomes utterly predominant in the way that we deal with punishing our criminals. If you look in greater granularity, you can pull this down to so that it's you can play it as a slideshow. So on my own computer, I'll quite often split these onto two separate screens, and I want to jump back to my presentation for this because it goes wrong even when I do it on my own. So it's going to be easier to work here if I'm showing you my pre-prepared version. So these are my looking at one session at a time. So this is the very first session from the Old Bailey Online, and these lines that link together, these means these are consecutive cases that are all of the same type. So there's a violent theft followed by a series of theft, and everyone gets hung for these, apart from the person at the end who gets well, there's no trial. Sorry, no outcome recorded, which probably means the person's let off, and one here which is a dark blue, that means they were transported. So we pass through time. Suddenly, there's a killing, and well, that's a killing in a sex case, and then this strange thing that happens where there's a whole load of people going free. Now, my colleague at Sussex pointed out that actually at this point in history, there was quite often the solicitor wouldn't turn up. So the result of all these people here could quite possibly be that the prosecutor just had failed to turn up on the day. Clicking through, well, if we jump through 4 years ahead, suddenly this starts to hot up a bit more. There's more going on in the courts. And we can see quite clearly that there's still a lot of theft. It's not the thing that gets talked about the most, but it is that, I'm sorry, it's not the thing that gets the longest trials, but it is the thing that occurs most commonly. 100 years on, that's still quite similar, although the punishments change. Here, this is the transportation solved with those, whereas previously it's been the corporal punishment, the branding, different ways of hurting people for it. 100 years on again, and we're now around about 1868. Suddenly there's a whole lot more disparity in the trials, and these are becoming a continuous ongoing form of punishment, which is just incarceration. Now, the reason I put these side by side is normally I would set them both going together, and then they play as a stereo image of crime and punishment. It's when I was looking at these to prepare this talk, it seemed to me, well, the thing that surprised me was the extent to which these didn't get busier every year. In fact, the number of trials happening in a single session, it had grown slightly, but not as enormously as I'd expected. When I represented it as crimes per year, so this is, sorry, trials per year, this suddenly becomes a very, very different story. So the rather than it being a single session, this is now a yearly spread, a yearly range that I'm showing with the graph. And so in 1674, not that many trials, well, 34. Whereas in 1908, which isn't the end of the period, 1,500. So the courts became enormously busy, and our tool actually starts to allow us to show that to a considerable extent. Now if I can make this work, we can now zoom through this at quite a rapid speed. It forms an animated view of that history of punishment. Probably looking like dots just flowing past as I do this now. But if you can see that dark blue, the immersion of where we're transporting to the States, a period when we have nowhere to transport our convicts to. And then the long burst where we're sending them to Australia, and the gradual increase of incarceration in this country until transportation ends quite vividly and rapidly at this point here. And then this is very predominantly just the punishments. I need to check. But Paddy, how much time do you want me to leave for questions?
we've got lots of time. So we have half an hour for questions.
Oh, no, I can keep going.
You can go for another 15 minutes, if, another 10 minutes, and then we can have some discussion. We were gonna stop for a break at 10:45, so if you wanna go for another 10 minutes, and then we'll have some, I'm sure we're burgeoning with the poppy field of questions that your display presents.
Fabulous. No, there's no shortage of things that I'm very enthusiastic about this. Now, I'm going to, if I jump back into the presentation, because there's something here which I want to come across, which I want to bring across, because I've actually seen what Tim's going to present to you later, and this trial, this thing is here. He says in one sentence how it took a long time for anyone to accept this. It was something which just, I think it was 5 years that it was from when it was released before it was actually published. I really want to push that point out, because we make a lot of this type of presentation. It's a way of making a quantitative analysis of data that's going on. And I've never yet done one of these where I haven't come across someone who needs to come and tell me how much they don't like it. And I think that's almost an indication that we must be on the right track, because if we're upsetting people that much. Recently, we've done one of these where we provided every other form of archival representation of information that we possibly can. And despite that, I still hear the same thing, which is people telling me how they're not getting what they want from our graphs. Now, I think there's going to be a lot of reasons, but this comes up as quite a significant point, I think. Our aim is to provide ways to present meaning from archival collections. And partly it is maybe the difference for people who want quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis. Doesn't mean that qualitative analysis can't be representative, but I haven't done it yet. So we can't link to those points. And the representations also struggle from the variations in how we draw them. So this here is the only time I've ever bothered to draw a proper chronological arrangement of an archival collection. Because if I zoom into this graph, it means that if there were only 3 sessions in a single year, you almost certainly appear into a point where all you get is a white line. Absolutely no representations of the trials, because as humanities, as a human being interacting with a piece of computer technology, I need to provide some way to understand the human has gone beyond the boundary, and I need to redraw that data so that it becomes meaningful. This is very much in its infancy. So when you get to, if we can persuade you to have a go with Old Bailey Online, Old Bailey Voices, you're going to find out that this is just a prototype. This is in fact our very, very first prototype, but actually trying to make a working system for studying this. So I hope that won't put you off in any way for seeing the potential of this sort of system. It's huge amounts of data. I had just launched the ability to try and make it so we can see the entire thing. You will find that it's non-responsive in many ways. It just requires that you wait. I've done quite a lot of fixing to it while I've been preparing it. So in case Tim's looking worried, things that didn't work 2 or 3 days ago, in fact, things that didn't work when he went to bed last night should be working now. So that's, I've actually done that to him for most of the past 6 years as well. That's quite a common part of our relationship. I'm very late with delivering these. Right. We've got this is our trial drawing system, and it's this is another one of the things. This was actually you would have been fast asleep while I fixed this, but it's a way that in fact, if anyone's in the room, please don't press the draw many timelines button now, because this is utterly unrestricted in how it attacks my server, and will probably make the site stop working for everybody else if you press it too often, because this would attempt to draw 1,000 data visualizations simultaneously by accessing the server database. Now, this is it's just an example that there are failings in this. It's not finished work, but that's part of the fun of it, really. Right, I think with that, that's pull me to the time that you mentioned, Patty?
That's terrific. Chairman, you want to lead the discussion?
Oh, well, sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Maybe I could ask an initial question and then just call in people. Could we get one of the screens? Can we switch out of presentation mode so that we can also see our online participants so that they can be recognized?
I'm going to stop sharing.
Is anyone running the Zoom call to
Yes.
check
Nicole.
the chat channel just in case?
Yes, Nicole is.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you so much. So yeah, just an initial question. I'm thinking about the quantitative versus the qualitative when you were talking about this kind of interface to work, and wondering how people who are proceeding from what might seem like anecdote to a quantitative historian. Someone says, so Sir Isaac Nathan went to Australia because of debt. Can I find a cohort of people around him that were all like Australian debtor transport people? And so they're kind of have a bottom up as opposed to a top down approach to the because they're proceeding from. Like I said, think this might seem like anecdote, but things that are historically significant entry points to them into the landscape. Do you think, how do you think about interfaces to people proceeding in this way? Are there alternate ways into the data? Should they produce alternate interfaces, or is it a user design problem?
It's actually almost a question recognition problem, in that in order for me to make the data visualization to answer your question, I think I have to have the question and then build the way that we'll represent it. We're still at that point where we're making very bespoke ways of visualizing the things that we're looking at. So I think the question you've asked, Tim would actually know directly, because he'll have worked very much with how you build the interrelations between this data and the other sets of data that he has for working with people. For answering questions from when exactly what you've just asked has been raised to him. So Tim, you have that look on your face like you're ready to add the second bit. Is that okay? No, please do.
Oh, God, I just don't mean to, but I do want to jump in there just to say that, to take that example, it is precisely the intent to go from like anecdote to context. So, and for something like the transportation of Australia, there's actually another site that Ben wasn't involved in called the Digital Document, where we digitized all the transportation records for Australia. And there, we know exactly how much money people had when they arrived in Australia. Mm-hmm. We know precisely how many tattoos they had. We know a whole range of issues. And the point would be that if you identified a single case, rather than simply saying, well, it has authority because it's a compelling narrative, right? It also has authority as a qualitative statement because of its typicality or atypicality. And yeah, this is precisely designed to test the atypicality of anecdote. Right. And so contextualizing, even if you were not an author of Hebrew melodies, you still have a transportation record, right? All are counted. Yeah. Okay. Other questions from the audience, including online?
Andrew has a question.
Hi, Ben. I mean, thank you very much for that. That was fascinating. And I know you're saying it's still early days, but it seems like early days are already pretty full. So it looks like a great project. And now I have a specific technical question. So when you started with your model of the Old Bailey, the architectural software you're using, I was wondering if you could talk about using it. Because I can't imagine it's designed for historians. They're designed with historians in mind. It has to be designed with contemporary engineers and contemporary architects in mind. And I was wondering if there are any points at which the historian using this software is going to run into issues that, say, an architect wouldn't.
We did almost exactly this with Paddy's group. I'm afraid that the lessons I set them, and the reason why Paddy talked about the pain, is because the first lesson to do with 3D was to use something that was incredibly easy. But as a result, the outputs tend to be rather small and limiting. Whereas when I took them to the point where they were to look at a program like the one I used, which is 3D Max, and 3D Max is very much made for engineers. When I made people look at that for the first time and have their first experience of using it, I still remember Paddy's virus that she created rather than creating things she was supposed to make.
All I can create.
Because the pain that most people go through when they first experience these tools is just it's if you've got a specific goal in mind, it's not necessarily the thing you're going to achieve with your first lesson. For myself, I spent over a week learning how to model the shape of an aeroplane. And I had no desire to learn to model an aeroplane. It was just happened to be the only tutorial I could find. But in its origin, these were DOS tools. People would type the commands in, build things very, very slowly. And just building all the little parts that come together would take forever. And so actually, I think we're still at the point where 3D modeling of this level requires a practitioner to work with someone who brings this together. And actually, so thank you for bringing up the opportunity to say this, but in engineering, without a research question, then you're just developing something. You really have to prove the value of why you're answering the question that you're doing. So to come across someone who actually had the question it's like gold dust. That's the thing that means you can really jump straight to the point where you might be doing something useful. So that veered away from your question a little bit, but thank you very much for the question. And no, I haven't seen one that's good for historians yet. Paddy?
Yeah, so I have the English Broadside Ballad Archive, which is nowhere near as deep and complex as what you've been creating. You've been creating another universe. But we thought we had a very complicated, very in-depth search tool and various ways of getting at what a broadside ballad is. And a scholar in my field said, could you just show people what a broadside ballad looks like so we understand? And I'm thinking, that's the whole point of the database, right? You do a search, you see one. But it revealed immediately how rudimentary people's knowledge is when they go to a site like this. And they don't know how to get in or around. And I mean, you showed us all these different ways of getting in by a crime, by a gender, by an outcome. But do you have people writing to you and saying, I don't know how to work your site. I actually didn't know it was. I mean, I remember once searching the I think it was the Old Bailey for streetwalkers and the different names that were through the years for a prostitute that were given who were when they were being tried. But I think Tim had asked me to try out the site, and so I discovered that, and I found it really fun. But I would never. It's obviously grown into a monster since then.
To actually answer your question for streetwalking, it would be a lovely job to actually build the thesaurus that would take your search term and split it across so that it could actually bring back what you wanted. But I haven't done it. And actually, I really failed to make a fuss out of the point when I talked about the Old Bailey Online and how enormous it is. But you get to that front page, it looks like an academic website. It doesn't fulfill what happens in shopping. And I'm really quite obsessed with this idea of learning from commerce and how we can then apply that back to things we're studying. Not because I think commerce is great, just that I've never had to teach anyone how to shop. It seems like a way of shortcutting all that human-computer interaction and getting to what we're after. And for me, with the thing that you've I've gone off the point, but with the broadside ballad, do you have a broadside ballad on the front page of your website?
We do now. So we didn't before. Then we went through this phase of picking joke about 3 sample broadside ballads, and they were named after various shows, TV shows. I'm trying to think of one. Christine?
Oh, we had what was it? What was that fishing show that we did for the whales and monstrous fishes?
Yeah.
The Dangerous Catch or
The
whatever.
Dangerous Catch, I think.
Deadly Catch, thank you.
Deadly Catch.
I'm very tired.
And then we had a whale and we
Yes.
had all the squid and all, and the idea is, and then people got upset because I couldn't click from that image to get to more of the image of the whale.
Now we have a much more randomly generated one that just.
Now we
picks
have
keywords and
it's
pops.
called Take a Peek,
Yeah.
and it just shows any randomly
And
generated.
it is very
ballad.
useful when you're teaching what is a ballad, because you click on that and it just brings up a random sample and you can see sort of all of the different variations of what we consider to be a ballad, sort of in that search return.
And that, it was shocking to me that that it wasn't obvious from the site, but things are never obvious.
What is the Bailey transcript?
Like, what is the
What is
Old
Bailey?
Bailey? What is the Old Bailey? What's going on there in a nutshell? And that's really hard to, in a nutshell, communicate. You've created a world of 50,000 pounds of nuts. Not a nutshell. And it's extraordinary. But can a person sort of just get to the site and immediately understand, see a sample proceeding, for instance?
I haven't done that. In fact, the front page of our site has a piece of text and a video of Tim talking about our first visions of what a microscope were, because we made it about 6 years ago. But going back to the broadside ballads, as someone who's probably an expert in broadside ballads, how do you feel when you see the random one and you think, oh, maybe that's not as representative as I'd like it to be?
Well, they often aren't, but every time anybody moves around the site, it changes. So I'm good with it. You know, it's like the broadside ballad was a constantly mutating object. So for it to mutate on the screen, and sometimes they see it in the way I idealize it, which is extraordinarily ornate visually, with a tune title and a recording and in black letter. That's what I'd like them to see, but sometimes they'll see what's called white letter, which is Roman font, and it's very simple, and it's a political ballad. But then they move a little bit around the site and they'll see another one. So it keeps shifting as they move in and out of the site, that take a peek. So in that regard, we do have, what we did was, the other thing we did was we took our search. We had a simple search and then we had the advanced search, and everybody was just using the simple search, right? That's what my daughter does. She goes to a website and she just types in a word immediately. And so we gave example under title, and I put in a really great ballad of a woman who murdered her husband, who would have been in the Old Bailey, but she's a little early, it was 16, 17. Although some of the ballad murderers do end up, there's a crossover with the Old Bailey. And that gives people not only an idea of how to type in a number, the EBA number, but if they typed in that particular number, they would see immediately the ideal, what we call the heyday ballad. And all the web searching would also pop up for them, all the possibilities. So in our redesign, it was to push people to very advanced searching instead of going the simple route, which everybody wants to do. People always want to type in a keyword and get a quick and easy answer to something. No, I'm done.
Sorry, Patty.
Anyone else want to make a comment?
Do we have a follow-up question, or should I? Because I've already asked one, so if anyone's burning up. But
Hillary has a question.
go ahead.
Oh, hello, everybody. I just have to say I found your presentation fascinating. And I am definitely going to use your site. I actually teach a course on crime and punishment in early modern Europe, including England. And I was just amazed by the way your site allows a visualization of all of these phenomena that basically I teach about, changing punishments, gender dynamics, etc. And there it just all is right there. So that is fantastic. Just the question that I wanted to ask you is, so all of this programming, that you've had to do, how specific is that to this particular data and this particular site of the Old Bailey? So because I'm thinking about, that, so many, sort of manuscript and archival documents are gradually being put on the internet. And I could imagine this kind of approach would be fantastic for some of them. Like, for example, I believe it's the British Library that is supporting a whole collection of letters from people to other people, throughout the early modern period. And that seems like something that could also benefit from this kind of visualization and these kinds of search capabilities. But so my question is, would that be starting back at zero? Or are there ways that what you've already done could be applied to, like other data collections online? Okay, thanks.
It's not quite starting. Well, thank you very, very much for the question. It's not quite starting back at zero, but I've made bespoke versions for everything I've done so far. But are you aware of Text Encoding Initiative, TEI?
No, I don't. I'm afraid I'm really a neophyte in this area, so I'm quite ignorant myself. And it's not that I plan to do any of this. I just hope to benefit from what other people have done.
The reason I ask is it's not because it's something that I think everyone would know, but I'm coming from engineering. I'd never seen TEI before. When I saw the XML in the Old Bailey,
Text Encoding Initiative.
I actually thought there was maybe something wrong, or I'd only got half of the information because it was too much for me to understand, and I couldn't get a key to actually help myself open the door. But the more I've come to understand the Text Encoding Initiative and the way it works, it's how non-structured data has XML wrapped around it. So if I wanted to turn Shakespeare into something that a computer could read, TEI is the way I would do it. It's
Can I jump in on that? Because we do, in order to get grants way back when, you had to TEI everything. So we did very, very, very basic TEI on all the broadside ballads, like stanzas, titles, endnotes. And the idea, this sort of ties into Hillary's question, is that the site is your site open access? So can anybody get access? So the idea is that if someone wants to find all places where wonders are appearing, and there is this kind of pattern, tend to occur in countryside areas and also foreign countries, they could TEI tag it. So that is a project that can be done beyond your project. So that's basically the way, because of our funding, because of our manpower, we've had to create the data and then allow future generations to do the TEI tagging that would allow it to produce results that are somewhat like the kinds of results you're already producing, that are ours are nowhere near as sophisticated in our research. But then we don't also have a huge amount of data as you have. We have 11,000 broadside ballads. It sounds like you're dealing with 160 or something, 1,000 texts?
197.
197, so there you go. So that's bigger than EBO.
For people thinking about starting a TEI project, there's TEI Simple is a great way to get into the basic, that's something less complicated. And also if you're in a specific document subdomain, there are people who created dialects for bespoke purposes, like there's a comics subdialect of the TEI for people working with graphic narratives.
And just by way of explanation of why the XML for the Old Bailey looks quite as complex as it does. I mean, we determined to use XML within 6 months of when it was first published in 1998. So, you know, we were early adopters, and we designed the schema at that point on the basis of what we knew about the Old Bailey at that point, which was not very much. You know, we basically were familiar with 20 years of early 18th century trials out of 240 years. And so, you know, we sat down and we said, well, what are all the crimes? What are all the possible outcomes? And we created tags for that. But as a result, you know, it is, you know, complex and extensive in a way that you wouldn't apply now.
Yeah.
And of course, the methodology that you would use is also entirely different. I mean, we basically went through and manually tagged all those trials.
And TEI has morphed constantly. They keep changing their rules. Can I just make one other question that I found absolutely fascinating? I never made the connection between incarceration and the fact that we basically have run out of places to send people to. Yeah, and which is apparently what happened. You know, you could send people, transport was the word used. Transport people to the New World. You could transport people to Africa. You could transport people to Australia. We all know that, you know, Australia is constituted of only prisoners. But then you run out of space, so you have to then keep them at home in buildings that you have to and drain your economy. And that's absolutely extraordinary to me that that what used to be sent out, like sending your garbage out on barges, now has to be kept in and maintained.
I'm afraid at that point I should absolutely point you to the historian, because all I can draw is the nice sharp line where that ends and go, oh, isn't that profound, this huge gap. But the understanding of it, for me to attempt to give you that explanation, I would only be regurgitating words that I've heard over the last 6.5 years. So
I'll bring Hillary back in on that point.
Oh yeah, Hillary. Hillary's just smiling.
Well, so actually, I studied the earlier period. So what's happening in the 18th century is a little out of my domain. But, you know, I mean, imprisonment as a punishment, you know, really starts to grow in Europe from the second half of the 17th century. And it's always in competition with things like transportation or, you know, galley rowing, you know, on the continent, you know, for the countries on the Mediterranean, that's what they do. They send off all of their culprits to the galleys rather than execute them. But what for me, what's the most interesting transition is from execution to other punishments. So that's what's really key in the earlier period.
Those punishments are so extreme, and while I went through all these documents, I was coming across things which I had to check to make sure they were quite as unusual as I expected. So drawing and quartering is the same as hang drawing and quartering. But if I try and talk about just how, well, that seems unbelievably crazy to me, I'm moving into a domain that's really is somebody else's, and I'm very, very in danger of misrepresenting the information that's there. Oh, sorry, we have another hand up as well, but it's I have to draw that divide that I am just bringing the engineering skills to this, and you're in the room with the person who can actually unpack the history for you. Well, it sounds like several of you that can unpack it. But,
I think we have time for one more question, and it's E. Eka? Your hand is up, but we can't hear you. I think you muted yourself.
My question might not be the right one now, but it was prompted by Ben's presentation. So and this may be a complete softball lob for both of you, or for one of you, or for the other of you, but it's kind of the historiographical question. Does the Old Bailey Archive and the Voices Project also, you know, do they both confirm that the historiographical work, the history from below work, you know, I'm thinking of Thompson's Black Act, or how does the project change historiography for my period, which is the long 18th century. And again, it's probably a softball for you guys, one or the other of you or both of you. And if there's not time to answer it now, and this is exactly what Tim is going to talk about, then I'm happy to defer my question, but I really would love to get to it at some point.
I think I'm going to take that one. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And it both confirms and changes that broader historiography. And in part, what it does is forces to focus on different points of transition. So, classically, things like the Black Act and the rise of the Bloody Code would be, one of those major points of transition. That actually doesn't come through very strongly through this. On the other hand, the crisis of the 1780s, the crisis of both punishment and prosecution, absolutely stands out in these records, as does in the 19th century. The transition in 1855, both the Magistrates Act of 1855 and the closure of transportation to Australia as a fundamental point of transition. Whereas, in fact, the thing that historians have concentrated on, which is the 1830s and the rise of Peel's reforms, don't. It also, in a sense, historians always wanted to say, well, here's this transition to the penitentiary, for example. And the gradual of those transitions comes out. So what it does is put overlays both a different agenda and allows you to look at the rate of change that has traditionally been essentially identified as single points of transition in important ways. So yes and no. That's a historian's answer.
And Jeremy has another question, and this will be our last question.
Follow up. I think this is for Ben, but it's about the time series, the scatterplot time series analysis view that we were looking at, that we spent a bit of time talking about, painting different subseries. I'm thinking about my experiences working with big data time series analysis visualization when I was in the software studies initiative, and how we were gallery show oriented coming out of this visual arts department. And so we're doing a lot of exhibitions. So we were doing a lot of demos for people who were coming to the engineering center from corporate campuses. And so I got lots and lots of feedback on user interface. And something I noticed at the time was that the y-axis on the time series can be more or less legible pretty dramatically to new audiences based on what it maps, and that the familiarity of the dots is incredibly important. So our most popular scatterplot time series, like the daily interface, by a country mile was Time magazine covers. Because everybody knew what Time magazine covers were.
Right.
And so then mapping the way that they had changed over time as 5,000 points was something they had instant entry into. So I guess I'm asking another kind of user design / audience question, which is, how do you think about the y-axis for big data time series scatter plots? Or how do you think about narrating the point? Like, in other words, when you have this kind of a demo style encounter with people who are using this for the first time, what does that conversation look like for you? Because I think that's very relevant for people who try to imagine doing these kinds of projects with their own objects.
Yeah, good question.
I think we actually need to split that answer, because our y-axis is almost always a word count or a duration. It's the length of what's going on. And that is, it's when I said that this numeric representation makes some people unhappy, counting words is fundamentally something that a lot of people struggle with. I hope you can all now spin quickly and look at Tim's face, because at no point since I've known him has he ever been able to accept that there would be anything else that you would want to do apart from count at this point. It's been, well, we do occasionally put people's age and things into these. And the more I've tried to find an answer to it, I always come back to, actually, I need to take the question back to the person that asked it to me and say, well, what would you like there if you didn't want to count words? And there's fundamentally quite a gap in there. I'm also going to quickly jump in and share a tiny bit of screen sharing if I can make it work quickly, which goes back to our last question, but I hope it crosses over to the two of these, and which is this is a picture of of offences. And it's this line that I want here that happens. This is the Gordon riots. And it's just this stands out so dramatically from the rest of the representation in this time, that this period here seems fundamental in history. I know nothing about the Gordon riots. It's just the representation that something very definitely happens here. And I'm going to stop sharing because I think you need a second part to your answer, and he's in the room with you. It's excellent. Tim, I'm going to let you take over on Y-axis.
Okay, and I mean, in a sense, so it's really on our scatter plot. The y-axis is, of course, a log scale, and if you took away the log element, it would be entirely unreadable. And so what we did, we ended up playing with that quite a bit originally. This is going back now to what we built to Kel, and it is, if you like, the element of this whole thing that is about infographics as opposed to representation, I guess. And I think you're actually right that choosing what's on there is all important. And the only thing I would say is that for this and for a whole range of other things, I love the word counting just because it does demonstrate a context and a breadth of stuff that arguably just how much effort has been put into any given thing.
Big trials, small trials, intuitive.
Yeah, and
Okay, we're going over, but I do want to make the point that I was always told that, and I've always told my students that in the Renaissance, at least, the early modern period, and I don't know when that stops, the job of the person who committed the crime, you basically have to prove you're innocent. You don't, whereas today we have to prove you're guilty. And it sounds actually like they're being proved, the weight is on the testimonies, which are against the person, I assume, or mostly, yes?
From what I've seen, but again, the experts in the room, so I mean.
So it is sort of like the person's guilty and the testimonies are, and Tim's going like this.
okay, so I would put it very differently. What 17th century trial, what 17th century trials, certainly in a UK, in an English context, look like, are communities coming together in judgment.
Yeah.
And the idea, for example, is that juries should say, "Oh, I know that person. He's a complete dick, guilty." But that it's not about the notion of an adversarial trial seeking to find utter truth. It's really about community judgment. And then what evolves over the course of the 18th, and particularly the 19th century, is both the technology of the adversarial trial, and that's arguably what the architecture is doing, and also the forms of truth identification as a trial process that I think is new. But Hillary, you can disagree with me on all that.
No, I completely agree with that. And I think what we just have to remember too is that a lot of this testimony, at least in the earlier part, it's just really essentially restating what these witnesses have already told the JP. It's already been written down. And so it's mostly about a kind of a performance, of, the community accusation. And then, the jury is really supposed to already know what's going on. And then it's merely, okay, how does the defendant actually then react, to this evidence, that is being presented at the trial. So, but it is interesting to me that the defendant clearly doesn't actually say that much. That is really being shown very clearly by your visual data there. There's many ways to react without speaking. And I think that's important as well. Their demeanor is going to be very carefully.
There's also a very long journey. There's also a very long journey from what's said in court to what's actually published on a page. So your understanding of exactly what was said in court remains uncertain.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ben. Break until 11, so we've got a 10-minute break. And Ben, I hope you can stay with us, but I do realize it's a little late in London, which is why we put you first. And so stay as long as you can or want, and if you do want to go eat dinner and go to sleep, I understand that as well. I hope you're, oh, good for you. I remember during the colloquium when Tim would have a cocktail at our 9 a.m. meetings. And I thought, wow, I want a cocktail at our 9 a.m. Okay, so we will see you in about 10 minutes. Everybody, thank you so much. The restrooms are on the second floor, and there's still coffee and some donuts left. And lunch comes at noon, 12:30. For this, okay.
Thanks for.
And mine, we never use. That's the clicker, if you want to use, anybody wants to use it, I don't know what to set up. Would you like to use it?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful clicker. It's just, it works like a green from anywhere.
So,
Let me try to set that up.
It has to be.
Oops.
Hey, Baker, I'm here if you want to test out the reboot. I can't hear you, Baker. I can't hear you, just letting you know. Okay, yeah, you're on mute, that's why.
What about now?
I hear you now.
All right, sale vale. We're just queuing up some of the presentations, just making sure that we have everything hunky-dory. And so hopefully
Like the back of those wouldn't hurt my.
that will be up very soon.
Oh, the heel.
Well, I am like, my heels are all scarred up, like.
I'm gonna go ahead and make the presenters co-host.
Oh, very good, very good.
That's where.
Is there a link here? How to, like, just describe-
Yeah. Should be attached.
Oh, attachment. Oh, sometimes forwards don't attach.
It's such a big building and I would walk
Very
from one
weirdly.
end to the other and like wheels that made me like this tall, like what was that?
All right.
I gave up on
So
that.
we're just queuing up the presentations now. We've got enough buffer time in the schedule to where I think we're okay.
Yeah, I just don't really know, like, sometimes they have like it's up to where it feels like for a special event, but like, I don't know, like, what's the point of wearing them on a daily basis? I'm tall enough. I think the last time I wore heels was my wedding and then I was like, no more. Oh my gosh, I wore heels too. I did. I'm not putting no more heels to my wedding. I'm gonna around to dance and whatnot. I had this like, I had the trauma though.
I feel like if I send it,
But I.
not in power.
Don't worry. Yeah. We should be able to, I'll download a local copy just for now. But I should be able to.
It's not that important for presentation. It's just like a thing that people look at.
That's good. It's one of those things that I think is actually, it's good to have.
So the screen will be shared here.
Exactly.
No, they're married, they just basic, I mean, it wasn't, like basically basic.
Can we? Yeah.
Yep.
I was just. You could just keep delaying the wedding.
I feel like doing
I
like.
mean,
It's not yesterday.
They did is they just have like a ceremony and there's.
I don't know.
But yeah. That's what my brother-in-law was has really like the lamps are still in. They are excited for Hitchcock.
Move along there.
Literally 2 hours.
If you say like that would be so annoying as a guest when that's kind of like as the.
Excellent. All right, Henry, I got you covered. I forgot to remute. You could hear my triumph. All right.
Okay.
Be back just as soon as I get this up and running and queued up.
The reason you're having a wedding. Yeah, I mean.
It's okay.
I mean, we did come together for ages and like she's but like
Oh my God,
recent help
really?
particularly for myself, like I have such routine. I haven't spent that much time around them to get on because they want to take my Tylenol.
Better for me to sit on the side.
And like,
Microphone purposes.
Yeah, right over here. And actually, that seems to be good.
that's where we're having all the panelists that Sean, you guys all should be up front.
Sorry?
Everyone on the panels and lightning round should sit at that table. So that
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, now, Sean, are you?
And then there's the.
I can just
Also like.
And you're not connected to audio, right?
It's a weird.
I don't know what.
Okay, so Nicole, should I get Patty's attention and call it?
Can you ask Henry who's right next to you if he needs me to run his PowerPoint?
I'm sorry?
Can you ask Henry, he's right next to you, if he needs me to run his PowerPoint presentation?
Oh, I queued it up on the DAHC monitor, so he'll drive from there.
Wonderful. All right, yeah, go ahead and get Patty's attention.
Okie dokie, okay. Oh, sorry, I realized you're still totally pinned, Ben, sorry about that. There we go, okay. All right. Okay, so Henry, we should be good. You're driving from here when it comes time to present. You'll just use this. navigate. It's Tim, go here, slideshow, and then just make sure you're sharing screen. This is connected to this. Yep. And if you can't turn it off.
Oh, no, it's a nightmare. Like, okay, so my in-laws just moved the order. And I tell my mother, they moved to Phoenix, but they decided to do that.
And then,
My sister lives there, and
okay, I'll get Patty's attention.
Just so you know, I can't see anything. I can't see like Henry's presentation right now.
For no reason.
They're just gonna play that.
Can you say that again? There's a lot of ambient noise.
Oh, no. So we on Zoom can't see a screen like for Henry's presentation. So we're not seeing what's on the monitor.
Yeah, he'll use his screen or his laptop just to show his face. And then he'll be presenting from this monitor, but he'll be sure to be sharing screen so everyone can see.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
No worries. Tim's actually doing the same configuration later, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, think we're good?
oh my gosh.
Okay.
I've been spinning and I'm texting Jonathan, my husband, I'm like, if my mom contacts you, I'm staying over. It does not need to happen. And I don't know. My mom does not for no discernible reason other than what's up? She reminds her of the term like my dad.
Henry, Sean,
Yeah,
she's not.
until she got to my mom's dad's girlfriend's name.
Wow.
All right, folks, sorry about that delay. There was a lot of ambient noise, so I went ahead and muted the camera, or the microphone. You could see me the whole time. But I believe that we're just getting resituated, and then Dr. McCants will introduce the next panel. So we're reconvening, and as usual, let Nicole know if you have any remote issues, and anyone with tech stuff here,
Okay,
let
you're
me know.
missing Henry.
Henry went to go grab some water. Yes.
Okay, so we have a panel, just to summarize, we have a panel to 12:30, and then There may be a little bit of noise as lunch comes in. Where does Ratatouille? She's down there on the floor. And you're going to be meeting the lunch people at 12:30. So fortunately, between 12:30 and around 12:30, lunch will come in. Hopefully they won't make too much noise. And Chrissy, you're in charge.
Sorry, we're just trying to get into the Zoom link.
Yes.
Well,
meeting
yes.
ID is right there.
Yeah, it's because it's a DA conference.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. So this panel is on religion, race, and gender in the digital archive. And we have three presenters. I'm going to, actually, I'm just going to introduce you guys as you come up because I think that's more fair. So first we have Henry Coburn. Henry Coburn is a third-year PhD candidate in UCSB's English department, working with digital tools and digital texts with the department's Transcription Center and the Transvergence Project Group at the Media Arts and Technology Lab. He also holds degrees in comparative literature, I can read, I promise, from Goldsmiths at the University of London and English from the University of Cambridge, and specializes in research into the interaction of media and cognition and the possibilities for technology to create affect with new ways of rereading, rewriting, and experiencing anew the world we share. As part of the 2020 Print Culture Seminar, his research since has benefited from a new understanding of how the digital tools of today can illuminate the writing practices of the past. And his talk today is called Numinous Spaces.
Brilliant. Thank you, guys.
Wow, somebody has their sound on.
Should I mute myself here?
Yes.
Just lights up there.
All right, brilliant. Can
And
people
ours
hear me up there, in there, out here?
It's a little spooky, isn't it?
Somewhat, yes. Beautiful. Okay, presentation's up.
Pardon me.
Everyone online can hear me.
I can see, I cannot see. Sorry.
Yeah, small print.
Problem is the optics are sitting on the floor in the middle. As much as it's comfortable for me, it is maybe not the best
Just
for a
say that,
professional
we'll think you
conference.
as a local rat.
There we are.
She likes rats.
All right, the pretty tell.
All right.
There we go. You should be able to drive with it.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Yeah, everyone can hear me and see me and experience me physically, palpably in the room, if you want,
In 3D.
which is generally the idea. Well, thanks so much, everyone. Thanks so much, Ben. I can't promise that my presentation will be as slick nor as well choreographed or have the same visual appeal. In fact, I can promise that it isn't. But I'm essentially going to be running off ideas that I gained in our 2020 print culture seminar and sort of filling in how I've used those ideas to apply to digital projects at the Media Arts and Technology Center. We're doing an adaptation of the Samuel Beckett book, Company. Here, if you can see it. Oh, I have to remember to talk to people on this.
I don't know.
It's mighty confusing, isn't it? But I may as well launch into it. So I'm going to be talking about the numinous in spatial experience and how you might hope to reconstruct that experience and indeed reconstruct spiritual and religious spaces. So I'll try and keep it within the time constraints of 20 minutes. There isn't going to be a question and answer section for us now.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
And I've got a lot for you.
After all three of us or after just me?
No, after all.
No, after all of you.
All right, well, all things considered,
We have time for that.
yeah,
So you
I'll
can
just
go
try
20
and keep
minutes.
things concise. So I should probably define this term numinous, right, and numinosity, right? That's what we think of as a palpable feeling of spirituality. I think it's the way it's most commonly defined, a spiritual experience. And I think it's most easily captured in the idea of when you walk into a spiritual place like a church, a cathedral, or indeed any other cultural, spiritual, religious spaces, a palpable feeling you have of, well, it could be captured in words like piety, sometimes awe, and I think it's interconnected with ideas like the sublime and the uncanny. I'm just going to be trying to sort of unpick this term and the features and essence of it such that I think it can be captured in physical spaces and in digital reconstructions as we experience them, right? Is this my presentation? Oh, I might have sent you the slightly minimal version. Advanced. Might as well truck on.
It should be.
All right, fair enough. Well, the first ideas that I had came from when we were exploring St. Bartholomew the Greater's Church, when we were discussing Ben Franklin's residency in the city of London in Smithfields in 1725. He used this church, which there would be splendid pictures of, had I set the correct invitation, for you to experience as a physical building, a physical object, as indeed we did when we were studying the course. Right? And when we were reconstructing this Franklin press, such to be used in this physical space, it was a brilliant way of sort of getting to grips with the tools and practices of print culture of the time, right? But it made me think, as we were having these sort of online tours of the church, thinking about it as a physical space where this moment in history happened, before and after many moments of history happened in this church in Smithfield. How we can think of the space in which this print act material culture took place in as being interconnected with these practices of writing, and drilling down into sort of the reasons why this space was used and significance and affinities that it has for this sort of budding literary trade that Benjamin Franklin was embarking on. So that's my starting point here, essentially. So it's worth thinking about in terms of just this space, the Lady Chapel of Greater St. Bartholomew's Church, the spaciousness that affords within the sort of greater space of London, right? The access provided to the markets, customers, the resources and mechanisms that interact with this print culture, right? But I think there's also something that's been attested to by a great deal of scholarship is sort of interconnection between the clergy and writing practices. For example, in the medieval period, monasteries being employed as these centers of scribing, scrivenership, and sort of keeping of history as well. So the sanctity of the written word and the authority of the church seem very much sort of interconnected from their inception, right? And yeah, the question to which the significance of the space is attested to a lot by history, but raises larger questions of sort of the social importance and function of the spaces, features of space, dimension, aesthetics, architecture, that recreate history from the below, which is the nature of our talk today in honor of Tim. And recreations of this in other churches do help us sort of palpably experience history and show how these 3D printing cultures of today can sort of reanimate the material reality of print cultures of the past. Again, a minimal slide.
Nicole has it queued up. She's just going to share screen and you just let her know when PowerPoint needs to change.
So you would have to stop share.
If you can stop share, yeah.
For a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, right up at the top there. There we
Huzzah.
go. So she, oh, check it out.
Oh, spooky. Very uncanny almost.
All righty.
All right.
That's
Now you're
more.
totally out of control.
Much more numinous now.
Much more numerous than you think. That's what I mean. It's about the visuality, it's about the physical features, and it's about, I guess, maintaining a link between digital presentation and a palpable feeling. Nicole, could you go 2 slides on, I believe? That should get us to the discussion of Notre Dame. There is some, oh wait, back one, please, Nicole, just to give you a sense of Great Bartholomew's Church and this engraving of British History Online of the printing practices taking place in the Ladies' Chapel there. So next slide, please, Nicole. Perfect. So the thing that I linked this to when I discussed it during the Spring Culture class was the contemporary restoration of Notre Dame Cathedral, this sort of incredibly key, important site of the spiritual experience within Paris and the great cities of Europe and the religious history of that place. Obviously, it was heavily damaged by a fire started by a welder in 2019 and caused a widespread destruction of the spire, the roof and the rafters, and to which the French government poured a lot of money in a reconstruction effort, right? And this is really, I think, where the rubber meets the road in a way in terms of the legitimacy and validity of these reconstructions of spiritual spaces, right? It's impossible to say, you know, now that we've reconstructed Notre Dame to some extent, how much it is different, palpably, physically, sensorially, in terms of its numinosity. The reason why it has Assassin's Creed in the top left-hand corner. I have some of these scans done by Andrew Talon from Vassar College, who spent many, many years doing over 1 billion data points, scanning from inside Notre Dame Cathedral, combined with pictures from the outside, which were incredibly useful in reconstruction efforts when they were redesigning the roof, as was the work done by Assassin's Creed designers from the years 2010 to 2014. They did a fully traversable and explorable interior and exterior of Notre Dame Cathedral for a video game set during the French Revolutionary times. And this was, again, data that the reconstruction project drew on, digital data, virtual data designed using the platform Unity, that they then used in a reconstruction to bring Notre Dame back to its former glory and its former effect. So I think the question, such an important piece of digital restoration, is how do the physical aspects of the space, like the interior of Notre Dame, contribute to its intended effect? And I have experienced it through this video game, Assassin's Creed. It does give you a real palpable sense when you walk in of being in that holy space, the kind of ineffable feeling that you get, that I'm going to drill into in a little bit. And in recreating, are these feelings reducible to computable aspects of form, texture, dimensions, space, and the sort of social community that spaces like these represent? Again, drilling down into that qualitative versus quantitative of data representation. Like, how true to a feeling of a church can we build towards in a digital model? And yeah, the question of my section of this panel, I suppose, how to represent religion in the digital archive, in digital spaces. That's kind of the ghost in the machine, Deus Ex Machina. That would be a much better title for this presentation. I only realized that. So what are the essential features of numinal spaces, and what is the essence of the numinous? What about the spaces and places makes them numinous? Could you go to the next slide, please, Nicole? Thank you. So yeah, just to start with physical features, it's interesting, obviously, once you start drilling down into what it is exactly about, a space like a cathedral prompts what we think of as a spiritual experience, or that affects you emotionally. I find it's, or exploring spaces like Notre Dame, it's kind of a combination of choir music and incense smoke and the religious artwork and ornamentation, and also this kind of spaciousness and capaciousness of the space and the kind of auditory echo that it lends to speech and song that's performed in it, right? But obviously, the features that have been developed to evoke faith aren't necessarily innate or as sort of a priori as sort of religious doctrine would have us believe, right? And you only need to go, say, from the interior of a Catholic cathedral to the interior of a Methodist church to see very different associations of what may or may not be a common effect or a common experience, right? Even though, even within the Abrahamic faith, there are sort of similar features that you can track across, say, churches and synagogues and mosques, for example. One of the things that I latched on was this idea of indexality and in terms of the apse of a church, right? Both in churches and synagogues and most mosques, there is a niche or a feature of the interior that points east or points in a particular direction to which one orients one's worship, right? In a church, it's the apse, or in a cathedral, it would be the apse. In a mosque, it would be the mihrab, right? This niche in the wall. And in a synagogue, it would be a mizrah, I believe. So yeah, there is a sense of sort of indexality about religious spaces, right? They either point east or point towards a kind of deferred place like Mecca. They point upwards in terms of the spires or minarets, etc. And there's a kind of, I think, an innate distanciation that we can think of, a kind of deferred presence or a deferred sort of witnessing that one senses once we're in there. I think a lot of religions, obviously, they have social spaces in which worship takes place, but they also consciously refer to a kingdom of heaven or like a wider sense of community, right? But all, I think, physical features of spaces such that they can be captured are sort of problematized by a global and pan-historical perspective, right? If we look at the indigenous people of California, the Chumash Native Americans, right, they consider the holy space of the Californian landscape itself and the connection to this sort of common community, ancestral experience as their sense of holy space. So there isn't necessarily anything about cathedrals or physical places of worship that is reducible to this experience in and of itself. I think it's fair to say. So, Nicole, could you hurry on to the next slide, please? Am I doing all right for time? All right, excellent. So I think it's best to question the effect itself of the spiritual experience, right? The numinous and this ineffable affect it has, excuse me. I think this is relatable to ideas like, well, this critic Marco Benini I'm going to bring up in a moment is, first of all, is ontological vertigo, right? There is almost like a sense of, again, palpable affective experience and an almost sort of uncanny inability to attribute it to physical features. I drew largely on Freud when I was thinking of aspects of numinous experience. For example, this quote from Civilization and Discontents that I could draw. One of these exceptionally few calls himself my friend in his letters to me. I sent him my small book that treats religion as an illusion. He answered that he entirely agreed with my judgment upon religion. He was sorry I had not properly appreciated the true source of religious sentiments. This, he says, consists of a peculiar feeling which he himself is never without, which he finds confirmed by many others, and which he may suppose is present to millions of people. It is a feeling which you would like to call a sensation of eternity, a feeling as if something limitless, unbounded, as it were, oceanic. Right? Freud talks a lot about the uncanny and kind of recognition of self or recognition of the other in a digital space. For example, I found it completely fascinating in Ben's reconstructions of the Old Bailey. You have the mirror directly in front of the defendant, partially to illuminate them in a kind of gloomy space like the Old Bailey. But I think it would be fascinating experiencing that in a palpable sense as a digital other, right? Experiencing, being presented with the image of the self during the moment of the trial, I think would give you that strange sense of self-realization, but also sort of, I don't know, witnessing and self-penitence. So yes, going back to this quote from Freud, right, the feeling of something limitless, something unbounding, connecting with the oceanic. And I refer again to the Chumash and their connection to land as sacred space, but also connection to ancestral history, broader community. That's the meaning of these numinous spaces as social functions, as gathering places, and as important places within a community, even for such things as printing, right? They're socially important, and they're places where people will come together, even within, say, individualistic writing and so on. So, yes, given the time constraints, Nicole, could you carry on to the next slide? I'm going to talk about this project Company VR very briefly, but it's still ongoing with the Media Arts and Technology Center here at UCSB. And it's an adaptation of this Samuel Beckett book, Company. So I was, just to explain the text in briefly, Samuel Beckett is this playwright and dramatist of the 20th century who engages, well, he has minimalist novels, that's what Company is, and his plays also seek to employ very physical, affective experiences, right? He talks about tearing down the veil of language, the true essence of meaning. And the critic Marco Benini, he's at University of Durham, and he wrote Beckett and the Cognitive Method, from which I drew largely. He says, the feeling of being lost in a dark substrate without coordinates, Beckett says, it's hard for him to explore introspectively, to express or utter creatively. This is why I would argue he turned writing into modeling use of fictional elements as simulatory devices for introspective practice. An introspective methodology I refer to here and throughout this book as introspection by simulation. So the text of Company basically imagines a person lying on their back in a dark space, while a voice sort of narrates them in the second person what they're experiencing, interpolated with these sort of vignettes from everyday life and the memory and experiences of the protagonist. It's deeply weird and quite short, but I think it's a fascinating read. And I thought, given that quote from Marco Benini, it would make a fascinating exploration of how to prompt feelings of the uncanny, feelings of the luminous, and get towards this sort of sensation, of physical space and traversal. We mapped it onto the Maker Lab, MIT, the MIT building. And I should say they're doing an end of year show next week, next Friday, I believe, where they'll be exhibiting these fascinating sort of new media artifacts and projects that we're working on this year. I don't have anything in this show, but it should give you, or those of us in the room here, a kind of idea of the work that they do. So I thought company would be an excellent text to divert some of our energy. We were doing a kind of exploring digital recreations of Ulysses in preparation for its 100th anniversary this year. But that being an extremely complicated modernist novel, I thought starting with something minimalist might be a better idea. So could you go to the next and final slide, please, Nicole? So the digital recreations that we did. Oh, I should say as well, Marco Benini, this critic, also inspired me by doing his own reading of Company, which took place in Durham Cathedral, right? So he had 10 to 20 people lie down on beds, or they had audio recording of this book Company played to them to give them that sort of abject feeling of lying in the dark, being dictated to, and experiencing it within this sort of echoing, luminous space. I went to a fantastic reading of Beckett in King's College Chapel in Cambridge as well, and it gives you like a real sense of awe, but also existential fear. We recreated this. We recreated this in a virtual reality setting, again using Unity, the same platform that was used for the Notre Dame recreations, such that the experience of the book can be experienced through these Oculus glasses of you being literally put in the dark. With my voice, I did all the audio recording, speaking these terrifying sort of existential explorations through. Exactly. And this is, well, Bellini drew on this idea of chronotopic groundlessness, which is a fantastic setup. Okay, brilliant. Which I believe was developed by Mikhail Bakhtin. Chronotope being the combination of place and time, right? The feeling of palpably being there, and groundlessness, well, adopted from kind of Buddhism or cognitive emergence, being a kind of inability to fixate on being in a particular place. And for the sake of time, I didn't include any footage from the Unity program itself. It is accessible on the Bricolage platform, which exhibits a lot of the MAT projects in the digital space. I believe the website is still working. And essentially, the point I think about it, evoking the uncanny, evoking the numinous, is in this feeling of being with another voice, but one which is kind of palpably inaccessible. And that I think feeds into, yeah, the proprioceptive, that is the awareness of space that's built into these holy spaces, the objection or the feeling of kind of awe or diminution that occurs when you're in like a palpably sort of massive or echoing space. But also, again, yes, this feeling of disconnection or being witnessed from a secondary source or a secondary speaker, which I think has strong correlatives with the experience of being in a numinous space and being aware or having the belief that there is something watching or speaking to you from afar, that again gives you a weird sense of intimacy or of palpable affective experience. So yeah, I just wanted to use this as a case study, I suppose, for how we can employ humanistic questions about these digital models to make digital reconstructions more palpable, more evocative, more, in a word, spiritual. So I hope that was helpful. Thanks very much.
That was great. I wanted to ask quickly, are those snippets from a company?
Yes, or this is some of the blueprint sort of design process attributed to Riley Henningsen. She's a brilliant computer science PhD student, worked very closely with us at the MIT lab. Yeah, giving you a sort of sense in that picture on the left there. We have the sort of layering. I suppose the bottom layer would be this sort of physical experience you have in a dark room with the voice coming at you. But we also had it so that the voice splits between its sort of narrative strand and its memory strands. And there's a voice that, there's a kind of light source that pulsates with the audio feed that then splits into one that's white and one that's colored. when the user within the space interacts with the colored light, it brings one into another space where one experiences memory sequences that were also designed by the CS students in the MAT lab. I basically just did the conceptualization and read the entire book into audio snippets such that they could be used in this digital space. But it was brilliant and gave me more or less cutting my teeth in terms of designing experiences in digital spaces rather than just the spaces themselves.
That. So up next we have Sean Nowicki. Sean is a PhD student at the University of California, Santa Barbara. His research focuses on early modern English literature and the intersections between embodiment and literary form. He is currently working on a project that examines reading and rewriting practices as queer recovery in early modern and modern texts. He is also a co-governor of UCSB's Interdisciplinary Humanities Center's Research Focus Group on Shakespeare and Global Media. I swear I can read. And his talk today is It Must Be Told, Fabulative Historiography and the Archive in
M. Norbezi Phillips Zoll.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries.
All right, go ahead.
Just give me one moment to pull up my slides. All right. Can everyone see these all right? All right. Well, thank you, everyone. This is really exciting. I hate to be the person who is moving into the questioning of the archives things, but I think it's sort of important, and I want to employ N. Norbezi Phillips Zong as a text that is deeply suspicious not only of the archive, but as Phillips says herself, of language itself. So most of my talk will be focusing on this poetic text, and I would like to dwell on the digital aspect of this more in the Q&A portion. So over several days in late November and early December in 2020, poets, scholars, and performers gathered virtually to mourn the more than 130 murdered African slaves who were killed during the 1781 Zong massacre. This event, conceptualized as a memorial that lasts the duration of the original massacre, was an extension of poet N. Norbezi Phillips' book-length poem Zong, named after the slave ship, the Zong. The poem reckons with the historical dearth surrounding the massacre, as there is only one surviving primary source record of the event. This document, a report of the ruling in the Gregson v. Gilbert case, registers the mass killing of the enslaved Africans as an issue of property law rather than civil law, reducing the massacre to a dispute over whether insurance should remunerate stakeholders in the slave trade venture due to the deliberate damaging of the property by the crew. The virtual events held in 2020 and later in 2021 were collected under the title of #Zong Global 2020, and were themselves a continuation of annual durational readings of Zong, in which Philip and other invited performers read through the full poem over a number of days, typically in a university setting or sort of a community attached to universities. These performances, more than just a memorial, represent a concerted effort to recover the dead, or recover in quotes there, from the hegemonic silences of the early modern archive. Taken together, Zong and his performances attempt to tell the stories that the dead cannot speak, but that must be told. And what follows, I'm going to analyze the strategies of linguistic and archival rupture, which bring out the presence of the dead in this very difficult poem. I conceptualize these poetic moves under the term fabulative historiography, a term that I'm drawing out of queer, sort of a connection between queer theory and archival studies. But basically is a historiography that imagines and tells the story that the archive effaces, a story that is not substantiated by evidence because the evidence in many cases does not exist. These strategies, contrasted with the typical practice of historiography and recovery, challenge the authority of the archive in the face of its numerous gaps, lacunae, and erasures. While much of my focus will be on the moves that Philip makes in the text of Zong, I also want to consider, as I mentioned, the ways in which the recent movements to digital readings and platforms reinscribe and alter the archival presence of the Zong massacre. So I want to linger on this quote because it's a major moment from Philip's own notanda. And I want to just leave it elaborate for people to view, and talk a little bit about the difficulties of the history of tracing slavery in the early modern period. It's inevitable that scholars will encounter gaps within the archive that constitute the edge of what is knowable. In most cases, enslaved people were unable to keep records of their enslavement and of their experience. And many of the stories that we have of the experience of slave life come through contemporary accounts by slave owners, anti-slavery abolitionists and activists, and European legal records. These records, while providing a historical base, only allow for understanding of slaves that is filtered through the eyes of the colonizers. Historian Mercer J. Fuentes, writing of the dearth of the archive in Barbados, 18th century Barbados, and writing specifically of enslaved women and how they emerge from this archival dearth, points to the reproduction of epistemic violence that occurs in the circulation of archival records. Quote, enslaved women appear as historical subjects to the form and content of archival documents and the manner in which they live, spectacularly violated, objectified, disposable, hypersexualized, and silenced. The violence is transferred from the enslaved bodies to the documents that count, condemn, assess, and invoke them, and we receive them in this condition. Epistemic violence originates from the knowledge produced by enslaved women by white men and women in the society, and that knowledge is what survives in the archival form. The archives push enslaved people into the territory of being known about, rather than their own experience being known, thus becoming an object of historical scrutiny rather than a subject of historical continuity. Scholars looking to document the experiences and histories of slaves are then faced with an ethical problem, either to use these documents as a source of knowledge, thereby risking a reproduction of the secular logics by which slaves cease to be, or to refuse the forms of knowledge that arise in the archival erasure of the enslaved and risk failing to meet the scrutiny of historical evidence. This latter route, I argue, is what Zong takes. In fact, these problems are the impetus for Edna Philip Zong as a poetic project. I have on the screen here the entirety of Gregson v. Gilbert. This is all the record has. It is a very short document. There is evidence that there might have been other documents about this case, but they have not survived. We don't have the ship's log. We have nothing of that sort. And to briefly gloss this project, Philip engages the text of Gregson v. Gilbert as an archive of the Zong massacre, which strips the enslaved men, women, and children of their specificity and their personhood. The document provides us with a rationale for the event. Roughly 150 Africans, perhaps more, perhaps less, were thrown overboard to conserve a dwindling water supply. The violence was sanctioned by Captain Luke Collingwood, who believed that since the slaves were property, throwing them overboard rather than having them die of dehydration would allow the venture to collect insurance on the grounds of damaged or destroyed goods. Philip's efforts to reconstitute the enslaved starts with a similar act of destruction, this time of the court document. Zong is formed through cracking open of Gregson v. Gilbert and the remixing, rearranging, and cutting the actual language found in the document in order to interrogate the silences it imposes on the murdered Africans. Philip describes the process in a supplemental essay, the notanda I mentioned earlier, stating that she was only able to interrogate the silences, quote, within the boundaries established by the words and their meanings through an act of fragmentation and mutilation, an act which she says mirrors the violence that slavery perpetrated on Africans, their customs, and ways of life. Rather than recover the humanity of the dead in a document, that seeks to convert them into property, Philip uses the strategies of poetic fracturing to draw out the ghostly voices by breaking the text into a sort of disembodied soundscape. One cannot find the logic of testimony or the total coherence of individual experience through this fracturing, but one can begin to hear the resonances with numerous voices and languages of the dead. Where the original Gregson v. Gilbert document asserts clear and cogent narratives, Zong moves towards incoherence and babble, a textual composition of pure noise. We can see this movement towards incoherence in the comparison between the first poem, Zong number 1, with the appropriate section from Gregson v. Gilbert. Here we can see Philip pulling out the phrase "one day's water" on the left side there, and shattering it across the page, iterating individual letters into phonemes. Ellen Howley suggests that this assignment of one day's water in Gregson v. Gilbert is transformed into a prolonged experience of drowning, which is rendered visually through the garbling, gulping, shivering sounds of the W's and G's, the latter of which we don't see on this page, but is depicted on the next page of the poem. The sonic element of this poem can be read as giving voice to the dead, but with no specification or distinction of that voice. It comes to us muddled. Another key moment that reveals this strategy of poetic fracturing as it shifts into vocality occurs early on in the second section of the poem titled Saul or Salt. This moment seems to describe a female slave being thrown overboard. And I use described very loosely, as you can see from the text, before actively engaging the falling in movement of the letter O, which we can sort of track along the right side of the page. The recto describes the falling. She falls, Ifa, falling to port over and over. My fortune's a sin. You say, video, vide, O, who says I am. Well, the verso typographically mimics the fall. And you can see that split in a different way. It's not exactly easy to do justice to the very textual nature of the sound. The shape of the text resembles a body falling headlong into the waves, while the individual phonemes insist not only on the sound of mourning in the O, but a cry of distress in S, O, S, S, O, S, S, O, S. The lines that talk about the sighting of the fall also feature a particularly suggestive break in the Latin word video. The final video being I see, is split into vide, or see, and O, which continues into a new phrase. The chopped away O takes on the new meaning as O who says I am. And it brings with it the full range of emotions of evocative. We have a more close-up image of it here. Sarah Dowling traces the importance of O and Os as evocative phonemes, which ground song in the tradition of the traditional funereal elegies. As a sonic signifier, these Os serve to intensify the effective charge of the poem, even as the anonymous voicing of these mournful cries are suggestive of the potential polyvocality rather than the individual personal grief found in the elegy tradition. Other meanings arise, however, as elsewhere in the poem, O and Os can be taken as the Latin word or the Latin root for the word bone, signaling not the mournful living voices of the dead, but the remains at the bottom of the sea. Here also, the movement of the O's holds in it the possibility of the future meaning, the skeletons waiting in the ocean. The dual contradictory meaning that arises allows both for the presence of the dead in vogue and the foreclosure of that vocalization death. In this way, the poetics and sonnets of O can be seen as a serious manifestation of Philip's fabulous historiographical project, as a story that cannot be told, but must be told. I want to point towards the final section of the text, Ibora, as it is most clearly where the contradictory and ghostly nature of the poem arises, and its more sustained engagement with the archive. As the polyvocal sonnets of the poem develop with pure text, you can see it's very difficult to read. I wanted to anchor with the page number, which is at the sort of normal darkness of the text. That is a deliberate graying out. That is not an error. Ibora, which is a Yoruba word for underwater spirits, sees a shift from the standard black font color of the rest of the text to a light gray that evokes both the submerged voices of the ghostly Africans rising up to communicate, as well as the process of effacement that is enacted by the archive. Moreover, Philip layers words and phrases on top of one another, obfuscating any potential reading of the voice as separate and comprehensible bits of language. Multiple voices seem to talk over one another on the page, continuing to confuse and derail attempts at a stable meaning or a singular story. The cacophony continues to intensify as one progresses through the poem, with each page being more and more illegible. Individual words and phrases pop out of chaos, but do not gain meaning above and beyond their location within the tableau. A final cry from the groaning orality of the O's in the other sections, or a far cry from the groaning orality of the O's in other sections. The voices that emerge in the ethereal incomprehensibility suggest their ultimate failure to be understood rather than the possibility of meaning. I would like to suggest that the impossibility of understanding is the very source of the poem's power as a critique of archival hegemony. The confusion and polyvocality of Ibora is the culmination of the poem's project, an act in the very confusion that Philip encountered in attempting to access the voices of the dead. Something like the voices arises as the text builds up, but only in a collective rather than individual sense. There is no way to access any one slave's experience, but as the language stacks up, the poem enacts a kind of vocalized memory through the text. The final page, where most of the language is illegible, reintroduces these voices into history, much in the way that Mercedes Fuentes describes the enslaved and violated African women re-entering history after expulsion from the archive. She says, quote, with no method of escape from their violent confinement, enslaved women force themselves into history with their screams, referencing a moment in the archive where the only mention of an enslaved woman comes with the fact that people heard her screaming in the night. This moment is a moment of insisting that someone reckon with their battered bodies, their pained and loud cries force their torturers to confront their humanity, even as it was being degraded. They called out others to witness their violation and their owners' inhumanity. It can be heard in the archive even with the passage of time, but their final acts are not ultimately heroic, but simply human. Just as the enslaved woman's screams force us to reckon with the reality of their bodies, the layering of illegible polyvocality forces us to engage with, to listen to the silence for traces of these long dead voices. With the fracturing and layering of the colonial language of the Gregson v. Gilbert case, the poem returns humanity to the dead. What was once transformed into a thing by law is retransformed miraculously back into human, but only through oath, moan, mutter, chant, and babble and curse, chortle, and ululation. I want to end by considering the implications of this poem in the digital world as it moves forward, especially as the multiple voices in the poem become embodied through the collective vocalization of speakers from around the world. I don't have any images or videos to play, unfortunately, because they are time limited. The videos and any recordings that are done of Zong Global become available at the anniversary of the massacre. But I want to suggest that in this sort of speculative last section, that the virtual readings of Zong Global 2020 replicate the polyvocality of this poem, using the performance of the text to channel the voices of the dead and allowing them to re-enter history, however briefly and however anonymous. The fabulative element of Philip's poem allows for numerous potential alternative routes to understanding and engaging with the past, allowing us to reach out and touch this sort of historical moment, all of which is foreclosed by the limitations of texts like Gregson v. Gilbert. I would like to finally suggest that the movement of these readings from a limited in-person performance to a larger digitally accessible platform allows for wider accessibility that begins the formation of a new set of knowledges that alters the presence of the Zong massacre and allows for a remembering of the dead in new, if incomplete ways. The continuation of the event in 2021 under the title of Zong Reverberations, which I think is a particularly suggestive title, brings sort of hope to continuities across time as we hear the echoes of the dead in the shared collective reading of the living. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My chair. Our last presenter for today, or for this panel anyways, is Jessica Dubrovnik. Jessica is a fourth-year undergraduate English major, minoring in applied psychology. Her work within the UCSB Library, the English Broadside Ballad Archive, and with the Ballad Tour Project has sparked her interest in archives and library science. Post-graduation, she will be pursuing an MLIS degree and planning for her next steps in the archive. Her presentation today is Understanding the Archive, Neo-Paganism and Early Modern Witchcraft. All right, so just would you like to enable your camera? Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Completely forgot. All right. Spoils. Oh no. No.
That's interesting.
Okay, there. For this symposium, I will be connecting my senior thesis to the early modern period.
My senior thesis, which I'm writing this quarter, titled Archiving, Feminism, and Ethics of Care, The Importance of Radical Empathy Within Archives, explores how American neo-pagan witchcraft documents within the American Religions Collection, or ARC, at UCSB, expresses the complexities of archival influence, gender, sexuality, and race, and discusses how radical empathy plays a role in shaping documented knowledge. As part of my research, I created a small collection of notable pieces to highlight main topics within the neo-pagan movement. Creating such a collection is to narrate a portion of history, which is why I used radical empathy to analyze the most ethical way to showcase documented knowledge. My work regarding collecting and researching witchcraft has resulted in many insights regarding the early modern period, and its influence was used to fuel second wave feminism. In my presentation, I will begin with discussing the American Religions Collection and its influence over the neo-pagan movement. I will then move on to discuss radical empathy's role in archives and explain how I used it to identify the interconnectedness of early modern witchcraft and neo-paganism. I'd like to start off by giving some information about the American Religions Collection here at UCSB. One of the most popular collections in the library, it consists of approximately 1,000 linear feet of manuscripts, over 33,600 books, and more than 4,987 serials centering on 20th century non-traditional and traditional religions and groups in North America. The core of the collection was donated by J. Gordon Milton, founder of the Institute for the Study of American Religion and a distinguished professor at Baylor University. This collection includes documents from astrology, Buddhism, Christian Science, evangelical Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, magic, Mormonism, the New Age movement, spiritualism, theosophy, and numerous others. Due to its size, the collection is still being cataloged and will continue to be a main focus in our library. I chose this collection for my neo-pagan research in order to grasp a deep understanding of the history from a very notable and verifiable archive. It is also important to note that the collection is not one that can be digitized. The main portion of the ARC, which was donated to us at UCSB, contains documents that were voluntarily submitted to the archive, but some religions, such as Scientology, have their documents within the collection and will not consent to their online publication. Because of this, I chose to highlight specific pieces from the collection under fair use as means to make the information more accessible in a digital format unavailable to the whole collection. I took into account the wishes of the record creators and centered my project on the donated documents within the archive that are available for public access. Taking the wishes of the record's creators into account when archiving is part of the radical empathy perspective posed by Michelle Caswell and Marika C. Ford. In their article, From Human Rights to Feminist Ethics, Radical Empathy in the Archives, they explain how radical empathy should be implemented in archival spaces. According to Caswell and C4, radical empathy places archivists as caregivers bound to records, creators, subjects, users, and communities through a web of mutual effective responsibility, which allows for such responsibility to play a part in how archivists shape knowledge. The radical empathy perspective identifies 4 types of effective responsibilities related to archiving: the relationship between archivists and records creators, between archivists and records subjects, between archivists and record users, and between archivists and larger communities. Topics regarding early modern witchcraft reside within the relationship between archivists and record subjects. Our ability to recount history is dependent on the conditions of the subjects we document, which is why I gathered pieces from the American Religions Collection, or ARC, that provide evidence of early modern influence. However, my narration needs to be acknowledged as something that influences knowledge. If archivists were to acknowledge their own influence on stored information, the implementation of radical empathy could help shape knowledge in the right direction. Ethics of care within radical empathy emphasizes the interwoven links between communities and people, of which feminist values of context, connection, and particularity are added in favor over abstract moral principles. When framing the collection for my research, I emphasize the relationship between my collection's existence and my informed empathy towards the records involved. If I were to only shape my collection around my personal perspective on neo-paganism, my perspective would outshine the records themselves, which is why the early modern period and its influence is only one aspect of my research.
In my research within the ARC, the use of radical empathy has resulted in many insightful connections to early modern influence, where witchcraft has gained most of its negative connotation from. Witchcraft developed in the early modern period from the beliefs of knowledgeable elites who attempted to merge popular magic with its learned counterpart. Learned authorities of Christianity aim to explain all kinds of magic, quote, through their own specialized systems of necromancy and demonic invocation, end quote, since they were familiar with such practices. The complex ritualistic practices of necromancers and other high-class practitioners allowed for work with demons by information passed down in books. These rituals allowed for, quote, quid pro quo, end quote, pacts, or agreements of exchange between demons and practitioners to occur in ways that were seen as occasional exceptions to heresy. However, once authorities began to take matters of demonic magic more seriously, they further demonized those that didn't follow strict rituals from books accessible to higher class practitioners. Sorcerers from lower classes could not access the elite books of the learned practitioners to perform demonic magic. Instead, these groups would rely on sympathetic magic that involves symbolic acts rather than complex invocations to evoke change. Because these groups were not following strict steps like learned groups, elites wanted an explanation on how such groups got access to demonic magic. This led to beliefs that these lower class practitioners had demons hovering over them constantly to watch for their symbolic actions, meaning these groups also had more intimate pacts with demons than the transactional quid pro quo pacts they had with learned practitioners. As fear of demonic magic festered, the theory evolved into the belief that these lower class sorcerers were joining groups called the Sabbath and pledging subservience to the devil or other demons in order to learn the black arts. This ideal fueled the strength of the witch hunts and pushed issues of gender and class to the forefront of Christian ideologies. All right, so this clip from the Disney movie, The Sword and the Stone from 1963 has a great example of these stereotypes that separated lower class people from learned elites. In the clip, the witch is an ugly old hag who exhibits the magic of shape-shifting, a common perception of witchcraft traced to the early modern period. The witch is presented as evil and does magic only for bad, which contrasts to the more courteous and civil sorcerer. This clip is a great example of how Christianity's gained power targeted specific groups of people in witch trials. Oh no, I don't think I'll be able to play the sound.
Rebecca.
I was exactly sure at the Transformations of Attention conference, and we hit it with a hammer till it worked. Would you happen to be able to pop out of your PowerPoint view and go to YouTube?
Yeah.
I think that was what worked before.
Sound. And kind of, there it is, okay.
Yeah.
And also make sure that your system is unmuted.
Oh, yeah, that's it. We had to mute and then unmute. Let me.
All right.
So just switching over the sound for 1 second, folks. Okay. Okay, that should do it. No.
And are you on, is your laptop unmuted?
Yeah.
Ah.
Should I mute?
And share the computer audio. See it.
Oh, yes. Good call.
So you have to stop the share and then go back.
We're figuring it out. No worries. Oh, it's okay. Let's see. It's happened. Oh,
share computer audio.
okay. There we go. All right, give it a whirl. Oh. I love this movie. It'll be worth it though, because this movie owns.
This movie's amazing.
Oh, it's little Arthur. He'll snap out of it.
Let's see.
I heard.
Now we're getting a numismatic effect.
Now we need to turn off the microphone.
Turn off the microphone.
Turn off this.
Disconnect the microphone.
That one's not on, but I'll disconnect this one.
Everybody's done it.
Where's my?
There we are.
Perfect.
I can describe it. I will describe what is happening. Is it okay that I describe what the feedback on?
Are you sharing screen?
Yes.
Oh, they should be able to see. They just can't hear.
Sounds good. Okay.
You can go ahead and turn your own microphone off at this point.
Probably turn off the speaker on your machine as well.
All right.
All right.
So we just saw this witch transform into a cat to kind of chase around this bird that follows the sorcerer around. And she says she only practices magic for bad, unlike the sorcerer, and is kind of upset. And then here we see the sorcerer come in, who's very polite to her. And she's like, oh, I was just messing around, kind of talking to him. And she comes up and slaps him around. And he treats her with a lot of respect and is like, oh, come this way, madame. And we kind of see this like respect coming from him as someone that's supposed to be higher class of the sorcerer.
Different kind of accent too, right?
Yeah, he has a British accent actually, in comparison to
She doesn't have an American
automatically.
All right.
Sorry, Jessica.
No worries. Let's see.
What's your favorite color again?
Witch hunts of the early modern period have been examined as Christianity's means of attacking deviants, specifically relating to women and their status in the era. In Brian Levesque's survey, The Witch Hunt in Early Modern Europe from 1987, many pages are devoted to how influential sex and age were as factors in witchcraft accusations, and many highlight women's roles in witch hunts as the main victim of deviance attacks. Levac emphasizes women, especially older women, as the most vulnerable to accusations due to male anxieties towards women's sexually predatory nature. Marianne Hester adds on to this position in Lewd Women and Wicked Witches from 1992, in which she evaluates the hunts from a radical feminist standpoint. She emphasizes how the hunts are eroticized through domination of men over women, and highlights how such hunts were constructions for fighting over power. Throughout history, sexuality and the ability to express it has been provided only to those in places of power, where it is yielded over others as a form of domination. Through this lens, the witchcraft trials were a way for men to wield power over women and other minorities, maintaining the limits they have to express sexuality and fueling men's ability to promote it. To reclaim women's sexuality and advocate for feminism, witchcraft in the early modern period was utilized by second-wave feminists to fight against long-winded stereotypes placed on women. The ARC contains many neo-pagan documents which provide evidence of feminist practitioners as well as early modern witchcraft's influence on the practice of witchcraft. For example, Moonrise by Amber Kay is a Dianic Wicca serial within the ARC and clarifies misconceptions of witchcraft which stem from the early modern period within its introduction. Quote, I am Wicca, a priestess of the Wiccan faith, a witch. I don't have warts on my nose or a pointed hat or stringy hair. I do have a cauldron and a broom though. I use my Macintosh and computer more often. I prefer pizza and a good light wine to potions with toast parts in them. I don't have any skulls covered in cobwebs. End quote. Amber connects with her audience by acknowledging the stereotypes of witches, but aligns herself with more quote unquote normal parts of life as a way to shake away the negative connotations of witchcraft. She eats pizza and drinks wine, surfs the web, and does many other things just like everyone else. Amber wanted to humanize herself to her readers and in turn humanize witchcraft as a whole through her passage. Starhawk, a notable eco-feminist in neo-pagan circles, also highlights the stereotypes of early modern witches in her book, The Spiral Dance, a rebirth of the ancient religion of the Great Goddess, archived in the ARC. She acknowledges the influence over modern perceptions of witchcraft and dispels such misconceptions. She states that in the eyes of the general public, witches are ugly old hags riding broomsticks or evil Satanists performing obscene rites. But in reality, witches are really none of those things. Quote, modern witches are thought to be members of a kooky cult, states Starhawk, but witchcraft is a serious religion. Starhawk acknowledges how the early modern perceptions of witchcraft created many negative connotations to the word itself, even though she still finds great value in the word witch. Quote, to reclaim the word witch is to reclaim our right as women to be powerful, as men to know the feminine within us as divine. To be a witch is to identify with 9 million victims of bigotry and hatred, and to take responsibility for shaping a world in which prejudice claims no more victims. End quote. Starhawk and many others have taken the word witch and used it as means to empower themselves and identify as feminists. They acknowledge the loaded history of the word and use it now to remember the roots of women empowerment. To identify as a witch within any religion, such as paganism or Wicca, is also seen as an act of resistance in a culture in which Judeo-Christian and in turn can lead to growth and empowerment as a means of actively resisting patriarchal cultural norms. 2 articles within the ARC written by Sherry Lesh titled Feminist Spiritual Alternatives and Witchcraft Taking Control of One's Life explain the current position of witchcraft while attempting to dispel misconceptions of Wicca and witchcraft that stem from Judeo-Christian beliefs. Interesting. In Witchcraft Taking Control of One's Life, Lesh highlights how the feminist Wiccan perspective is an ongoing creation and discovery of women's mysteries. It focuses on women-oriented celebratory practices and provides an atmosphere for women to spiritually reconnect with a positive sense of themselves. The article mentions the differences between witchcraft and Christianity and labels them as opposites, highlighting Wicca as a religion that centers the value of life after birth rather than the Judeo-Christian value of life after death. Because of this position, Wiccan practices are explained in the article to value the pleasures of life that further connect a person to the highest manifestation of human consciousness. However, this doesn't mean that humans are at the center of the religion or the universe to Wiccans. Instead, there is a value of Mother Earth, which is meant to be treated well and will treat one well in return. On the second page of this article, the author goes into depth explaining Dianic Wiccan origins and practices. The worship of Wicca and Dianic Wicca centers around Mother Nature and revolves around sisterhood and connections with other women and members of the coven. The religious practices are meant to be celebrations of joy rather than sadness. Additionally, the central view of the creator and force of the religion being a mother figure reinforces positive perspectives of women, which is why its followers associated the religion with feminist values. Lesh's second article, Feminist Spiritual Alternatives, explores neo-pagans' active inclusivity towards women, where unlike many traditional religions, they could be leaders within their own communities and find safe spaces to learn about their identities and gain skills. This feminist article exemplifies such trends within Wiccan practices of the period and was meant to attract women interested in spirituality to alternative religions such as neo-paganism. In this piece, Lesh explains her position regarding the patriarchy in Judeo-Christian religions and contrasts them with Wiccan and pagan practices. She discusses how pagan and Wiccan practices emphasize the power of the individual in a society where women have been denied access to power, which is a crucial concept. Wiccan and pagan religions have included this access to power for women through their focus on the inner goddess within each woman, which advocates towards women empowerment and looking within oneself to find answers. This empowerment is continued through the roles of women in Wiccan religion. Within a Wiccan or pagan religion, women can pick from the full spectrum of roles. They are leaders, teachers, healers, priestesses, herbalists, organizers, musicians, craftspeople, dancers, and magic makers. They can take an active role in their spirituality that influences their own identities. Additionally, the Wiccan community is a place to develop strong relational connections, as it requires members of groups and covens to work towards developing interpersonal skills, including strong communication, commitment, willingness to value emotional intimacy, and leadership. While I've only highlighted 4 examples of early modern influence within the American religion collection in this presentation, many more exist within the archive. Even with its large presence, early modern witchcraft's influence within the neo-pagan movement is still only a small piece of the history. Without blurring the lines between the self and the other, radical empathy allows for an engagement with other perspectives outside of its own and seeks to acknowledge all sides of history. Looking at the ARC through this lens allows archivists to observe neo-pagan religion as a marginalized religious group that holds influence over American culture, while also acknowledging its own actions of marginalization. My thesis presents the complexities of neo-pagan history through analysis of the text within American religions collection and utilizes radical empathy to do so. Utilizing radical empathy and its four effective responsibilities within the American religions collection allows for a deeper understanding of the knowledge presented, not only to archivists and researchers, but to its associated communities. Thank you.
So we have 15 minutes.
We have 15 minutes, so I am here to take questions, although I can't see hands raised on the presentation. I can
Baker can bring up the people. Stop sharing.
Do we have questions here while we're getting?
I have an.
Patty, yeah.
As usual, I'm first. I just had an instinctive reaction to all three of your lovely presentations, which is both the topics and in relation to the topics, the archive seems to involve simultaneously alienation and intimacy. And in various different ways. With Henry, it's the alienation of the space in many ways, and with the book Discovery, intentionally putting you in an alien environment, but then occupying your brain with words that are supposed to be yours. With Zong, alienating the narrative, but in order to more evocatively, at least in the author's feelings, the affect of the moment. And then with witchcraft, this I have a hard time seeing witches as positive, but this history of alienation that is almost embraced by women who promote this alternative religion in order to promote then women as removed. And then the archive itself doesn't allow access, right? So, and then Sean doesn't want the archive, or Zong, the author of Zong doesn't want the archive to have access because it's a kind of appropriation. And then the question that Henry raises is whether you can ever access the numinosity. So I guess that's a summary and not a question, but what does one do with that? Because does that mean that the archive is not valuable, or it has to somehow always undercut itself or allow for self-subversion?
I have sort of an instinctual answer to this idea. I draw Margot Hendrix's notion of we should be returning to the archive, actually as a feminist practice, but with a sense of this suspicion, with the sense that there will be moments where we reach our limit. And I think that's where turning towards sort of, at least in my idea, turning towards these more fabulative modes, the modes that engage this deeper history where the archive fails, is to our benefit. There should be a healthy distrust of the ways we have received knowledge, because they're often undergirded by patriarchal, white supremacist, imperialist motives, even thinking about the physical location of the archives and how they are established.
Well, it goes back to the Old Bailey. The records are the note takers' records, which is basically on the side of the authorities, not the individual speakers or thoughts. Yes.
Following on Sean's talk about song, I think there could be a version of this question for all three panelists, but I was struck at the moment when you were reading the SOS that had been fragmented spatially into the kind of concrete poetry presentation of the remediation of the document. Because it's such a dramatic anachronism, right? Like SOS wasn't broadcast for the first time until the late 1900s, right? 1908, 1909, it wasn't even standardized until a year or two before. It's a radio, it's a radio and telegraphy era way of talking about the idea of distress. And so thinking about the hermeneutics of recovery and suspicion here, like I'm kind of wondering what does recovery mean if instead of trying to say, imagine the way that African persons in their own languages would have ideated or vocalized distress, we're presenting the kind of cultural shorthand of distress of the 20th and 21st century in technical terms, right? Like, in other words, like, I'm wondering what, it can't just be a pure hermeneutics of recovery, right? Like that, such anachronism would not exist in such a project. So what is the ethos, right? And I think we could ask a similar question about Beckett and Beckett's weird virtualizations, right? Like we're not simply, this isn't simply a reenactment, right? What has happened?
I think the best way to answer that is actually from Phil's perspective, that you can't tell this story without imbricating yourself. And there is actually a polyvocality that extends beyond sort of moving forward in time, and actually sort of the invocation of Latin, right? This is 1781. Latin wouldn't have been a language of truck in Europe, and certainly not necessarily amongst the African populations. But it's employed in different sections. There are whole swaths that are in Latin. There are moments where Philip makes evident sort of a technology of writing by changing the font. So I think actually it's really important to think about how we can use these different modes, at least for Philip, that are culturally recognizable to us, to the reader in that moment, as not only a recognition of sort of this historical past, but our own imbrication, and in her case, her own imbrication in the narrative. It's something she's deeply invested in, and the Notanda is really beautiful in some ways because it describes the frustrations of engaging this archive and the impossibilities, and coming up against this and saying, I need to find my own language for it. And her own language is sort of coming out of this perspective of a Caribbean Canadian writer, writing in 2005. So that's sort of where I see it in position.
Does anybody else want to answer the previous question? Was directed solely to Sean?
No.
I mean, there are more questions. Okay, let me throw something out. Okay.
Oh, yes.
I sort of wanted to reinforce what Sean was saying, but in a more Beckettian existential sense. In a way, we're all trying to tear down the veil of language and data and media that stands in between two people, right, or between two communities, or any connection of people. And there is like an ineffable, I don't know, a state of revelation or affective experience, I think, that undergirds the experience of drowning, from being born from a slave ship, being in a palpable religious or spiritual place, reclaiming the idea of identity, whatever era, right? And it's just a matter of rethinking that such that it can be expressed in a more effective way. At least that's the root of that question for me. So yeah, thank you.
I'd like to add on to that as well. Something that question posed to me really just highlighted aspects of like the theory of radical empathy focuses on so many complex issues in relation to archives, such as like for the language option, it's like, well, what are the languages of the pieces being written, and what would those people that wrote those want the language of the archive to be presented in? So there's questions of so many different things that are going on into play, not only the wishes of the creators or dedication or responsibility to give the subject its entirety while presenting it, but also with the communities involved, like that are interconnected within the history, such as for neo-paganism, it is second wave feminism, very just focused on white feminism and has a lot of appropriative aspects to it. And that is an important part of the history that needs to be acknowledged within an archive. And a lot of like rights-based perspectives where it's like, oh, I just have the information in neutral, ignore that and kind of go, oh, let's just put it in the best light that we can. That kind of ignores a lot of issues. And there's just so many layered dedications onto creating an archive, and taking the wishes of the creators is just one piece of the greater puzzle. Why archives are kind of a difficult subject.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
What struck me again and again is the distance between, if you like, the physical archive that is underlined, even in relation to Henry, if you like, the physical churches and spaces that were built to a particular purpose, and the archive that was created for a particular purpose that exists. And then, if you like, the digital layer between that, between all three of you, and the original physical archive that is there, and the extent to which what you're doing, it seems to me, which is entirely what historians and literary people have done forever, is build something in the present on the back of an imagined thing, rather than necessarily just kind of building it piece by piece from a physical thing. And I just wondered if you could reflect for a moment on the ways in which that digital layer, that process of transformation and access, changes what you can do, rather than what you would have done. Well, I mean, whether that digital stuff is Disney. Well, of course, the original Disney film wasn't digital, but it has since been. But what all that process does that either makes what you do now more possible, or indeed limits what you're doing now.
Sure. I very much see this whole VR experience as a natural, I think, extension. I can't speak for Beckett, obviously, but I like that Marco Benini quote that I used, because it seems to suggest, as Beckett sort of was at the end of his life, experimenting with screen performance and the media of the time. I forget, there was a television BBC production of one of his plays right at the end of his life. But yeah, very much these digital archivings, for me, my questions seem to very much bring to the surface this interaction, very much what Patty was saying, of this simultaneous intimacy and distantiation, as I'm sure everyone watching currently on Zoom is currently experiencing, right? Like the feeling of being right up against my face, but at the same time, a long way away in a different room by yourself, literally. So that's what it is for me, in terms of the greater connectivity, but also sort of what Freud would call prosthesis, right? The ability to like extend your senses and your cognition beyond what is immediately available to you. I think increasingly, I think, creates the feeling of eeriness and the uncanny that Freud's getting at. So I see it as kind of like an extension, but also like it crystallizes some of the very things that I think is innate in this book in its original artifact. So yeah, that's my.
Yeah, I'm struck by this sort of notion of the uncanny. It's actually something that comes up in the difference between reading Zog, I mean, that sort of physical text thing, which is very difficult, which is very taxing because of how it's typographically laid out, and hearing it. And I wish I had access to the video recordings and could share them, because the different performers read the text in different ways. They read it, they're reading the same text all at the same time, but at different speeds, different intonations. There's sort of people who go more for like a theatrical reading and more for a straight reading, very in tone based on the size of things. And it makes the digital platform as sort of an archive of knowledge about this, not only this text, but sort of implicitly about what can or might be possible for discovering these enslaved African voices, is the effective power of it. There was a moment thinking back to 2020 when I was in the sort of Zoom room for it, where people were reflecting about how they could feel the language in their chest, and they could feel sort of this sense of haunting. And that's something sort of intangible, right? But it is brought out rather than the sole act of reading, sitting quietly alone, or even reading aloud individually, through the communitarian aspect, which I think is enabled in this digital platform in a new and very strange way.
I think I'd like to add on as well, and kind of for the digital aspect, I made a website, I didn't show it, but I did an independent study where I kind of collected around 10 pieces that I wanted to highlight for specific parts of Neopagan history. And that it was an example itself of how some digital spaces kind of can limit exploration in ways where it's more of, for some archives that are digital, you have a list and you kind of go, oh, well, I'm going to look at this, and then I guess I'll look at this, versus going into an archive such as the special research collections here. You request a box and you get a big, huge box of so many things, and it just takes hours to find something, or even the thing that you were here for. But it allows for a little bit more hands-on exploration, and you're forced to look at things differently than what you were expecting to come into the archive for. So the digital aspect allows people to kind of narrow down their search and find things very specific and kind of shapes their direction, whereas a physical archive allows for the intimacy of flipping through the pages and actually exploring routes that take your research kind of in a different direction.
I have to jump in here because in the old days that Tim will remember, we went into, we got everything from microfilm. And a microfilm was made because of World War II. They were just literally filming everything they could out of fear that the major libraries and museums in London would be bombed, so they could preserve them. So you open up a reel of microfilm to find one object that's in there somewhere, and you end up going through thousands of pieces of crap or fascinating stuff, and you end up reading it. It's a very similar experience, but it's a way throwback to a moment when nothing was organized.
Okay, but there's also the other aspect of this, which is, I'll do it by way of an anecdote. In Westminster Abbey, held in the eaves, is a collection of some 22,000 coroners' inquests, and where coroners' inquests happen within 12 hours of a death, and they write up all the evidence, and if they decide that there wasn't a murder, they just they just close it all up in the parchment and throw it onto the pile. And I was the first person to kind of go through those. And what you would end up doing, sitting in the eaves of Westminster Abbey, a ridiculous place, and it would be you'd be handed a black bundle. You couldn't read the outside, and it would be tied up with a string that hadn't been opened for 200 years. And you open it, and suddenly there's a pile of pure white paper. And the sand that was used to blow off the ink would fall under your feet. And by the end, when you stood up at the end of the day, you had to be really careful because you would slip on the sand. And there was a sense of a powerful, overwhelming physical sense of the relationship between a mind, a hand, a bit of print, a bit of paper, your eye and your mind. And that is something that is disrupted overwhelmingly by the digital.
It seems more like being physically in the space and creating that intimacy allows for a researcher to become an archivist themselves a little bit more than when it is online. You're very much focused on getting the answers.
I feel like with just a little more time, as we started a little late, I'd like to get to Rachel and Rebecca's question.
I think we've talked about a lot of stuff.
Go ahead, Rachel, give it a go.
All right, well, I guess along the same lines, I was gonna sort of push on the use of the term archive. You know, Jessica's talking about an archive that librarians would recognize as an archival collection. You know, generally they use archive to mean a physical space. And I guess I sort of was coming back to the use of archive with Zong, because in a lot of ways, you know, as you were talking, I was thinking, yes, this is, you know, the trial transcript is the direct account of the event that we have. But it's, you know, it's not the Zong archive, right? I would say that there's many other documents you could put into an archive of the Zong. There's the newspaper accounts, there's all the letters, the petitions. You know, you could extend it forward to the petitions for the abolition of the slave trade starting later that decade. So yeah, I guess, you know, is Philip really thinking about the archive? Does such a thing exist? Or is she thinking about the trial, right? The significance this particular trial had, and how actually, you know, it did, even though it's such a horrific event and the outcome was, you know, was terrible. It did kick off or really vitalize that movement of the early abolitionism in the 1780s. So yeah, I guess how, you know, and I guess also, you know, as you were talking, it seemed like you were sort of, you're attributing a lot of voice and vocality and orality to the poem. And is that a binary you were trying to make between a sort of flat text and a vocal, multi-vocal poem, or can we couple that?
I think the difficulty in the archive is, you're right in sort of thinking about, there's a lot that we can sort of look at of newspaper accounts and all of that, but I think Philip is thinking about the archive of Zong from the perspective that what we can look at in the archive does not actually include documents that would point to the direct existence of any Africans, in the sense that we don't have ship log, we don't have the journals of the captain, we don't have a list of names, we don't have a number that is narrowed down fully. There are still conflicting accounts within it. And the sort of the material that survives, whether deliberately or not, is what I think Philip's pointing to as an archive, and thinking about how that has been constructed and how what has been survived seems in some ways deliberately constructed around abolition, yes, around sort of narratives of progress in some ways, narratives of liberation, and to the exclusion of the people most affected by the trauma of the event.
Can I just jump in though, because when you were going through Zong, I kept thinking, probably because I've been exposed so much to Harry Reese's work, who's a book artist.
Yeah.
And he does exactly what Zong, that production does, which is to take some kind of document, usually a literary document, and then re-render it in a way that is kind of poetic, evocative, emotive. And I look at Zong and it doesn't, in no way for me would I associate it with an archive. And does Phillips actually say, I'm writing this in opposition to an archive? Because it seems to me that you said you were going to be posing something that's against the archive, but in many ways, it doesn't even want to think of the archive. It's its own artistic rendering of a moment in time.
I think the counter archive arises more in the digital elaboration of it. The sort of sense that there is a new set of knowledge, a set of documents that allows us to reach back in the past. And I admit I'm playing fast and loose with the idea of an archive. And I think in some ways for a text like this, it's necessary, but you're right in sort of thinking about this. Philip is, as I mentioned, deeply distrustful of the archive because it is centered in her view around exclusions or a specularizing of the violence in a particular mode. It's invested in sort of, she would document it in terms of viewing these applicants as property and sort of the impropriety of that taken up by the abolitionists and used as a campaign, but in a way that sort of still reproduces the dead as an object towards liberation. So the narratives that are taken up with what remains, the documents that persist, are still using without acknowledging, without giving access to. And she acknowledges sort of the impossibility of that access is perhaps archival, but is perhaps something we can just put the archive aside and try to access ourselves. And I think that's her project, and she's infuriated with the text that survives, with the short document of Gregson versus Gilbert.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you've all gone beyond the archive in fascinating ways.
I think I have to think more about it in some ways, the other aspects of your question, Rachel. Just in the sense that I think there's more there, but I'm not necessarily working through it in this moment.
And would what Rachel is asking for or saying would be a real archive, would it not inform people and contextualize in ways that are actually additive, not negative? I mean, whenever you put something up, you've taken something down. Because you've always made a choice. I mean, and you've encountered that.
I disagree.
If you're so long, like to say, I disagree.
Yeah.
He said, I disagree.
Should we disagree at lunch?
Okay, well, yeah.
Jackson. Yeah, I just want to make sure that Professor Jackson is asking a question.
We'll disagree later. We disagree on everything.
Good. Ben, yeah.
Ben.
You're muted.
Ben, you're muted. Okay.
Fabulous. All your questions have been so broad. This is going to be very alien because there's only one of these presentations I could really talk to. And so Henry, thank you very, very much for that. That was fabulous. I was wondering, to do with numinous spaces or the representation of them virtually, I didn't grasp exactly what it was that you found. What makes it work most of all? I mean, for me, you're dealing with that, or I'm dealing with a single form of representation. It's just what goes through your eyes. So it's nothing through your fingertips, or you're not slipping in the sand like just Tim's described. So it's something very visual. And while you were talking, I was frantically looking up what works for me in terms of numinous representation. And the stuff that I found is it's all got a lot of gold in it. And I think gold is an unbelievably hard thing to represent in computer graphics because it's all about the light landing on things. So from there, I then had to go into expressionist painting to try and find something that would unravel this for you. And I hope that's led you into my question slightly better. But it's I was wondering which presentations worked for you, or which of these really made it so you felt a numinous experience.
Well, that's very much the question I'm trying to answer, I suppose. And sort of what I was getting at is I think it's sort of a personal question that one has to ask oneself. And I think querying it as much as I do, you sort of see that the things that trigger numinous experience are sort of culturally programmed, I think. There was a brilliant, maybe Ben saw it, there was a special where this magician, Darren Brown, brought people into a church and attempted to kind of artificially trigger a spiritual experience. It was brilliant, and it worked perfectly. Sort of brought a woman into the transept of a cathedral and set her down and asked her a series of questions. Mostly, so he sort of based these questions around ideas of relationships to a father figure, and found that if you ask a specific sort of searching series of questions around relationships to a father, and you leave someone alone in a numinous space like a cathedral, they very often break down in tears and have this sort of ineffable experience. They can't really place why they're suddenly crying, but it's sort of like an overwhelming feeling of release or catharsis, kind of relaxation of identity into this like oceanic whole. And yeah, that's what the word ineffable means, right? Very much hard to translate into language such that it can be understood by another person, and therefore hard to relate into sensory phenomena. But the example of gold is fascinating, and sort of what I thought as an example of a sort of cultural precept, particularly from
It also brings in the idea of light that Ben was talking about, because gold, you can't appreciate it unless it's right in front of you and it's catching all the light.
And no Baroque church works as a numinous space without candlelight and gilt. And there, it's a technology for creating those systems of light.
Okay, we have one last, Andrew has his hand up.
Okay,
I just want to
Andrew,
give him a
really?
chance, and then that's it. We're stopping for lunch because I'm hungry.
I am hungry too, and I know it's over there.
I can smell it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I will be brief so everyone can eat. I just have a quick question about the numinous and the aural, like AURAL, because when I think of the numinous, a few years ago I was in London over Christmas time, and on Christmas Eve I went to Paul's Cathedral, and I'd been to Paul's Cathedral a few days before, but Paul's boys were singing Benjamin Britten's carols, and I walked in, and my immediate thought was, wow, I guess I'm a person of faith. I mean, I was just suddenly, I was stunned, I was surprised, I was moved, and for me it was the boys singing, right? I'd been there a few days before. I was like, wow, this is a big building. Great, interesting. I'm going to go have a walk around London. But on this night, it was utterly transformative because of the sound. And I'm wondering how sound works into the story that you're telling. And I'm also thinking about modeling sound in the way that you're talking about, or in a way that Ben was talking about. And I was thinking of the virtual Paul's Cross project, where they tried to model the acoustics of Paul's courtyard so you could hear what a sermon would sound like. So I was wondering where those limits are and how that works, and immersion and audio.
Yeah, good question. And I think what you're talking about is an interaction between the oral and the space, right? So if a choir singer, for example, was in this room right now, I doubt it would instill a sense of religiosity in anyone. So again, maybe it interacts with the use of gold. Does gold reflect sound in a particular way, the same way that it reflects light? I don't know. But yeah, sorry, what was the question you posed specifically? Oh, you're muted.
Whether music creates religiosity.
Andrew,
I think you have to have an echoing space that has a particular, that music, if you walked into a closet or a closeted space, a small space, like South Hall, you wouldn't think anything of it. It's being impulsed.
Yeah, what I was going to say is just digging down into the echo more, and the fact that it's one's own voice or another voice reflected again and again. Yeah, it's almost like a oral mirror, right?
And they almost always sing over each other so that you get that echoing effect.
I mean,
which is the same as light off of gold. It has a kind of echoing effect. It glitters, keeps glittering.
Yeah, overlaying, and also, kind of having multiple sources of light or multiple sources of sound is enclosing, and also is deeply eerie. One's voice echoes sort of endlessly. One of the other inspirations for this VR company was when I visited Khufu's tomb in the center of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Right? It's this cubic black box of stone where it's stone for 50 meters in every direction, and the echo effect is absolutely incredible whenever you say anything inside it. And that's very much the effect we're trying to cultivate the experience. But I think it is deeply uncanny and eerie to have to be experiencing oneself as object when one sees a reflection in that space or receives an echo. So yeah, good point. Thank you.
And then there's touch.
Thank you so much for everything.
We have a nice long time for lunch. Well, we did. We're reconvening at 1:45, but we still have good almost an hour. And please enjoy sandwiches. Nicole, what else is there?
There's sandwiches, chips, and
We'll find out. There are drinks.
There is.
There are cookies. There are.
All right, remote participants will leave this meeting on, but we will go to mic and so the Zoom cam will stay on.
Yeah, people who are zooming in will have to imagine yourself eating.
This piece of anything.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Actually, I'll never forget Leanne, my daughter. I took her to
I'm really pleased to be here and to introduce this afternoon's lightning round. And I'll start by doing all the introductions for everyone. And then we will see our people speak in sequence, and then we will open a space for So let me start by introducing Olivia Henderson, second year student in the Department of English here at UCSB, interested in 16th and 17th century English literature, particularly drama, early modern women writers, and neurodiversity and the intersections between disability studies and eco-criticism. And Olivia is a project manager for the English this morning. Our next speaker is Alia Amaya, and fourth year non-traditional transfer student from Cerrito College, graduating UCSB this spring with a BA in English. That's fantastic. Alia is interested in early 19th century American women's writing, printing, and book history, working on an online curatorial project of the 19th century California printer Jane Grabhorn of San Francisco, curating works from the Colt Press and Jumbo Press publications. Okay, and Ladan Kiasek is double majoring in English and biological science. Her research focuses on women in medicine during a time when medicine had not yet become industrialized, rather still remaining more remedial and holistic. In addition to this, she is working as an Arnhold Fellow examining Middle Eastern stereotypes in the West, and she plans on pursuing medicine in the future. So please welcome our people.
Hello, everyone. So the title of my project for today is Mapping Mary Roth's Urania. So as you can imagine, a few months ago, I set out to map Mary Roth's Urania, which is a 1,200-page romance from the 17th century. Oh, sorry, weird pop-up on Zoom. Back on track. So though the Urania follows a few sets of main characters, it also includes a rotating cast of side characters and mentions over 160 places. And some of these places are familiar to us as modern readers, but many of which are not. So it could be a very difficult text to navigate, especially for first-time readers. And I saw mapping it as a way to make the text more accessible and readable to modern audiences, who understandably might be confused by some of the places that Roth mentions. So further down the line, I thought the maps that I created could be used as a tool to look at trends in the places that Roth mentions. And in fact, I've already reached a few conclusions from my maps, which I'll discuss towards the end of this presentation. But this is very much a work in progress. And although I believe that I've captured almost all of the places in the Urania, I have some plans to expand the maps themselves. And then if you go to this link, you can see interactive versions of the maps. But I have pictures of them on the slides. Yes, you can zoom in and out and you can click on different points.
do you want to be presented instead of yourself?
I'm sorry?
Like presenting the slideshow.
No, this is the only way I can look at my notes. And have you guys not look at my notes. An imperfect system, yes, I'm sorry, you have to look at the small version for now. But anyway, I'm gonna keep going. I'll have pictures of the maps on the slides if you don't have your laptops or prefer to follow along in that way. Oh, and keep in mind that I've zoomed in on most of the maps for ease of presenting, which leaves out some data points. And I've included this link on all of the slides, so don't worry when I change the slide. All right. So I started with the index of places in the back of each part of the Josephine Roberts edited Urania, which is pretty comprehensive. These indexes list all of the locations cited in that part of the Urania and the page numbers of all place mentions. Having this information in textual form was very helpful, but I wanted to represent these indexes visually. So I copied all of the place names and page numbers into a spreadsheet, which eventually grew to 164 entries. I found the latitude and longitude for each place, and I uploaded this information into my first map, which hopefully, I realize it's a little bit small on the screen, but hopefully you can get a picture of what it looks like. But the presentation wasn't very neat. And anytime an entire country or continent was mentioned, I would highlight that entire country / continent, which really wasn't what I was trying to do. So eventually I came up with this map. And as you can see, this has the single data point that I was looking for. Hopefully you can see that there. And in this map, I added relevant data to each point, including associated royalty from an index of characters, and based on the index of places in the back of my edition, the page numbers of mentions of a particular place, the number of times that each place was mentioned in part 1, based on the page numbers in the index. Same thing for part 2, the 2 parts combined. And yeah, just a miscellaneous section so I can add some notes. But this map just shows the places that were mentioned and lists the data. So I decided to try and create maps that show different things about the data. And so I experimented a bit with creating maps that changed the bullet point size based on how many times a place was mentioned, which I took from the count of page numbers in the back of the index. And so, yeah, unsurprisingly, this draws the viewer's attention. Hopefully you can see to the Mediterranean. That's where the largest dots are. So again, this is a text from the Renaissance, which is unsurprising. It has these classical leanings. So she's mentioning a lot of places from antiquity. All right. And then I also created this map, which shows if places were real or likely invented by Roth. And this is a less successful map, but I did learn from this project that most of the places that Roth mentions have some classical precedent at least, which I did not realize as an undergrad reading the Urania for the first time. Academia is a real place, apparently. All right.
I knew that.
Okay, Patty. All right. So what can we learn from these maps? Well, as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, mapping the Urania for me has become a helpful navigational tool for thinking through both the people and the places in the text. For instance, by creating the associated royalty tab, I had to sort through who's associated with each place, and that led to me thinking, what constitutes an association with a place? I tried to include marriages into the royal families in each entry, but as you can see on the screen, this is one entry for Albania and all the royalty that are associated with it. It quickly grew out of hand. Everyone in the Urania is noble or royal. Yeah, I don't know how many, there could be that many princesses running around Europe, but there are. Anyway.
Disguised as shepherds.
Yes, princesses
Not knowing it.
disguised as shepherds, not knowing that they're princesses. It's a fascinating text. But anyway, this offers another view on the text. No matter where the main characters go, most of them can be connected back to Albania, Romania, or Morea, which is in Greece in some way. So along with these expected classical leanings, we can see an interest in Eastern Europe. And from these maps, we can also see how wide-ranging place in Roth's text truly is. If you think about the old Arcadia, which is sort of just positioned very statically in Arcadia, Roth's characters go all over the place. All right, so what now? As I continue this project, I hope to create a database to allow people to search the maps for characters. Right now, you can only search by place and track individual character journeys in the Urania. For a text that includes so many characters and places, developing this character place interplace seems very important. I'm also hoping to experiment with the maps as a teaching tool. Roth's text can be difficult to jump into, But I'm hoping that by mapping out the places and the people, the texts may become more manageable for undergrads. I'm also hoping to mount my maps in a more finished state, somewhere that's more publicly accessible online. All right, and that's where I'll finish for today. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna. You can hear me, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
a little louder.
Because, oh no, I mean, here, okay.
Even for us.
Okay. Digital archives and women's writing are vital for the expansion of academic literary study, preservation, accessibility, and visibility. Today, I'm here to talk about why a specific group of women writers of the 19th century American westward expansion are important. And you may be wondering why I'm presenting 19th century work in a symposium that ends in the 18th century. My research began with an internship focused on the development of digital archives with Eva here at UCSB. This is where I first proposed an archive of, I'm sorry, it's moving about me, of Western women's writing. Later, I completed a fellowship with another digital archive at UCSB, corresponding with papers with Professor Rachel King, transcribing and classifying 17th century epistolary writing. These digital experiences expanded my work as a scholar, my understanding of the technological framework of a digital archive, and my transcribing cultivated an intimate understanding of early modern documents. Recently, with the guidance of Professor King, I began a journey into the scholarship of 18th century women's manuscripts. This scholarship, in conjunction with previous research, led to the proposal that writing and small publishing of Westward women further complicates the 18th century periodization of academic study of manuscripts in print. And these works take on the form of journals, diaries, and letters. I have defined them for brevity as scribal artifacts. To quickly map out this presentation, I will present the beginning of my research interest and journey, an example of limited access, women writing about writing, and the conversation between manuscripts and print. My interest in Women of the West writing began with a withdrawn book from my local library, Women of the West by Catherine Buccetti and Carol Olwell. This book contains excerpts of journals and diaries and reminiscences of the 19th century westward expansion. The opening of the book states, "Work is love made visible and is dedicated to those women of the West whose stories will never be told." Throughout my early and current research process, I have come across the same threat of silence and invisibility that past and current scholars are countering with their work. Yet in a strange twist, the scholarly work is often inaccessible because of paywalls or limited publishing that relegates this work to the shelves of special collections for preservation. My research journey began with what I now realize was a naive proposal of a digital archive of the writings from Women of the West and the invaluable dissertation by Barbara McPherson Burgess, published in 1984, that summarizes and lists these women's journeys and the location of their scribal artifacts. Finally, on campus this spring, I was able to fully begin my research, traveling through the vertical plane of the UCSB library, new territory for a transfer student that began virtually during COVID and who was still trying to navigate campus in person. My research spread across disciplines, resulting in me wandering through various floors of the library, sometimes lost, frustrated, and in a state of thirst and overheating from the stairs. Then trying to journey back home on my bike with a 10-pound bag of books that was threatening to tilt me over with a gust of wind. I now wonder if in some twisted way, I was trying to replicate the journeys I was discovering. My own research has been limited by a lack of access to the original manuscripts. For example, my current focus is an 1856 journal of Harriet Sherrill Ward, published in 1959 by family and the community shared it with, titled The Prairie Schooner Lady. The original manuscript is located in the special collections of the Bancroft Library. I sent so many emails and begged so many kind librarians, but because of the current limited staff and appointments, I was unable to access the original manuscript. Further, this manuscript also contains the diary of her daughter, Frankie Ward, before the family left for California,
which was published separately in 1960. Brain Cage publishing is only available in special collections, and after being turned down numerous times, I was finally able to obtain a copy available for 5 days, only to be viewed in special collections. Yet the original manuscript is still important because it is self-contained work separate from the later edited publishing. Barbara Burgess's account is the only physical description I have of the manuscript, which contains pressed flowers and physical evidence of the persistence to write, with a switch to pencil when the pen fails. Overall, the women's struggle artifacts within my research are outside the bounds of the traditional American scholarly canon. These women are writing in an important period of early American literature, writing about family, motherhood, or the struggle of writing, and creating works of journalism, travel, and nature writing. This writing is not about authorship, but about creating a social body of work that is contributing to the development of American literature through social readership and conversation. Working with Margaret Essel's theory and social authorship in the advent of print, Essel states, I am interested in considering both the book as an artifact, an object of material production, and subject with all its problems through historical analysis. And more speculative, how the game of authorship was played in the period in which print was becoming the dominant mode of transmitting what we consider literary and academic writings, but also which manuscript circulation was still viable and competitive technology. I propose to extend this theory into the 19th century. Additionally, I contend the act of authorship in the early 19th century United States was somewhat a rejection of the book and complicates the individualism that is often associated with American culture. In the early 19th century, there was a movement to encourage active writing for the development of a united American voice, to transform the inner thought and manifest a material rejection of British and European thought and prose. Its periodicals, social modes of writing, publishing, and reading. For example, a book by Mrs. A.J. Graves, Woman in America, published in 1844. We certainly have original writers, but nothing that can claim to be considered a national literature. Our authors should unite in building up a social fabric, in eliciting the hidden stories of thought and feeling shut up in the heart of many women in originality and deep interest. Let them study the domestic circle, whereby intellectual elevation for the mother and her daughters. In Margaret Fuller's essay, American Literature, its state in the present time and prospects for the future, Fuller states, books which imitate or represent the thoughts and life of Europe do not constitute an American literature. Before such can exist, an original idea must animate this nation. Fresh currents of life must call into life fresh thoughts along its shores. Westward women were writing in tandem with the development of American literature, participating in a large body of social authorship, writing while driving. But back to my digital proposal. I now propose a bibliographical digital archive similar to the project directed by Michelle Levy at Simon Fraser University. While the WPHP focuses on print, I would propose an archive of both manuscripts and print of early Westward women's writing and printing, because these mediums are in conversation with each other. And this conversation is where I end, with a reading from the book La Copa de Oro, a compiled collection of contributions by the members of the Pacific Coast Women's Press Association, titled The Whale of the Unappreciated One. Okay, please forgive my reading of this poem. I'm gonna try here. I'd like to write, there's music in my heart, and sometimes in my soul when shoes are new, which is for me not very often true. A humble singer songs the poet's art, for often in the night with joy I start. I have great thoughts, why don't the rhymes come too? And when I get the rhymes, they will not do, or rhyme and sense too many feet in part, then must my poor verse to the clinic high, for operations in orthopedy. But when inspired, I sometimes sweetly sing upspring or bird a wing or anything. 'Tis good as much that I've in Harper seen or any other first-class magazine. That's it.
Do I just press it?
Okay, my slideshow is definitely not as good as the past two. I don't even think my presentation is gonna be as good as you guys is, so I'm just gonna try my best and wing it, hopefully. Not like actually wing it, but maybe embellish it a little bit more on the spot.
Never apologize at the
Okay, so,
unless you're the tech guy.
So I'm Ledan and I'm a pre-medical student here at UC Santa Barbara. I think it's kind of essential to know that because of my project and why like it motivates me to do this project. So it focuses on women in medicine, and the inspiration comes from my own heritage and mother. Growing up, I was a very rambunctious kid. I would always hurt myself in like the weirdest ways, and my mom would always mix turmeric and eggs with each other and put it like on my ankle or on my like, you know, wrist, and lo and behold, like the swelling and the pain would go away, or it would decrease. I kind of always thought about that, and I was like, why does that happen? Like, I want to go into medicine, but there must be some aspect that I'm not really understanding here. And as I entered college and I began to think about the type of physician I wanted to be, my life experiences really shaped that. As like a woman of color who lives in the United States, who was born to, you know, two immigrant parents, medicine or going to the doctor wasn't always like an option where my mom was like, yes, like let's go to the doctors. Rather, it was like, what can we do at home to maybe help you? And then like, let's think about going to the doctors, especially in the face of like big pharmaceutical companies that constantly are out to, you know, profit off of everybody, whether that be the lower class, the middle class, you know, even really, you know, the high class. I began to become really interested in like osteopathic remedies and like remedial medicine. And during my time as an Arnold Scholar during the summer, I wanted to do a project on looking back into the archives and seeing what people used as medicine when medicine wasn't a thing yet. Like, what did people use? And then compare that, cross-reference that to what we've come in our modern day and age to bring into the lab and see that they actually do reduce cortisol levels, that actually does bring down inflammation. And there's actually very huge scientific breakthroughs with things like turmeric, ashwagandha, hemlock, and rosemary that we're seeing actually improve people's lives on a remedial level. And actually our whole shift in culture has become not to reject modern day medicine, but to embrace remedial medicine. And I think my passion lies with this intersectionality of what it means to be human and work in the humanities and what it means to be a pre-med student. Oftentimes, like yesterday, for example, my pre-med peer, I came out of an oncogenesis midterm, really easy midterm. Like I was like, this is so easy. And I was like, yeah, I gotta go write a paper for an English symposium that I'm speaking at tomorrow. They're like, why are you even doing that? And I often think, wow, medicine is losing that human side of, you know, what it means to be a doctor. Like if you can't communicate with the patient and talk to a patient, then I don't think you can really call yourself a doctor, much less a person. So I think I often always get into these fights with them about this very specific thing, how I think my English major is actually way more important to the development of me as a physician as is my biology degree, because I can just sit down and memorize a bunch of facts. I don't think that's where brilliance lies. I think brilliance lies in the idea of being able to actually talk to someone and be able to interpret their symptoms. Furthermore, after this project, realizing that not everybody needs medicine. Some people just need something to bring down some inflammation, reduce some stress. And this human-patient relationship is what really inspired me to kind of look more into what this project was about. So with some background, before the great powers of modern medicine became a staple in everyday civilian life, medicine embodied a much more holistic approach, often practiced by women, not necessarily by choice, but rather from a lack of technological advances that ceased to exist during the pre-industrial era of human existence. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, science has provided saving millions of lives. However, in an era where vaccines ceased to exist, how did society heal? Furthermore, modern day society has also seen a popular shift, as I mentioned, to a more holistic approach in natural medicine. And we're seeing an embodiment of familiar ideas that originated during the pre-industrial era. And one particular reason why this is happening is, like I mentioned, we're going into the lab and we're seeing that things like turmeric actually do have these amazing properties. And with a keen curiosity of looking back into the past and bringing to light medicinal remedies and that civilians relied on, pre-industrial medicine in the archives represents a centralized technological archive centered around holistic remedies that were in the place of modern medicine during the pre-industrial era. So my vision for this archive would be that it serves both as a public use and a use for literary scholars and scientists to look back and actually analyze certain common ingredients that were used in all of these remedies, whether it be topical or like something you make to eat, and then cross-referencing that and going into the lab and testing on them. And it's interesting because they worked, people felt better, but they never understood why. And I think that idea is we know our bodies so well that we see these common ingredients are passed down years after years after years, whether it's rosemary, whether it's hemlock. To elaborate on this, certain plants and herbs that were used during this time to treat illnesses are actually, like I mentioned, found to have real biological healing properties. For example, according to the NIH, which is the National Library of Medicine, I would believe that source, rosemary has significant antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-apoptotic, which is basically cell death. So it helps your cell not die. And neuroprotective properties. And it's crazy because we have rosemary plants on my house and my mom just snips it and puts it in the food. And I'm like, it doesn't even, I can't even taste it. But this is also sometimes branded as ancient taboo, like therapy. And it's very much like even now being a DO versus an MD is a huge point of contention for a lot of pre-meds. Like they're like, no, I'm not gonna be a DO. I'm like, a doctor's a doctor. Like you're a pre-med, be quiet. Like, you know. So it's very interesting to me because I almost think someone who has a handle on herbal medicine and like medicine that is manufactured in the lab has a greater edge when it comes to prescribing medication. Obviously, I'm not talking about prescribing rosemary to someone who has like cancer. What I'm talking about is maybe someone who struggles with an autoimmune disease is maybe naturally helping them decrease their cortisol levels with ashwagandha, which is something I do, and it helps. So we're also seeing a shift from tradition to actual concrete science during this time. In the 1500s, we saw that there were nuns who had no medical training taking care of patients, to hospitals in the 1750s that were given herbal remedies and were doing simple surgeries such as fractured limbs and amputations, which is not really that simple, like when I think about it, but it is to some extent, like without antiseptics and stuff like that. Like, I guess it was simple, but it shouldn't be just simple. And like another point I want to emphasize is that people used to think these were placebos, including myself when I was growing up. I used to think it was like my mom's like kiss on my ankle for it like to feel better. But in the last 50 years with technology and analytical techniques, it's actually crazy to me. We're really able to see that these things have greater impact than what we thought they had, like antihistamines, which it's something you get when you have an allergic reaction. Your body releases antihistamines. There's a lot of these plants actually help with allergic reactions, which is counterintuitive because a lot of people are allergic to hemlock. So I don't know how that works, but and this is especially interesting in the light of population growth, disease, and sickness. And as we're seeing a shift during this time to greater populations, we're seeing these types of recipes being passed down in greater quantity in the archives. And the research project I proposed was basically using the Huntington Library archives to create a website much like EBA, where we have a specific illness, let's say like a headache, And everything that was used for a headache is under that tab, listed by specific ingredients. And then from a scientist perspective, you can go in and you can cross-reference, okay, this was used when someone had a headache, but it was also used when someone had a rash, like what's happening there. And then building off of this, you can go and try to find records of what people reported of symptoms before and after. And it's a little bit like shaky, this part, because it's hard to kind of put into perspective the dosage, because I don't think they were like memory, like they weren't like, oh, let me put in, they were just putting it in. Nonetheless, it's quite interesting to me. And what's even more interesting is that people my age now are more likely to be like, I'm just gonna smoke some rosemary instead of going to like the doctors, which is a weird thing to say, but it just shows you, I think, I think it just shows you where it's like, people aren't as, people are more open to these ideas and more receptive to these ideas. Maybe it's because we've been better about educating people about themselves and their own health. And lastly, I just think medicine is losing its humanity. It's losing that part of it that's, I think, the most brilliant aspect of it. It's the ability to be a healer, not only just to be called doctor, but to be called someone that you actually did help someone. And you, I hope that one day, like my English major will help me better, serve underrepresented communities that don't Baker suggested or knows, insurance, and being able to help people that like don't have that now. And I think that's why this project means a lot to me and is super personal to me. So yeah, that's it.
These are three really amazing and compelling projects, and I'm excited to see what, the kind of final versions of them, and they seem like they each have a lot of traction. So folks, comments, suggestions, questions for our panelists?
Well, Adam, I have to, first of all, as a positive statement, I have to say I spent a week in a hospital in Nashville with a middle toe that was 4 times the size that it should be, that was creating agony, and they just pumped antibiotics into me for a week, after which I said, I'm going home.
Yeah.
And I went to the Vanderbilt pediatric, not pediatric, whatever doctor is. Thank you. And podiatrist. And he said, he saw I had a wound on my ankle that I've had for about 3 years. And I said, it can't be that. And he said, I think it's that. And he said, I said, well, how are you going to treat it? And he said, honey. Yeah. I said, are you kidding me? And he said, he was not kidding me. Honey has, it's got both antibacterial and it reduces inflammation, and it cured it. It was medical treated honey, so it's been processed in some way, but actually Australia has the best honey. But on the other side, I have read many medical books of the Renaissance that say to cure a headache, you take some young, or if you've got withered arms like I do, you go find some baby sparrows and you hammer that hell out of them and you eat them. Eat them because they've got all this youthful energy. Yeah. And believe it or not, that ties into a question for Liv, which is the extent to which these places are fictional and real. Because I always thought half of Roth's places were not real. And of course, there is a problem with geography in that it has changed a lot. What has happened?
Oh, sorry, I'm just motioning if Holly would turn the camera.
Oh, okay. And anyways, so what do you do? I mean, how do you weave first of all, do you not believe that any of these places are fictional? And what do you do with people who want to hammer baby swallows and eat them?
Very interesting.
No, they want to, well, okay, so the doctors
honestly,
want to hammer
here's
them.
my thing. Here's my 2 cents on that. They're absolutely absurd ideas of what is medicine and what is like absurdity. For example, like I have friends who were like, oh, I don't believe in the COVID vaccine, but I'm gonna go smoke weed. And I'm like, I don't really get, like, you know what I don't really get your logic there. I think what's beautiful is like of this resurgence of like this type of medicine is that we do have science, right? Like we do have science where it's like you're doing your own research on the COVID vaccine. Well, guess what? Someone with an MD PhD has already done the research on the COVID vaccine, who has far more, I guess, perspective and material to work with than you, like respectfully. And I think like honey, that's great. I'd love to hear it. I love honey. But like if I was a physician and someone came to me and said something like that, I'd be like, well, you can choose to believe in the science of what I'm putting out for you. You can choose to believe in that, put your faith in that, or you can choose to not, simply. And everything in this archive that I would specifically focus on would be the science, because that's the appeal of it. It's factual now, and they didn't know it was factual then, and it helped them heal. And that's what's beautiful about it, is that that's why it was passed along, because it did help them heal, right? And now that we can go to the lab and look at that, we see there's a very keen reason why that helped us heal. So that's kind of what I would do.
You need to fuse the two together.
And I think that's like the coolest thing about this project is I'm like the ability to bridge that gap that everybody embodies, whether it's the humanities perspective or the biology perspective, where it's like, oh, I could never be that person, or I could never be that person, where it's like, no, you're actually one and the same when you think about it. To be able to communicate factual evidence on the basis of like history is super important, and it's even more important for science. And that's kind of why this project is, you know, you can
Fact and fiction.
Yeah.
Great answer.
Well, what I think is interesting is that they all correspond to real places, but you know, does Mary Roth really have an understanding of what Albania looks like? Absolutely not. Mary Roth's Albania is very different from the real Albania. But what was interesting to me is that she was drawing on real place names more than she was creating place names just out of thin air. There were a few that she seemed to just create out of thin air, but most of them we could put on a map somewhere, as I did. And yeah, there was a few of them, a few place names that don't really correspond to anything that I was familiar with in the modern age, and I couldn't find any precedent for it in like any of the gazetters, not even the classical gazetters. But I looked at some early modern maps from like the early 1600s, and they were all on there. She was clearly
the Middle
pulling.
East is not, it's totally different.
Yeah.
Now, or in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, so she was pulling these places off a map clearly, because it's like spelled the same way. You can clearly see them there. But she doesn't actually have an understanding of what any of these places are like. So to me, that's where the distinction between real and fake comes in. Like, this corresponds to a real place, but Mary Roth is not really interested in what that place is actually like.
Question from Chucks.
Yeah, I have 2 questions and then something for you to look at if you don't know about it already. Question number 1 is very trivial. Can you smoke rosemary?
Like, yeah.
Do you also want to know how?
Question 1A. Yeah, should you? Is that a way that one should do it?
It's rosemary and like lavender. I've heard of people smoking lavender too.
Lavender makes you sleep better.
Is this advisable?
In doses, in like very small increments, of course. I think it's like it's a good
tea.
Yeah, antimicrobial properties. Sure. I think, anything you smoke like excessively is really bad for your lungs. It could become a carcinogen quite quickly.
Okay.
So I wouldn't, I'm not a physician, but I would don't smoke.
And do not gulp down hemlock.
Yeah, don't, hemlock's actually, I think hemlock's interesting.
Depends on how well my teaching evals.
Hemlock's interesting because it's really bad in high doses. And one thing I have noticed in the archives, like when I was doing research, is like there's actually like lots of people saying don't put too much like in it, and it's quite interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but more serious question. You mentioned very briefly that the fact that these forms of like traditional medicine are often dismissed as like silly, ancient, superstitious thing. And I think part of that it comes from the fact that, you know, big wellness culture business is like pumping all this stuff out there, and we've all learned to be kind of skeptical of that. So I'm just wondering like how you would frame your presentation in these materials to like assuage some of that skepticism.
Yeah, and I think that's a very fair point. What I always say, it's just objective truth. Like this is objective science mixed with what everything else is in literature. So a lot of people will write off literature in the same sense, be like, there's no objective like scientific method behind it, but that's exactly what I wanted to avoid with this project. There is objective truth to all of these healing properties. We do see it in the lab. We do see a lot of the same chemical properties, chemical formulas that are present in medicines at much higher doses present in these types of herbal medicines. As far as wellness culture goes, yeah, it's a shame. It's a huge shame because like, it totally discredits doctor like DOs, and my own doctor is a DO because I feel
Say
more,
what DO is, because
doctor of osteopathic medicine. It's someone who still goes to medical school, but they also learn a curriculum that has to do with like cranial massages, acupuncture, stuff like that. And even for myself with my I have inflamed joints too, which is weird for how young I am. And that's just because rheumatoid is like an autoimmune thing you get when you're like, not when you're young, it's like it's genetics. So I distinctly remember my parents are very much not anti-medicine, like they're pro-vaccine, pro-everything, but pro whatever makes you not have to go on immunosuppressants, because that is that is really bad. So I remember at a very young age, I had like acupuncture twice a week, my diet was super strict, these types of things. So it's objective truth when it comes to science and these remedies versus wellness culture. It will literally say on the packaging, FDA not approved. It has not been tested by Health and Drugs. And that's another thing. All of these things I'm talking about have been tested by these huge organizations. And there's a lot of validity in that. And it takes away a lot of skepticism that doctors have, because oftentimes they're very hypocritical, because they'll, for profit, obviously prescribe big pharma medication, but they don't even know themselves what goes into testing into these medications. And like I mentioned, I wouldn't, if I was a physician, I would not give rosemary to someone who has stage 4 lung cancer, right? That is like chemo.
Certainly they shouldn't.
Exactly, yeah, that is at the point where, So for me, I think there's a very clear line, and that's on purpose, because I don't want anybody misinterpreting this as like just some no, it's like there's a clear line. This is truth. This is not true. And if you don't see that line, you're like making yourself not see that line. So yeah.
Christy and then Anita, or was there another question that I missed?
Jeremy's had his hand.
Oh, sorry.
No, Christy.
Christy was ahead.
I wanted to ask Alia about women as sort of family historians. Because I know we talked briefly about the fact that I have this very weird document that was passed down from somebody in my mom's family that was typewritten about her family's like trip in a covered wagon, and how weird I always thought it was, and how like close to death all of these people always were, and how it, and I cannot verify any of it. All of the people are gone or not. I will not speak to for various other reasons that are not relevant. But regardless, probably no. Anyways, What interests me though is that it's told to one of the women in my family. It's been passed down through the women in my family.
Yeah.
And I'm just really intrigued by the idea that that women can be sort of familial historians, and that is maybe why some of these documents kind of get shoved away as like interesting artifacts that aren't necessarily worthy of study.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if you could speak to
Yeah,
that.
no, and it's unfortunate because if you do like close readings like a Ward's diary, I've actually encountered other writers that were published that she conversed with when she was traveling. So I think that's a really cool and unique way to like read another text, right? Because we get this other perspective that's like within the time period. But too with well, I'll use Ward's since I talked about it, but her diary was published like 100 and something years later, right? But before it was published, the history in the beginning of that book states that the book was read in classrooms with teachers, right? So it's passed around with community members. So other community members enjoy the book, they enjoyed her narrative within the book. And I like, as far as being a true account, I don't think any like there is a true account, right? There's a lot of fiction in the books, which is actually pretty cool. I don't, you know, I think that just adds to the writing, and not all the writing is fantastic either, but that's also okay. It makes it more relatable, right? Than reading like, I don't know, like The Rape of the Lock or something like that, right? Like this is like, yeah. And I think too is like, a native Californian, like in reading these books also has that personal, I mean, that's probably why I really enjoy it. I just see these connections, and like the book was printed in Los Angeles, you know, by a special printer who printed Western books. Yeah, but too, a lot of these women wrote histories of the regions that they moved to. So they wrote about what happened. And we actually have a manuscript here in the CSB library of a history of Kansas that I don't understand, I can't figure out without like doing more research. But yeah, it's a manuscript, a woman's manuscript. Interesting.
So we're pressing just slightly past the time. Is that okay? Take 2 more questions, Anita?
Okay. I have a couple of suggestions for down of sources, the recipes project.
Yes.
And also the Welcome collection has a whole bunch of digitized early modern manuscript recipe books, mostly written by women, which have a lot of medicinal recipes in them.
Wait,
So my
what was
question-
it called? Welcome?
Collection, Welcome with 2 L's.
Oh, wow. I was like, okay, got it.
Okay, but my question is actually for Alia. Because how many of these manuscripts do you have any kind of?
I have a list of 50.
And what makes some of them be published and some of them not?
I think it depends on their, I guess, influence within the community they were in at the time.
Because I was thinking,
yeah,
you know, like Isabella Bird.
Yeah.
Which was
So
published
yeah,
immediately.
it's some of them.
But also, sorry,
No.
let me just finish my thought. There's a woman named Eleanor Pruitt Stewart who wrote letters from a woman homesteader, and my husband's grandmother was actually a woman homesteader with her sister in Montana. So, and that was published like in 1900. So I'm just wondering, is it just kind of local renown that makes these women published, or is it that they don't want to be published? I'm just wondering what the dynamic is there.
I don't know if it's necessarily that they don't want to be published. Some of the letters that were published in newspapers, I think that they were published because the newspapers were looking for writing, were looking for American writing, right? Where they were looking for a new type of writing to publish. So I think that's part of it. Also, it was kind of like, I want to say like propaganda to encourage people to move west, right? That was also part of it. Also, a lot of the journals that were written, well, not journals, but travel books, right? Like formal travel books, how to make this journey, were not tailored for women. So some of these women wrote them so they would know like how to prepare themselves for the journey. And that's why they were published also. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I don't know how committed everyone in the room is to the conference schedule, but we could take Jeremy's question, or.
I think we should take Jeremy's question. This poor little hand's been up for so long.
To briefly,
Well, I'll just focus on Olivia's presentation. I think the questions about kind of the relation of space and time in the representation of these archives seem to come up for all three in different ways. For example, the roles of certain places and populations in the time periods of remedial medicine that you were talking about, where, you know, medicine for certain people or other cultural practices. But thinking about Urania specifically and your data visualization methods, I found myself wondering what would happen if you graded all those dots from red to green or from white to black to show like the sequence of mentions throughout the book, right? And you think of the kind of, so the travelogue genre, which is relevant also for the Western and westward writing, right? That it sort of is both a map and a vector sequence. Right? And so I know the question essentially is like sort of, what do you think that might show, or what would the temporalization of your geographic project afford people who are learning from the way you thought about place in Urania?
I can answer that if you can.
Well,
I've read the Urania, so
Go ahead. Thanks, Patty. Well, that's a great question, and it's something I want to do, but more encoded in terms of character. So there's a lot of people moving around. Like almost every place mentioned is a place mentioned in relation to a person. Like this person has gone to this place, and now they are going with this person to this place. So as Patty said, it would just be all over the place, all these different lines of people running across Europe with each other. But I mean, that's the book. Like, I'm selling the Urania hard. Maybe we can teach it next year, Patty.
we will teach some of it.
Thank you.
We will not teach all of it, not all 1,200 pages.
All right, but we're getting off topic here. But basically, yeah, I'd be interested to see some of the character journeys as well, and that's sort of an expansion that I have planned. And I think it could really show how spatially spread out the Urania is, and moreover, like how many different narratives there are overlapping.
I have to say that the very first graduate student I worked with who forced me to teach the Urania when it was only in TypeScript from the Brown Women Writers Project, Shannon Miller, the first thing she did was write out the plot. And then that's what I did, because I could not follow the plot. And so one of the wonderful things about doing what you're saying is it would show, it would allow you to follow the plot, even though it doesn't go in a narrative, a linear fashion.
Exactly. So like she'll mention a group of characters. There's one character I was particularly interested in, and we get like 10 pages about her, and then she's not mentioned for 100 pages. And then we get 1 or 2 pages about her, and then another 50 pages go by before we finally get half a page about what she's up to. So plotting it out like that would help, like, especially if you put the page numbers in each step of the journey, would help you keep track of these character-based narratives. Whereas your Roth is really interested in Urania and
what if there's like a
switching between all sorts of things.
Like when you map it out, very distinct, and you're like, oh, makes sense.
It just says, I love William Herbert.
That's what it will say.
Yeah, guarantee that's what it says. Hashtag cousin love.
It is, yeah, hashtag, yes.
Okay.
Well, fantastic, yeah.
We do have only a short break time, about 7 minutes. I'm gonna try to keep this on.
So cold.
There are still donuts.
There are still donuts over there, and there are sandwiches over there, and there are baggies to put sandwiches in baggies. But there is also a cheese and wine reception.
Thank you.
It's yours.
Wait, why do I want to like actually? Wait, stop, I can't.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's
All good. I spent some time last night kind of galaxy braining and just making sure that.
always time for the new show.
Not to worry, I think we're all
Early modern, so, European.
Yeah, go ahead. I won't distract you.
Going into here. That's the only way to travel. Crawling around. That's why I like.
I'm begging my parents to go to London this summer.
Is that why you're on?
Yeah. What? I'm like, I'm like, parents,
Please send you one this.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so.
The 30 years war, all the lines got redrawn. From, so it was the 17th century. And around 1630 to.
And then last name 280.
And all the lines from, basically every.
So he's
Rebecca, where would you like me to stand to give the introduction because of the sound pickup?
In terms of sound, this mic is amazing. Like I will. Yeah.
So this is fine.
Yeah, we had to rebuild soundproof because there was a weird thing this morning, which I'll tell you about later. But this mic has been fantastic. Now you should be all set up. You should just be able to either go through or use the back button as well. The front button,
So you want to do a map. And line them out,
sorry.
whether it's a 16th century map or.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is like.
But a 70, something closer.
Oh, pardon me, I think you're.
Oh, she may have a little bit.
Okay, literally just. Oh, that was. There we go.
Yeah, right, and so.
Yeah.
That tells you.
Perfect. All right. So I think this cam is pretty much picking up the whole room. So folks have kind of just been introducing, either people right there.
yeah, that's actually. I mean, everybody has different tangents, depending on like. Yeah. If you're on Zoom, it changes up to like the specific.
No, you have to. And I think it's a very small.
I think it's also, but depending on, yeah, it's very.
Yeah,
Depending on race, it's,
Okay.
and that's
We've been putting you through the ringer right here.
Yeah, well,
yeah, that's what I was.
all go, all.
But it's not very small.
But it's a great project.
So.
The only thing I say is it came to Southern California and it rained. So I don't know how that happened.
That was anomalous last night. That hardly ever happens at this place.
It's cold and like
Yeah.
freezing.
Oh, no, I know.
Patty tells me that you have either just or about to retire. Is that correct?
July. I mean, there's lots of work to do, but mainly I just don't have to deal with university.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
I'm wrangling over on this end of things, and Nicole will take care of you remotely as usual. Give us a holler if anything comes up. All right, folks, we're gonna get started here pretty quick. If I could ask you to find your seats.
I better get my,
So I think I'm more worried about, I'm more worried about. So I'm trying.
Yeah, where is it?
Well, then I'm telling you, create a horrible feedback.
Okay, everybody, we are reconvening as always. People are at the very last. Alan Liu has finally finished teaching his classes and is going to take over introducing Tim. I'll make a few comments at the end, and then we have a wine and cheese session. Take it away, Alan.
First of all, apologies. It's been a teaching day, so I missed the talks at the beginning, and I'm sorry about that. So I wish I had heard all the talks today. I'm really honored to introduce Jim Hitchcock. I last met with him in Washington, D.C. about 3 or 4 months before the whole COVID situation started. Tim did me the great honor there at the meeting of the German Historical Society of engaging with Jessica Otis and myself in a dialogue about my most recent book, Running the Past. So I thank him again for the honor he did me then. Tim is, as you know, professor of digital history at the University of Sussex. He's a founding member there and recently the director of the Sussex Humanities Lab. He's, I think without exaggeration, it can be said that he's a giant in the field of digital history, both for his contributions to the primary materials, to study the history of the early modern through later era, and also because of his efforts at shaping and writing about, reflecting and curating the field of digital humanities itself as a professional enterprise and as a methodological domain. Just to name some of his digital projects that are the best known, and as I read, I'm going to emphasize quantity for reasons that will come clearly in proceedings of the Old Bailey, of course. Fully searchable edition of the largest body of text detailing the lives of non-elite people ever published, containing 197,745 criminal trials held at London's Central Criminal Court. London Lives Project, 1690 to 1800. 240,000 manuscripts from 8 archives and 15 datasets, giving access to 3.35 million names. The Digital Panopticon, tracing London convicts in Britain and Australia, 1780 to 1925, relating the lives of 90,000 convicts from the Old Bailey, records from around 50 datasets. And then I can't help but pick out this detail, which really entranced me and got me to drill into the site a little bit. In December 2019, this website was updated with the addition of 2 datasets on convict tattoos. So you got to go look at those tattoos. Locating London's past allows you to search a wide body of digital resources from early modern 18th century and position them on a GIS map. He's currently starting up or engaged in 2 other funded projects titled BBC Connected Histories and Small Bills and Petty Finance, co-creating the history of the poor laws. So like me, he's got a long chain of projects behind him. We're just talking about the sustainability of these projects. I joke with him that eventually all our web projects are going to end up being printed in books. And that would be preserved. He's a prolific author and co-author, editor and co-editor. So to name some of the monographs, it's either author or co-author. English Sexuality, 1700 to 1800, Down and Out in 18th Century London, Tales from the Hanging Court. Among the editions, he's either edited or co-edited are English Masculinity, 1660 to 1800, Chronicling Poverty, The Voices and Strategies of the English Poor, 1640 to 1840, The Streets of London from the Great Fire to the Great Stink, which is one of the best titles I can imagine for a book. Many essays as well, and I'm just going to pick out the titles of a few of the ones related to digital methods in the digital field. So for example, digital searching and the reformulation of historical knowledge, finding needles in haystacks, data mining and distributed historical data sets, academic history writing and its disconnects, confronting the digital or how academic history writing lost the plot, bootstrap methods for the empirical study of decision-making and information flows in social systems, confronting the digital, or how academic history writing lost the plot, making history online, free data on dead people, and fairly recent one in 2020, history's future in the age of the internet. And this is not even to mention his histrionics blog, on which he writes a lot, long reflective essays. So I really recommend, that's one of the blogs that I follow. Now, I've been emphasizing among the many references I made, quantity. And if you look at his website, one of the first sentences is this: with Professor Robert Shoemaker and others, he's also created a series of websites helping to give direct public access to 37 billion words of primary sources evidencing the history of Britain. So quantity is important in his work. And I want to make a comment upon that in closing. Quantity is important for a number of, I think, methodologically, epistemologically, and socially important reasons as well. Quantity here really is a signal of a different kind of thinking going on in history and in the humanities. So among other things, quantity is a technical challenge. There's a lot more to be said about the kind of innovation that went into the projects that Tim and his colleagues put together. But beyond that, I think the real impact of quantity at this scale is, as I put it, epistemological and social as well. Quantity obviously has to do with history from below and that entire movement. But quantity also has to do with the new kinds of questions that you can ask using digital methods today that could not have been asked historically before, or in literary history before as well. Tim's O'Bailey project, among others, is one of the great showcase examples that I hold up as an ideal in a short position paper that I wrote, 2016. It came out in Debates in Digital Humanities. The paper was titled N+1, a plea for the cross-domain data in the digital humanities. And the argument of that short little manifesto went something like this: in the English literary field, digital humanists like their single malt whiskeys. So they like to curate and analyze a set of, say, just English novels in Britain in the 18th century. Whereas if you look at Tim's projects, they are sprawling across domains of expertise, kinds of material, tattoos, advertisements that are not weeded out, but weeded in, as it were. And I hold up his projects as an ideal for this reason, and I'm going to quote two short passages from this essay in mine in closing. I say N+1, as I put it, should be an equation for transacting between a scholar's familiar domain and scary alien ontologies, epistemologies, forms, sociologies, economics, politics, and perhaps scariest for humanist sciences, including information science. Such a transaction would not just demonstrate, but operationalize the messiness of humanities data as something more than accident or inconvenience, more than something to be just weeded out as messiness. Messiness, I say, is something to be curated. And then my closing paragraph: what if we could collaborate across fields to create other views from multiple disciplinary, generic, period, national, and other domain angles, like an MRI, resonating not just in a single torpedo tube down which a patient today is inserted for data slicing, but in some fantastic multi-axial scanning array showing the human body, the literal corpus, from multiple simultaneous unexpected angles. And what if those multi-angle slices revealed in composite the true many-splendid profile of the alien, the forms of ourselves caught in, by shaking against the nets of modernity, neoliberalism, and everything else trying to aggregate capital out of n=1 profiles of ourselves, our precious n+or-1 human selves. What if the digital humanities did text analysis, which would also be cultural criticism like that? And that's the reason that I make the O'Bailey and other projects of Tim's the explicit showcase example in this essay. Tattoos, advertisements, as I say, beyond one domain, because after all, we have domain experts, and you can barely get out of a computer more smarts than the domain expert puts in a single domain. When you cross domains, that we reach a wilderness where there are no domain experts, and we allow the method to teach us something new. So please join me in welcoming Tim Hitchcock to give his keynote. Reconstructing 18th century London.
And can I, thank you, first of all, thank you very much for that. That was a wonderful introduction. Can I sign up for the project? Okay. Let's see. What I want to do today is, I'm very deeply self-indulgent, and I apologize for that to begin with. I want to take you along a path I've been traveling for the last 10 years, in the hopes that at the end of that journey, you'll see what I see, and perhaps with me, see some of the possibilities that hang just beyond our grasp. It's really an attempt to put the work that Ben Jackson showed you this morning in a wider context. From the mid-1990s or so, I had great privilege through 2011 to play a really relatively small part, despite the numbers, in what I tend to describe as the creation of the British Print Archive second edition. In less than 2 decades, pretty much everything published in English between about 1500 and 1900 was digitized and made available on the web. There was EBO and Echo, now just historic texts for books and pamphlets, and the Burney collection for newspapers, and Google Books along the way. And added to this were parliamentary papers and Hansard, and of course, USCB's and Paddy Crimmerton's own English broadside ballad archive. My own contributions to that, the Old Bailey Online, London Lives, and the Digital Panopticon, all created with a team at the universities of Sheffield, Hertfordshire, London, Liverpool, and Sussex, added a few more bits and pieces, focused firmly on the non-elite and the quotidian, and the manuscript leavings of early and modern administration. But one way or another, by the beginning of the last decade, the first tranche of print, and a fair bit of manuscript, was available as data. During the same years, the British Museum and the Lewis Walpole collection, and 100 other museums and galleries, let me get that over there, brought us prints and paintings, millions of them. And while many sought to turn that cultural heritage into just one more business opportunity, the memory institutions, for the most part, made this material findable and usable in a new way. And as a result, as well as the text, image became data. And of course, the New York Public Library and the British Library and half a dozen other collections brought the joys of warped historical maps presented in Google Earth and available for reuse. But any number of geographical information systems were brought online. And in the process, the world of historic maps became data. And finally, museum collections came online in 2 dimensions and 3. And artifact became data. And along the way, one system of ordering and locating a specific subset of human knowledge was replaced by another. Card catalogs and union catalogs and accession lists were replaced by OPACs and then by the all-seeing eye in reverse. That awful search box in the middle of a white screen, staring at you, knowing you, inside and out. There were and are silences and exclusions in this. And in many respects, we simply re-inscribed on a global scale the canonization of Western culture and the denigration of a myriad of other cultures and perspectives along the way. The Western Archive second edition is as racist, exclusionary, and flawed as the physical version it replaced. And if this process had been undertaken on the basis of a well-conceived policy, rather than as a headlong rush towards low-hanging fruit, which it was, it would have resulted in something very, very different. I'm the last person to defend the result, despite my participation. At times, I see its grievous flaws, and I simply despair. But by the early 2010s, I could describe my object of study, the thing that I've spent a life working on, 18th century London, as the most thoroughly digitized where and when in the world. I let my British Library readers pass lapse, and my pass to the London Metropolitan Archives. And instead, I set out to play with the affordances created by the fact that all these sources in all their different myriad forms were now data. And as a result, the challenge simply changed. From seeking out rare detail from which to create new history, we were confronted with hyperabundance. As Dan Cohen asked in 2006, what do we do with 1 million books? But more than that, what do we do with 1 million images or 500,000 maps? And one starting point, middle-aged even in 2010, was distant reading. I spent a decade or two just digitizing stuff. And after spending those 2 decades just digitizing it, this was the starting point for my own particular journey down that rabbit hole. And so with Bill Turkel and Dan Cohen, Stephen Sinclair, we started out with the old daily, that 127 million words reflecting 197,000 trials, all that stuff, 240 years of stuff. And let's see if I can get the, yeah.
Share screen? No, it's up.
The cursor maybe?
Yeah, the cursor.
Nice focus, yeah.
Now try it.
We had this, didn't we?
No, that's okay. Excuse my.
No, this is, we had it.
There we go.
There it is.
Yeah, okay. Just obviously I didn't have enough slides. Okay. Anyway, we created this. This is as Ben Jackson said this morning in relation to this particular graphic. This is all 197,000 trials. The y-axis being the number of words in each trial, the x-axis the date, and it was our first attempt at distant reading. And what had been an unknowable massive text object, unreadable in its scale, became a story of change over time, reflecting a dozen policy decisions, the changing attitudes and priorities of 200 Lord Mayors, and the gradual evolution of the criminal justice system. There's a whole nother lecture on what that graph actually says. The resulting article took years to publish and was rejected by all the best journals. Literally, it took me 4 or 5 different journals to actually get it into print. And I finally snuck it into a special edition where they were seeking, it was well received eventually. Anyway, but in writing it, what it did was have a profound effect on how I thought about that object of study, what it was I was looking at. It made me come to 2 separate conclusions. First, it made me doubt the continuities involved. Is a trial in 1674 the same thing as a trial in 1913? Is that idea of a genre form consistent enough to actually bear the weight of being a consistent data set? And how do you know? It made me wonder about the relationship between evolving text forms and how they worked as evidence of a knowable past. And along the way, it made me doubt my practice as a largely text-centric historian. What did I think I was doing? Why did I think this text actually meant something? And second, it made me realize that over the preceding decade, I had lost the sense of context that came from reading a physical object, a physical book in a library. Confronted with that scatterplot, I realized I had come to rely on that simple, evil search box in the middle of a white screen to deliver the answer I wanted without knowing how it came into being, without knowing its context. So over the last decade, I've been trying to answer those 2 conundrums. How do we read text and images, maps and objects for meaning? And how do we create systems of search to give the user a proper sense of context? In other words, I found myself moving both outwards towards the visualization of ever larger parts of the internet and inwards towards ever more precise understandings of what each individual word meant in its precise context. In about 2013, I moved to the University of Sussex and had the great good fortune to begin working with an ongoing collaboration with Ben Jackson, whom many of you met this morning, virtually at least. Much of what comes next is a result of that collaboration. And first, to very briefly outline that outward journey to scale, much of which Ben touched on this morning. Starting with that graph in mind, this graph in mind, we've been working on a series of macroscopes. And this is an idea that Katie Brunner came up with in the 2000s. And the idea really is, how do we create an environment that allows you to both see at scale the whole of the universe, at the same time as being able to interrogate a single point, a single datum? How do we get around, if you like, the vertiginous issues of scale from the smallest to the largest? Okay, that's working. Okay. One iteration involved the Discovery Catalog created by the National Archives in the UK. And if you don't know the Discovery Catalog, it is basically a catalog for every archival item in every archive in the United Kingdom. And it has been a work of 2 decades by a generation of archivists. And it incorporates 32 million archival records from all the major repositories in the UK. And for the Discovery Catalog, we did exactly what we did with the Old Bailey. We created an interactive scatter plot in which each dot, all 32 million of them, reflect both the number of words in each archival entry on the y-axis, while the collection and the archive information is recorded along the x-axis. And what did we discover? At a glance, what this does is allow us to see just how the records of the British past, all those archives, that physical archive as opposed to the archive, are distributed between both archives and collections, and between record types and over time, and between different repositories. And it shows, for example, that 2/3 of all the records in the National Archives are made up of military data. And that this material is less fully cataloged or described, for example, than Home Office material. But there is, if you like, an awkward landscape of archival collection and survival that if we don't understand in the first instance, we will not be able to navigate properly. We've also implemented the same kind of facility for the University of Sussex Library. And it's important to keep in mind that archives and libraries are fundamentally different things, and that archivists and librarians all hate each other. They do different things. Anyway, though, and because library and archive catalogs are so fundamentally different, we need to take a slightly different approach. So, our first discovery was, of course, that all major libraries are weird and complex and are built over generations. And that for all the aspiration that librarians have to create universal, consistent systems that are global in their effect, they aren't consistent. My favorite element of this particular graph is a small collection of inherited materials cataloged in the Dewey Decimal System, whereas the rest of it is cataloged in a adapted Library of Congress system. And of course, we've also done the same thing for the Old Bailey itself, allowing, as Ben demonstrated this morning, dynamic filtering along the way. By offense, for instance, and by punishment. Enabling anyone to drill down, facet, and select the categories of trial chosen by offense, gender, or verdict. This is the distribution by gender. Let's see, this is, I think that's the distribution by gender. Yep. And by verdict. And I think the thing about this, each one tells a story and is, if you like, a visual representation of something that forces you as a researcher to do what I think of as open-eyed analysis. Rather than starting, and this gets to, I think, Alan's issue around epistemologies. If you go in with an assumption, a story that you're testing, if you go in with a model that you're testing, that's one thing. If you go into data visualizations and say, well, what does that mean? Where is that coming from? Why is that there? What you end up with is a very different approach to data in general and to that scholarly journey. It's not, if like that weird scientific thing where you say, well, here is our proposal, we're going to go test it. It's about saying, you know, what's there? What do you see? And finally, our most recent iteration involved creating a macroscope for a new archive of oral history recordings for the BBC, which is due to launch this summer. And that's about it's about 600 oral history recordings made between 1971 and the present. And it was really a lot of fun to do because it involved sound and video as well as text and image. And so for me, that was a real advantage. But I would say it was also like pulling teeth. It was the hardest, most painful and vicious project I've ever been involved in, partly because the BBC is deeply anxious about its own reputation, and partly because it was about a lot of it was about living people. And I say, I'm not ever going to work on living people again. Quite frankly, give me properly dead people. They're much, much more fun, much easier. So, and the point at every stage was to force the user to acknowledge the context in which a particular object or text was held. To make explicit the systems that order inherited knowledge. And I think the macroscopes go a long way towards doing that. And you know what we're working on at the moment is designs, search engines, and search results that incorporate a macroscopic image on every results page, just so that you know what you're looking at when you get those first good enough results from your Google-like search. And these initiatives felt like they provided something like a broad context for texts defined by genre and form. But they did not do much to explain the words on the page. And for that, in the first instance, we sought to interrogate how we might contextualize words, not in their genre, but in their place, where they were created, that place in the physical world. And for that bit, we began with maps. Just after the work I did with Bill Churchill on the graph that started this all off, and the very old school sort of way, I collected together some 600 references to the position of beggars on the streets of 18th century London. I work on beggars. These were drawn from literature, from graphic images and administrative records, and Old Bailey trials. And what I did was simply map those references against locations on the city streets of London. And this is what that turned out to look like. And again, patterns emerged, and what initially felt like a coherent object of study, beggars on the street, rapidly disintegrated into genre-dependent confections with an essentially unknowable relationship to the past. And from there, Bob Shoemaker, Sharon Howard, Peter Roxlow, and a bunch of other people got together, wrote up a grant application, and went on to create a new site that essentially mashed up text and space. There's a site we called that Ellen mentioned, Locating London's Past. That looks like that. In itself, Locating London's Past is not particularly important, it wasn't a particularly big project, but it illustrates one naive attempt to play with text data and accessible online GIS, geographical information systems, and make something that facilitates mapping words. To take a first step towards treating inherited material as data, to like mash up that notion of geography and textuality into something third. The outcome, Locating London's Past, did three things that struck me as interesting. First, it makes available a fully rasterized and warped version of both John Roke's 1746 map of London, which you can see there, and the first accurate ordnance survey map of the capital created between 1869 and 1880, both of which have been fully polygonized. In other words, each street and line has essentially been mapped out as a rectangle. And related in turn to Google Maps. This is all in a Google Map framework. Shockingly, what I discovered when I started this project was that geographers and archaeologists actually believe, they actually do, they really fundamentally believe that location is a knowable fact. I mean, I went into this project thinking location was a state of mind. It was a sense of place. It was a cultural thing. They believe it is actually a coordinate on the globe. Don't ask me. But that very much helped me overcome my own much more jaundiced view of the nature of inherited text. Suddenly, I was able to say, right, this is what a text actually refers to in terms of a precise location on the street in front of a building that perhaps still exists. But secondly, what this project, that site does is bring together around 40 million words of text and a raft of established data sets, a few million lines of data, into a newly geocoded form that can be mapped against both area and local population at the level of streets, parishes, and wards. And finally, it relates both these resources to the first comprehensive parish level population estimates for 18th century London. For me, it allowed words from inherited text to be mapped against a comprehensive representation of the streets of 18th century London. So that's the underlying street pattern for the city. And this is the same basic material on the satellite image from Google. And you can simply click through from Rogue's 1746 map to the 1869 maps, to the satellite image, to a modern street view map of London. And in the process, it makes each parish and street, ward and cul-de-sac newly available as an analytical category, defined as a specific area and location, defined in terms of its distance from one place to another, and the route between them, its size and importance in a hierarchy of streets, and defined securely against the Earth's surface. What it does is it'll give us something that says, well, text isn't just about genre. Text can equally be defined simply by place. And what does that do to how we read it? In the process, it allowed me to think about inherited words as located in a single space. So here we go back to those about 600 street beggars, or at least a subset of those recorded in the criminal justice system, and places them in the context of all the other texts about a particular street corner. So for example, this is the distribution, happened there. Signed out.
Uh-oh, you got signed as in. Oh, good Lord. Just don't say okay, don't say okay.
Yeah, okay.
Does it still,
It's still there, just.
Oh, it's still there.
Maybe close it.
Yeah, and the one below.
I know, it's just, it's a DA conference, what do you expect?
Yeah.
Sky.
Remote participants, are you still able to see the screen?
Yes.
Oh, you are?
Okay.
Oh, very strange. All right. Well, we're just gonna re-sign in real quick.
We're just gonna go back in again.
Reflect on what Professor Hitchcock has said about
Technically, we're in.
location
Just go out, just go in.
and Google.
Okay.
Indeed. I think return to the meeting.
Return to the meeting?
Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to
See it.
Yeah.
see it. I think actually, is this,
I mean, it says we're still in the meeting.
okay, well, then let's minimize.
Don't
this.
you think it's absolutely appropriate to happen when you're talking about place?
Well, yeah, okay. I wonder if we click on the
Oh
image
my
of me.
God.
Could be, yeah.
Well, no, 2 minutes.
All right.
Where should
Let
we?
me just put the.
Oh, I can take it from here for a
Okay,
second.
great. I'm trying to aim from here. so
No worries.
It's a little hard.
Okay.
There's a lot of glare there.
Yeah, I can't read the letter.
The terrible thing is.
All right.
Oh, there you go.
We're still, yeah.
Okay,
It's
cool.
as though we never left the meeting.
It just decided to take a break.
Yeah, well, I feel the same
The
way.
arrow keys are working.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, so, let's see, what the next one was, yeah, okay. So, And this is, oh God, the terrible thing, having had to break, the whole narrative structure of the paper is just gone. I'm so sorry. Yeah, okay, so
We're
before,
zooming in on place.
okay, so before we had all the beggars, yeah? And this is actually it's simply a search for all the instances of where the word horse, mare, or gelding, with different forms of horse, are mentioned in the Old Bailey, and that's actually a distribution of that. And against that, you can simply map the beggars. So what you end up doing is creating a context where text exists both in geography and in relation to each other. And it's that kind of play that strikes me as different and new and an affordance of this kind of digitization that is not available in most other contexts. It certainly wasn't available prior to the internet and all that. But this, again, just left a further challenge. If we increasingly knew where words were created, or at least what location they were associated with, we did not yet have a sense of how that changed their meaning. And for that, we need to go elsewhere. Or perhaps, because I boringly do this too regularly for my own good health, back from whence we came, to the Old Bailey. Ben discussed the 3D modeling of the Old Bailey courtroom a bit this morning, so I won't spend too long on it. But if a street was one sort of location, it seemed worthwhile to do a bit more about the location where we knew 127 words were not necessarily spoken, but at least enacted in court. Of course, the 18th and 19th century Old Bailey courtroom vanished over 100 years ago, so that created a problem. But we had plenty of images, and the original architect's plans for the court, as it was rebuilt by George Dance in the late 1770s. And what Dance created, and this is the important thing really, became the model for what would become a standard layout for British courtrooms everywhere throughout the empire. An exemplar that would later be translated to India, Australia, to Canada, and beyond. Dance's courtroom formed one of the first of its sort, designed to accommodate a particular kind of trial with specific places for each individual actor, judge, judges, lawyers, juries, witnesses, and defendants. Up until this time, most courtrooms had tended to be large open spaces. This could have been a courtroom. With flexible spaces capable of being used for different types of trial and different types of administrative meetings. A style of building, by the way, which influences, the influence of which can still be seen in US courtrooms, which are much less structured than British courtrooms tend to be. But from 1774 onwards, British courtrooms increasingly adopted a design geared towards a single drama of a jury trial. In the first instance, we focused on reconstructing the internal dynamics of the courtroom as designed by George Dance, since it was a model for all the others and witnessed the largest number of trials recorded in the proceedings. But then we had to locate that courtroom on the most detailed map we could find. This is actually a house-by-house map of the area of the courtroom for insurance purposes created in the 1860s and 70s. And if you ever get a chance to use Go's insurance maps, I would encourage you to do so. They are massive, they're detailed at a level that you will not have seen anywhere else, and they are just beautiful. And in turn, that allowed us to find their place on Google Earth, to warp and map Go's insurance maps against that conceit of the geographers that the world actually exists. And then we started to lay out the building on the basis of those surviving architectural plans. That's my favorite. And it really is a beautiful piece of paper, hand drawn and hand inked, and at the scale of about 3 feet by 2. And in the process, we also closely compared the models of contemporary images, primarily by Rawlinson, which is the twin we've already seen, but really any image we could locate. This is William Garrow from The Miseries of London, haranguing a witness in court. And on the basis of these materials, Ben Jackson worked up the model, resulting in this. Again, and this is the view from behind a witness, the mirror above his head, reflecting the light into his face, or their face. In themselves, these were compelling, and I was really pleased when we got to this point. And we were chuffed with the results. The models were then used as the basis for the set design for the last series of Poldark, if anybody's a fan. Yeah, so that's actually what they created in real life in Bristol on the basis of Ben's 3D modeling.
Are you telling me I'm 3 degrees of separation from Aidan Turner now?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was so weird because this is real life. This is a photograph, right? And it looks so fake.
Yeah. It's the light. It's too clean.
Yeah. And it was a little overwhelming. But the models don't start to work as historical evidence until you begin to interrogate them more closely. In the first instance, the modeling revealed just how small and intimate the courtroom was. Really not much bigger than this room here, or this enclosed space. And how most depictions aggressively mislead us about the scale and grandeur. They make you think this is a massive room. It also reinforced the sense of theatricality involved and allowed us to come to a couple of relatively secure conclusions. First, the modeling suggested that the design embedded specific assumptions about the relationship between different actors, defendant, witness, judge, and jury. Secondly, the model reinforced the significance of the different levels that's incorporated into the design. It's a vertiginous landscape. Lawyers were forced to speak upwards to the judge, jury, and witnesses, and defendant, from a cockpit several feet below the eye level of the rest of the room. Like a theater audience, the judge, jury, and defendant looked down on the stage below. But in this instance, there was no stage. It was simply in other words, what was created was a real feel of theater, in which, as a barrister, a lawyer in a courtroom, you were forced to perform for the gods. And judging by all the depictions we have of contemporary lawyers declaiming in court, to do so with all the gestures and conventions of the new theatricality of the 18th and early 19th century. The 18th and early 19th reinvents theater. And what happens by building the courtroom as a stage, what they do is essentially import wholesale the conventions of theatricality into the process of the jury trial. We were then able to build on the work of Magnus Huber, who had marked up all the text in the proceedings that purported to be recorded speech, spoken speech, he said, she said, and this allowed us to in turn map how this component of the trial process changed over time. This is one of our first stabs at exploring the distribution of speech, of actually recorded spoken words in the proceedings. The yellow line reflects the percentage of trials in which speech is recorded at all, including a marked low in the 1780s, and a marked decline from the 1830s and 40s. But the important thing is that we now have a direct physical context for every word spoken, and a sense of what it sounded like in that particular space. And as Ben discussed this morning, we've also applied, actually, I don't think he did, a text-to-speech generator that allows you to listen to the dialogue. It really is the 18th century court as by Alexa. It's terrible. But just in terms of that sense of back and forth, it's a nice way of actually getting it. And to visualize the interplay between the different speakers, which Ben did talk about.
You have to hold our people to help you out.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
And we can't, yeah, no, except they're 40 million, you know how long it would take me to. Okay, and we can, of course, divide speech by gender and crime type and all of that. So this is a distribution of how speech is distributed within that. But the important thing is that when we now read a trial, we knew a lot more about both where it's at among 197,000 others and how to read each individual word in that dialogue that formed that performance that was a single trial. In the short term, what the analysis of speech does is extend and reinforce the analysis of space and its changing character. My reading of this is that the design of the court created a new kind of trial as performance, and that the 19th century then gradually evolved new ways of using that performance. They essentially perfected a theater of trial in response to Dance's design. But that still left us with a problem. We did not yet know quite how the words we inherited got there. And worrying at this was really the next step, and the place where the University of California at Santa Barbara and Patty Frubison's Makers Lab comes into play. Suddenly, mapping the journey from speech to text seemed a lot more important. If we had those words, how do we, and we knew where they were spoken, how did we get them in text? So the first thing we did was try to analyze how words in court were recorded. And from the early 18th century through the 1830s, this was done using a shorthand called brachography. Dickens has a wonderful 2-page little essay about learning how to write in brachography, with all the windmills of his mind churning around it. And brachography was created and promoted by Thomas Gurney and son Joseph, the two most important shorthand clerks at the Old Bailey during the 18th century. And the important thing about that system is that, unlike Pitman, I don't know if anybody writes Pitman, which tends to encode sounds, brachography was based on word shapes, meaning that it tends to hide accents and the peculiarities of spoken speech. So by looking at the format of the shorthand, we already know that the recorded speech that eventually ends up in print is actually going to filter against, say, things like regional accent, filter against the various forms of non-standard English. Now, this is still very much a work in progress. I have only recently identified, and I've been looking at for 15 years, an example of a trial taken down in brachography. And I'm still in the process of learning how to read it and write it, and figuring out quite what it means in detail. But it helped us again to focus on that technical transformation from speech to text, and to draw greater attention to the printing process along the way. And here, we just wanted to get a much better feel for how words spoken in court became words on a page, became textual output from a printing press before becoming data in the present. And while everyone involved had done some letterpress printing, it seemed important to both think through a common press from the ground up, including the wood engineering involved, and relate that directly to the world of inherited data via CAD. So this was Ben's first go at a 3D model of a common press. And this is what it looks like when you skin it with a bunch of nice pastels. And so with Patty, Ben and I started building a digital version of a common press, more as a way of getting to know the process than anything else. Ben did all the hard graft on this and pretty much everything else, by being honest. But from there, we went to 3D modeling. And that led in turn to co-teaching a really fun course with Patty, and was going to result, of course, in the building of a full-size Common Press this year, if COVID and life hadn't gotten in the way. But where we ended up was pretty much that, my workbench at home, and just a much clearer sense of precisely what was involved in taking a word, a spoken word 200 years ago, literally a breath of air that disappeared hundreds of years before we were even born, and turning into something that we can use as data. In the process, the mechanics of printing became clearer, and the influence of the technical process of taking speech and turning it into print became more evident. I like to think that what everyone got from that course was a greater sense of the central role of specific technologies, whether wooden or digital, in the creation of meaning from text. And for the wider project of understanding words in place, as a result, we now know that at least 70 to 80% of all words spoken in the Old Daily never quite made it to the printer. Largely as a result of the economics of production and the balance between reader demand and the costs involved, we now know that the proceedings actively misrepresent both what was said and how it was said, selectively preserving the voices of some defendants and witnesses, perhaps determined by class and the violence of the offense, or by gender, and tending to censor the poor and women and crimes of need. In the process, violence appears to have been rewarded with being put into the historical record, while poverty was essentially silenced. Well, don't tell Stephen King that. It changes the evidence base upon which his whole thing is based. And by extension, we know that this kind of filtering is equally true of all recorded speech in the 18th century. Whether that recorded speech is in the form of sermons, or political speeches in Hansard, or in depositions in court, or in manuscript. All of these things are being filtered through the technology of note-taking, through the technology of shorthand, through the technology of print. All of which gets me to the end of the beginning of this paper. What I think we've created is what I refer to as radical contextualization. The ability to locate every word we have, both in its widest compass, amongst every word that has survived, and in the context of its moment of creation, its narrowest compass. To, if you like, re-inscribe in detail the journey from mind to mouth to hand, from English to bracketgraphy, to letter height lead, to marks on a page, to print, to survival, to digitization, to distant reading, to modern interpretation. With all of this in turn mapped onto the world surface, put a pin in it, and located it wherever it was. In some ways, I like to think of this as moving in the same general direction as evident in the gradual development of greater transparency in AI and machine learning. Via data sheets for data sets and model cards a la Google and Alan Liu's data stories and data narratives as part of the WEIS. I can never say that, right? What everyone says project. I like to think of my work as allied to these, but applied explicitly to the leavings of the properly dead. And along the way, I like to think that it contributes to the creation of what Donna Haraway describes as situated knowledges. But all of it, of course, begs the question, what do we do with all this stuff? I mean, if we know every step along that route, if we know everything, what is the purpose if we can't then tell stories that affect us in the present? What does it change? And for me, this all feels like a means to a particular end, which is a reconstruction of the lives and experience of 18th century Londoners in pursuit of a history from below that explains historical change by reference to the behavior of the poor and the criminals. That has been essentially the project of my academic career. And this is with all of them in kind of pursuit of that. It's all terribly self-serving, in other words. If you wanted to be crass about it, it's an attempt to reconstruct forms of social science history that take seriously the limitations of the noble past and the digital present, and the situational characteristics of all relationships. Each step has been a move towards an ever more transparent and rigorous process of assessing evidence of real behavior in the past. It is a waypoint on a journey towards creating an explanation of historical change founded in knowable behavior. It is incredibly naive. Arguably, the main impact of digitization on the humanities has been the rise of new forms of intellectual history or histories of ideas. One of the things that putting all that text has done is make it easier to think about the historical change in terms of ideas on a page. But in fact, the historical project is about explanation. It is about real people in real worlds affected by physical forces. So what this is essentially an attempt to step around that encouragement to simply see text as an object of study and instead see the historical past as one. My project, in other words, is the opposite of that textuality, an attempt to evidence the journey through text to behavior. I suspect that I'm also completely out of line with most historians on this, who like their text. But to end where I promised in the title and the synopsis, with the reconstruction of the lives of 18th century Londoners. And by way of an example, just two people. I want to introduce you to a couple of people. First one of whom is this guy. This is Smuglerius. It is a plaster cast in the character of the dying gladiator, created in 1834 by William Pink and currently in the collection of the Royal Academy of Arts in London. Smuglerius has its own page on the Royal Academy's website and a unique object number, 03/1436, identifying its place in the collection. It has a secure place in the internet. It even has a Wikipedia page with a permalink. In other words, Smuglerius's present is securely identified and tied securely to a wider web of linked data online. It exists as a modern linked object of study. But of course, the castings Pink used were not new, even in 1834. They'd been created by Agostino Carlini some 60 years earlier in 1776. And what Carlini had done was take the corpse of an executed criminal, hanged at Tyburn, flayed it, and as the body set in rigor mortis, styled it as the dying gladiator before casting it in plaster of Paris. And the body in question, just journeying backwards into that breath of life, the body in question belonged to Thomas Henry. He looks a bit like a tennis player, yes, who in the company of Benjamin Harley and Joseph Bland murdered an excise officer, Joseph Pearson, on the 12th of April, 1776. Henman was found guilty at the Old Bailey on the 22nd of May and sentenced to hang and for his body to be dissected. And along with Benjamin Harley, he was duly executed, hanged by the neck until he was dead on the 27th of May. And his body was then taken down and spirited to the Royal Academy, where Carlini set about his gruesome task. Knowledge of this abomination soon, however, reached Newgate Prison, which was 100 yards north of the Sessions House, where all the prisoners awaiting trial or awaiting execution were housed and held. And it set in train a daring escape attempt by the prisoners. Essentially, the knowledge that this kind of desecration was going to be enacted, might be enacted on the dead, even the dead bodies of convicted criminals, turned what was a community of despair into a community of action. it set in train an escape attempt by half a dozen prisoners. The men involved would schedule themselves to be hanged in the weeks to come. And 2 weeks after Henman's death, John Jones, Daniel Greenwood, and Robert Street, along with 4 others, Henry Jordan, 2 brothers, George and Thomas Romney, and Thomas Jones, alias Evans, attempted to escape just as the prison was about to go into lockdown for the night on Monday, the 3rd of June. And that escape was thwarted by Richard Ackerman. Several guns went off, and the outcome didn't work well for anyone. Most of the escapees were dead in a couple of weeks, hanged. But one of them was commemorated by his fellow prisoners in Newgate. His dead and naked body, this is John Jones. Here lies John Jones, double ironed for attempting to break out of Newgate, 1776. Here lies John Jones on the obverse, died June 19, 1776, dead and naked. And his defiance, and it seems to me this is really reminiscent of Smugglerus, but his defiance is clear in the words and clear in the object itself. This is one of a series of half a dozen, what are called, what later become convict love tokens that emerged from just this 6 months in Newgate prison. And the way they were made was you would take a copper penny with the king's head on it, and it's important that the king's head is on it, and you would bash the shit out of it. You'd bash it flat, and then you would carve your message into it. Later on, during the period of transportation to Australia, and there are about 1,000 of these that have survived, you would have on one side, when you look upon this, remember me, David something or other, sent beyond the sea, so and so. They're terribly saccharine and terribly moving. And they are, physical artifacts from these trials. And of those 1,000 love tokens that have survived, we can tie about 600 of them back to individual trials and individual lives. And by tying these kinds of details together, almost impossible via pre-digital scholarship, what has emerged is the beginning of a decade and a half of prison outbreaks, mutinies on ships transporting criminals to North America, and with the Gordon riots in the middle, a transformation in British history, and by extension, global history. I think earlier today, somebody mentioned the Gordon riots. I think it must have been Ben. I'm going to assume that 2/3 of you will never have heard of the Gordon riots. Okay, make that 3/4. I don't know. The Gordon riots took place in June of 1780. Over 700 people died, of whom 280 were rioters. I can put it. This was the 18th century version of January 6th. Essentially, what happened was that the Protestant Association gathered and tried to force Parliament to enact laws against Catholics. It was a backward-looking movement, and it was an attempt to intervene through physical violence and political activity into the nature of contemporary politics. And that set in train a week of violent riot. They tried to capture the Bank of England 3 times. John Wilkes actually stood at the front of the Bank of England and shot 3 people. I mean, it's a wild story. But what it does is, and what they finally had to do was bring 12,000 troops from all over the country to garrison London and to suppress the rioters. And from that date, from June 1780, there have been garrisons of troops all around London up until the present. The reason why they built, well, things like the Arsenal in North London was all in response to this. And of course, what it did was when George Cornwallis wrote longingly from the field in North America for new troops and extra materials. The people in London said, sorry, babe, no way. We need to essentially garrison London in response to this kind of riot. And as a result, they also, by the way, tore down all the prisons and released approximately 1,500 to 1,800 prisoners. So as a result, of course, Cornwall had to capitulate at Georgetown. The American Revolution ended, for better or worse. And the nature of that whole process became, that whole historical process changed. And of course, at the same time, it also meant that without prisons, they were desperate to find, and without North America, they were desperate to find someplace new to transport their criminals. And for that, of course, they looked to eventually first to Africa. They tried several times to transport people to West Africa. That did not work. And then they sent them to Australia. And that's a 6 to 8 month journey to the other side of the world. It was the most offensive, awful risk with thousands of lives that any government could ever take. The idea that they survived is remarkable. The idea that it became Australia is absurd. All of it. So it both sets the basis for that, for the rise of Australia and the second British Empire, if you like. It also, of course, has a secondary effect, which is by the 1790s, when of course the French Revolution. Now my whole thing's shutting down. Terrible. By the time the French Revolution comes around, they have 12,000 troops sitting around London. And there's always this question in the historiography: why didn't the British ever have a revolution in the 1790s? And the reason was the Gordon riots and the and all that went with it.
Also the United States.
Okay. And the thing is, knowing that Thomas Hendon's trial is here, and knowing that John Jones' trial is here, and knowing that the Old Bailey proceedings is here, in the context of the full collection of the National Archives, and knowing that the words that Henman and Jones spoke in court can be understood in the context, the immediate context of their individual trials, words in context, or indeed in the context of all the words in that sessions or all the words in that decade. And knowing that those words were translated through Grachography, printed on a common press, and printed right there in just above, what's that, Moorfields, and knowing that Smiglerius still sits in the Royal Academy of Arts, right there in the middle of London. All changes what we can know about them and the stories we can tell about them and the ways in which, if you like, the affordances of 2 decades of digitization can perhaps be turned to account in the present. Right. Thanks much.
Wow. I feel like I've learned world history.
Let me go back to
Tim, can you take some questions?
no.
I'm afraid you've got to. Just, we actually, of course, I had to go back to that guy. Yeah. Did you mention that he'd been filleted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall I keep an eye on chat stack?
We've got a hand from Andy.
Oh, very good.
I don't have a question. I just have a couple of comments. Dickens, of course, wrote about the Gordon riots and Barnaby Bridge.
Yeah.
Not one of his best novels, but very vivid account of the Gordon
Yeah.
riots.
And entirely wrong.
Yeah, but, you know.
And the very interesting thing is that the weird thing about the Gordon Ryan's and Dickens's view is that it represents very much the Victorian notion of them, which was that they were a revolutionary moment. And that then went out of favor in the late 19th century. And so most 20th century historians either ignored them or thought they were simply an outburst of social unrest.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now, the other thing is, I think John Hunter is the one who actually did the playing.
Okay. I'm sure you're right.
And his students. They all got together and stayed up all night and did that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we can use the makeup. Exactly
how those relationships work is really different because I mean Carlini had done 4 or 5 of these in Italy prior to this, and so it really was an attempt to capture his artistic reputation and expertise, and how Hunter and the anatomists thought about it.
Well, and I mean, it was kind of a genre. And there's a portrait of William Hunter where he has a little écorché kind of in his hand. It's a little.
Yeah.
It was very popular.
Only you would know that.
Yeah, but in the chat from Andrew Griffin.
Okay.
Hi, Andrew, if you want to. Yeah.
Hi, sorry. Hi. So Tim, thank you for that. First of all, that was wonderful. I mean, that was just, it told several, I think, interesting stories. And I'm interested in the story it tells about your career arc. And I'm sorry if this is going back and touching a nerve, but I want to ask a question about the paper that no one liked. Because when you described it, you described the y-axis and the time and the number of words, and you noticed a trend. And I thought, oh, that sounds interesting. I'd like to read a paper about that. And I think it might just show how friendly your audience is methodologically. I just couldn't see anything controversial about it. It sounded interesting. It sounded like a great topic, but it didn't sound like something that would be rejected soundly by 5 good journals. And so I'm wondering if you think that is, and I also wonder if you think that would still be the case today, if you feel that, I mean, whatever led them to reject this work earlier in your career, are journals more open to such work today?
Okay, let me put it this way. You gotta figure that article was initially submitted in 2011. And the first journal it was submitted to was Past and Present. And they had 12 peer reviews for it. And it was blackballed by my ex-supervisor. But sorry, it all gets very personal. And part of it was that, as usual, he was right, of course. But part of it was that the article itself was too ambitious. If what we simply said was, right, we're going to tell the story of the evolution of the criminal justice system on the basis of this methodology, here's the methodology, here's what we want to say. I think it would have gotten through peer review more quickly. What it did instead was say, this is actually an attempt to think about the epistemologies involved, think about the methodologies, think about how one actually approaches the discovery of the past. And that became very uncomfortable for historical journals, which have their own genre conventions. So the reason it didn't get through was partly not because of Bill's contribution and the beauty of that breadth. It was my overweening ambition to say something more than was actually justifiable in the context.
Would have been published in representations.
What if you all are doing it wrong?
Yeah. that kind of thing. And the irony is that actually eventually it got published in a special issue of Law and History Review, and was the runner-up for the best article in legal history that year, which is, I don't write legal history, I thought was really pretty good. And has since been, it has also since, well, it's been identified as an important article,
And last year we were asked Bill and I were asked to write work up an annotated version to essentially go through and talk about what each element of that article did and why. So, like I say, it's not that painful, and it did do well in the end. But it was, it was relatively. I felt trolled. Trolled by a peer review.
Other comments? Alan?
I've got a question, Tim. I think I share with you and find very compelling the goal of radical contextualization, as you put it, and I have for a long time. Your projects have been remarkable in that way. And the story or stories you told today out of the efforts to radically contextualize the courtroom and the Gordon rights and so are just so powerful. My question goes like this, and it's a skeptical one, not of your work and not just of my work, but of the work of all of us who believe that context is important for understanding the text. Could it be that the true audience for radical contextualization is not the human being at all, but ultimately the machine? So you looked at the courtroom, and as a human being, it was compelling to you as a human that there was a steep angle of vision down, and you made a compelling thesis out of that. And you looked at these particular characters, Smuglerius and so on. It made a powerful narrative out of this kind of thing I try to teach my students, and with Rebecca most recently in the data stories class. But what if we had a neural network, a large language model network, GPT-3 being the culprit these days? And GPT-3 looks at your 37 billion words and says, no, the really predictive pattern is not the angle of vision in the courtroom. It's not these particular characters. It's the fact that the criminals were wearing no shoes that winter and the temperature dropped below 37. That is, it's looking at all these other contextual factors that do not interest human beings and bring out of that a plenitude of other kinds of stories. Could it be that the ultimate goal of radical contextualization is not for us at all, but for machine vision?
I do have another lecture on this, which is, and well, there are two things that I think are going on, which I'm worrying at the moment. One is that human process of essentially storytelling, the extent to which history as a usable genre in the present still works, and it does. The stories that historians tell are powerful and compelling and act in the present. The other story, and this comes back to the evolution of radical contextualization, is that as persistent identifiers become ever more consistent, as every object in the dataverse is suddenly tied down to a single DOI or ORCID or whatever different PID it happens to be, what becomes possible is, and this works against the way in which a lot of language models are going at the moment, is to ever more easily generate language models that are domain specific. So what I would love to do is, by way of intervention in relation to AI and machine learning, is to say, well, actually, if we can pull out every law article in a law journal ever, or every article in JSTOR, or go into the past and pull out everything written according to gender or the age of the author, or whatever domain it happens to be, what you suddenly are able to do is create corpuses that are ever larger and yet remain understandable in terms of human categorization. And maybe you don't even want to do that. You can divide everything up however you like. But being specific and instrumental about how we use the landscape of the digital to generate language models that in turn influence AI and machine learning strikes me as a positive way forward, if you like, a compromise between where we're at now, which is saying, well, let's just get this massive body of text and see what comes out of it, and nobody understands any of it. or exactly why, to one that becomes more understandable and more parsable in human terms. So, and they may come out at the end and say, yeah, really, the all important thing is that, yeah, they were barefoot and cold, or they were under 5'2" and couldn't see over the dock, whatever it's going to be. But until we actually kind of take control of those language models and think about how we're going to interact with them, I think we're going to miss a trick, and we are in danger of getting causality without explanation. And I just don't think human society works without explanation.
Also, can the computer only knows what a human puts into it.
Yeah, Tim's answer is quite right in this regard, because it's lack of control and management over what gets into the corpus right now that is the weak point of these large language models.
Well, and the frustrating thing is that what they're finding is that if you just make the language model bigger, it actually gets more accurate, whatever you put into it. And that's supposedly. So all the sense of journey is for just throwing more stuff in, and that just makes it less parsable, even if it's right. And I can put lots of stuff. All of science can be right, can be effective in terms of what it changes, with still being wrong in terms of how we understand it.
There's a foundational problem here, which is the relationship between historical understanding on the one hand and predictive modeling on the other. We don't quite understand what prediction is actually for epistemology.
Bernadette, on a question?
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I really appreciated that talk and the tools you shared. And I think in a way your adjudication of distant reading, and there have been so many debates in my field, and almost is a turn away from distant reading and what I would say close reading philology, or you said radical contextualization. So, I mean, my work is very different from Alan's, and I would say I really appreciated what you offered here. My question has to do with you made an observation at the beginning that the rush to digitization resulted in silences, exclusions. You said, you're right, the reproduction of a Eurocentric archive and canon, and something that you signaled and that you're, I see that you're concerned about and even challenging, but it's retrospective. All the people who did all that work, it's a retrospective view. And, my understanding of London, even from the period I look at, 16th century, it's a global city. Many languages are being spoken in London. And so I'm wondering about your projects. You're so rich in data, but is there something being missing or being perpetuated, or are there other projects that you're in dialogue with that bring to bear those other languages? And there's, with the problems of transcription, I mean, you mentioned the question of dialect, which is related, but are we losing that sense of the linguistic diversity and ethnic diversity of London with a sort of an Anglophone-centric project?
Well, there are two things going on, but I think there are actually three. One, in terms of the selection process, we were in the 90s in particular, caught digitizing microfilm. And the choices about what microfilms were created were actually made in the 1930s. Largely, I would argue, on the back of a white nationalist narrative about Northern European culture and all that goes with that. So, built into the process was a fundamentally problematic notion of what's valuable. Now, we can simply go ahead and say, well, right, let's digitize everything, and it's all equally there, accessible. But we're also faced by the selection processes that go into what becomes print or the manuscript. So we can trace evidences and find traces of every language ever in London. And by 1800, it is absolutely a global city. And I can, and one of the things that we're doing at the moment, we're caught and doing something at the moment. We're about to revamp and rewrite all the background pages for the Old Bailey, which we originally wrote in 2003. And you can imagine that, you know, the historiographical context, the social context, what's important has changed. And so we're revising that. And in the interim, for example, every Black Caribbean and Black voice and trial involving an African diaspora person has been traced. And we know the 600 or so trials that are there. And the question is, we could try to go back and tag those. There are problematic issues for about a third of them. And we could try to raise those and say, well, these are a specific type of trials reflecting the experience. Or alternatively, we can point separately to that list and say, well, you're still going to have to deal with you know, the text as it was written, rather than as it is, if like, interpreted to a different layer. And I don't think I'm expressing it quite right, but what we're caught at is that objective of representing what's there, the physical archive, and making it findable, and then turning it into forms of history and interpretation. And what's been said about the projects that I've been involved in is that, you know, we were a bunch of historians acting like archivists, and then we get a bunch of archivists, all of whom want to act like historians, to you know, put a layer of interpretation on top. And so I'm kind of caught, and I'm in the middle of, I'm going to spend the next 6 months writing background pages that seek to address this.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
I am, one more question then, Jeremy?
Sorry, I didn't realize. I thought we were.
No, well, we're actually entering open discussion. So we can have one more question from you, and then we can start to address everybody.
All right, well, I'll try to make it short then. This morning, we had a wonderful exchange where we were talking about the y-axis following Ben's talk, and I was thinking about this image that's still up, and sort of dimensionality and entities. So I think I'm coming back to this, the way you spoke about contextualization and public communication, and I was thinking about other prevalent forms of public communication around like the scatter plot that were sort of culturally influential in the last couple of decades, like Gapminder, for example, Russell's Gapminder, right? So it tends to use like 4 dimensions, right? A lot of this portfolio of projects is kind of characteristically 3-dimensional, and part of that, so there's X, Y, color. Right, brushing, right, and it makes sense because there are tons of dots.
Yeah.
Right. So if you made the dots different sizes, you can't work with 10,000 or 100,000 dots, right? And to finish the thought, one of the things that Gapminder as a contrast object does is it uses nation, which then is a recognizable category for entities that people are grounded in as they narrativize the way that a scatter plot becomes a tool for thought. And here we have this kind of abundant landscape that we can dive into, where we orient ourselves to part of the space, and all of these anonymous, interchangeable person, convict, accusee, executionee entities can then become they can become individual reading projects, right? So I guess what I'm wondering is, in terms of dimensionality and scale, have you ever been tempted to organize around entities, right? That is to say, so the category of the convict, the category of the, and foreground interfaces, search interfaces, visualizations, or other subcorpora that are kind of that hinge on some affordance that's not the document, but is instead a conceptual fact.
Okay, and well, this is something, again, we've been worrying at for forever. And of course, the whole field of data visualization is, you know, where a whole series of issues get discussed and conflicts arise. I mean, I have a utopian dream I suppose if it's utopian, it has to be a dream, but the one takes, well, uses a three-dimensional space and uses the connections between elements of documents and to create lives through time that have different values at different points. And they essentially get away from that two-dimensionality, or indeed the clustering dimensionality that comes with most three-dimensional visualization, and instead takes seriously the challenge of saying, well, these are not documents, these are not just text documents, they're things that can be tied into other entities. And I cavil at it, but the obvious one, it seems to me, is bags of meat. If I could simply take, all 19th century text and tie it to individual people's bodies, that would be another way of understanding this and organizing. It seems to me that would be a more interesting thing to do. Or alternatively, that whole the whole vector analysis stuff in terms of text provides opportunities in terms of clustering at different scales of granularity that feels like should be capable of being turned to account in this kind of stuff. But my experience, and I love Got Me Reminder, and Hans Rosling is changed the way I think about the world in a hugely positive way. But my reading of the current discourse around visualization is that we're on the edge of something quite different and new. I don't know if you've been reading that Edward Tufte has recently come in for stick. That is outrageous and shocking, and I'm hoping that somebody will come out of that.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, I mean, once again, I'm huge on oh my, it's such a delight and such a culmination, it seems, of way back when we did that colloquium, and then to actually get him here. And Henry, I remember saying to me, I want to meet that Tim Hitchcock, because we've only known you in 2 dimensions, I guess 3 dimensions, with Ben helping us. We are running a little bit behind, but I would like us, Baker's setting up the reception, which is wine, cheese, and sparkling water and crackers and things. So while she's doing that, maybe we could open up the discussion a little bit more. Unfortunately, Bernadette just left, but I do think one of the things that troubled me about Tim's comment about this transition from the spoken reports, what got only 20% of which got recorded, and it got recorded in that shorthand, then through the printing press. I kept thinking, and then we try to recreate it all, right? So we try to grab it and mark it. And I kept thinking about sound. We're talking about sound when we're talking about churches. And what's lost is dialect. And I've been asked to write this paper on broadside ballads in Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, and it's a disastrous idea. But basically what they do is there are political images of all 3 territories. But when they represent their speech, they do the stage dialect. And there's a stage dialect for Welsh, for the Scots. It's very similar for all of them, but the Welsh is quite distinctive. But what we've lost is, even when we can recreate something like that feeling of the real person, the real dead person, what we've lost is the voice of that person. and literally the intonation. Because I would think a lot of these people were spoke in dialects because there was so much immigration into London. And a lot of these people were really poor and they ended up being arrested.
And I don't know how many corpus linguists, historical corpus linguists you know, or historical linguists. I mean, they would hate the very idea that you were trying to recreate accent and
well, exactly.
They would say it was impossible. And,
it is impossible. I mean, there's debates over what Shakespeare sounded like. One version, the most common version is Irish. I've heard Scottish. But that's like something that's lost, right? And it would be almost a fakery to try to recreate it, but it is part of who we are. The accent, the clipping, and of words. Yes.
It was really interesting when Sir Lou was reading off all the works you've written, and I heard Down and Out in London or 18th century London because I read that book and I just put two and two together. And I was like, I texted my brother. I was like, I asked you what your name was yesterday, and I read one of your books.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I forgot your name. What was your name? And no, yeah, I was. Because I read Down and Out in London, Paris by George Orwell, and it's set in a little bit of a different time, but I became very obsessed with like the memoirs of the impoverished during like this time where, just like during a time where cities like this were booming. And so then I like came across your book and I read it in like conjunction, and I just thought it was interesting how like I see a lot of similarities between the two, even though they're not in the same time frame. And I kind of just wanted to ask, like, what was your inspiration reading or going into like the narratives of those people in particular? Because I do think the stories are a lot better than just writing about a bunch of rich people. But I'm just curious because it's very interesting. And oftentimes, like when I read these accounts, the way like they contextual or they like view their world is in so much detail where I'm sometimes like overwhelmed. And I just want to ask, like, what got you first interested in that?
Being a really bad beggar as a teenager. I
thought you were going to say being a carpenter got bad.
I found myself on several occasions, very far away from home with no money, and just being there were moments in the 1970s when I was very much in a situation where what everybody who is doesn't have a lot of money does. You calculate endlessly. It is a hard intellectual journey, a massively hard intellectual journey, and I also found time that every time I threw myself on the kindness of strangers, they helped, and those contradictions, those experiences have left me with an overwhelming fascination with, if you want to say, the strategies of the poor. And that book, and it was inspired by Orwell, was very much an attempt to expose the complexity of living poor, of what that entails.
Yeah.
And I don't know. In retrospect, I'm not sure it's entirely successful, but it's one book I also really quite like.
Yeah, I just think it's also, I drew a lot of similarities between, like, I think when you don't have a lot, you hyperfixate on what you do have. And so when things are described in such depth, I took a very keen interest to the fact that Orwell would like look at, for example, where he was lodging and would like in such great detail write about something like that versus if when I go into a hotel, I don't care. I'm just like in the hotel. So
and my version of that was also a self-conscious literary strategy, because my take, I was using Desserteau's idea of a simulacra. So what I had was just 5 or 6 small elements of a description of people. How do you create in the mind's eye of the reader a fully formed individual. And it struck me that, particularly when you're putting together small pieces about 4 people about whom you know very little, figuring out how to configure those 3 or 4 or 5 tiny bits of information, whether it's about context or about the individual, in order to bring into the mind's eye of the reader a fully formed human being, is an art and a strategy.
Yes. And a creative work. E?
I just wanted to thank you for one of those moments that you get when you're listening to a talk where all of a sudden your brain goes like, oh, I can't do this. And maybe my brain does that more often than not. But I think it was that when you held us responsible for a whole archaeology of the single word.
Yeah.
And you asked us to think about environmentalists now speak about the kind of cradle to grave accounting of the environmental impact of something. And I was really, really taken with that notion that we can never again see a word on a page as an innocent object. We have to, we have to think of it in terms of how it was manufactured, how it was edited, how it was transcribed. And I thought that was both a very somewhat disheartening, but also inspiring challenge to us at the same time. So I imagine that people in this room will think about doing work differently because of that. So thank you very much.
There is something about this whole conference that can create despair. It does seem sometimes like too much.
It's anti-numinosity. I think.
Alan just left the room and he'd say, no, too much is more than enough.
I don't know. I think there's something, I know Jessica left already, but there's something about like her, what she was theorizing, her approach to radical empathy in the archives.
Right.
I think it's like, it ties in with what you're thinking about. And I mean, maybe I'm thinking about this, so this is a tangent, but my husband works in a nonprofit that works with transitional aged youth and foster youth. And he's trying to figure out how to both fundraise in a way that fundraises and also with a commitment to ethical storytelling with youth who do not often get their stories told. And I don't know why I was thinking about that with poor Smuglarius, who is also did some very terrible things, but then also had this awful thing happen to him. And I don't know, I'm just thinking about our sort of calls to try, like, to contextualize, to think radical empathy. I'm losing all my words. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. But having a radical empathy towards our subjects in ways that both accounts for their space in these big data models and also accounts for the individual.
Jeremy.
Just to follow on this wonderful train of thought, because I'm also thinking about Zong earlier today, and thinking about this idea of who gets to become a subject, historical or a narrative subject at all, which I think so there are a couple moments, when Patty was talking about the voice earlier, and I thought about the interesting fact that I only learned really recently while I was researching a long history of the audiobook for a class that I can teach, which is that our earliest recording of a human voice is from 1860, which predates Edison's tinfoil recordings by quite a lot. Because the actual register.
And you know why they wanted those recordings.
Yeah. So without diving into the reasons so much, the interesting story is that the first time it was ever listened to was the late 2000s, I believe, or early 2000s. So we had a device that registered the voice on paper and then stuck the paper in an archive and then listened to it over it before the idea of a replay device had ever been created. And then we listened to it over a century later. And so what's interesting, when I was thinking about the sand dropping out of those black rolls of paper, right, that we're talking about, and this idea that sometimes recovery, the discovery of DNA, right, etc. We have moments where what's recoverable changes. But if you don't change your idea of who is worth recovering, right? Like if you don't change your idea of who's worth recovering, then that question, maybe whether it's of the Zong or whether it's these poor convicts, right? Like this question of what will be recovered doesn't change because you haven't acknowledged certain keep actors in history as subjects.
Right. Although you then also have to, they often don't get recorded. So that's where the dignity.
And that's where the strange, if someone said, oh, it turns out that there's this DNA residue on hundreds of thousands of documents in the eaves of this particular building because everyone was supposed to hold their own. We didn't know that last year, but now we do. And so bodies can through a strange vector that at one point in history people did not exist, the body can re-enter the conversation if those people are potentially subjects, right? But if they're not, nobody would ever ask them.
What I'm trying to promote at the moment is a concept that I think of as the right to be remembered. That's the starting point, as opposed to the archive. What you end up with is what should be there. And we know how many people were in what region, what country, pretty much every year from 1500 onward. That's, we know who's been alive for the last half millennia. And what the archive, the perfect archive, would look like is something that represented all of those people equally. But what it gives us is a total. And what I like about that is it then means that the surviving archive, and whether it can be expanded by DNA, and I'd love to know about the technology of there becomes a relationship between what is actually survived and what should be there. And it strikes me as that's the first point where, if you like, the silence becomes measurable. And people were talking a lot today about the silences of the archive. And what I want is to actually be able to weigh the silence. And start using that as positive evidence as opposed to, if you like, a point of blankness.
A couple more thoughts, yes. Is that, I don't know who you, is that Heather?
Jessica.
It's Jessica.
The other
I
one.
couldn't tell with the mask.
I know.
The hair seemed too long for Heather.
It's grown a lot in the pandemic.
Jessica.
Well, thank you so much for this. It's just so amazing, and it brings back. It was a wonderful experience being a part of the online class that was not supposed to be online. But I was, as we were going through this, what came to my mind first and foremost was the way in which the legal data points have been brought up recently with the Roe v. Wade leak. And it was interesting because I kind of glossed the document briefly, but how it pulls from early modern and from medieval even data points for against abortion. And so I find it, but it's also, I was just kind of doing a quick search through the site as well, just like how certain crimes such as abortion, or even thinking about sexual violence in the way that because that's also, just saw today in Oklahoma, that's one of the conditions of that. It can be allowed, but only if a case of rape or incest is reported.
Right.
So
has to be reported.
Right, and what's interesting is seeing just the way in which the language of rape cases in these documents are so. The side that gets taken is so interesting to see. So I don't know, this is more just like an observation and thought, just like how critical this digital humanities type work is to the legal rewriting and repurposing of these narratives. So and that's not my dissertation project, but I think it's definitely one that this project can.
There's an example of who's likely to report it. Probably the more educated person is likely to report it. Yes, Lana.
I think the other thing it does, though, it puts into scope how many people are reporting it. So it's like if we have said stories across history, we aren't gonna track it as well as if we just see it on a graph where it's there's multiple points. So I think that also brings into question how many are there versus if we were to see them more spread out, we wouldn't see them as a bigger thing, which is kind of what I was gonna go off of. But
so wait, what's your point?
My point is when you see it on a graph, if like you can see how many there really is versus like when you read one.
As opposed, yeah, you read one at
Yeah.
a time.
Yeah,
It's like the mass shootings.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
read one a month.
yeah.
And
Okay, but the point would be also that Alito is a crap historian. I mean, he doesn't know his history of medicine. He doesn't know his legal history. He was cherry picking stuff across the board. Having said that, I'm really ambivalent about the use of this stuff in the present, because the whole originalism trend within the court. And the Old Bailey gets cited in front of the Supreme Court these days all the time.
really,
I've been involved in 3 or 4 amicus briefs in the last 2 or 3 years, and it's ridiculous. It's utterly absurd.
what is a precedent?
Well, no, the idea is that the Old Bailey is the known in print series of court decisions that the founding fathers would have had.
That's what I meant, as a
Yeah,
precedent.
yeah, but it's absurd. It's utterly absurd.
They'll win.
Yeah. And all I can say is that if Alito actually understood humoral medicine, it would be a shed load better.
I don't know whether we should stop on that. It seems like a bizarre comment to stop on, but we do.
Well, at least we're at anger instead of despair.
I actually have, I think everybody did an extraordinary job of making us, I now don't know what an archive really is anymore. And I'm not sure I'm in favor of digital archives or not. But I do know that my brain has expanded exponentially inside my head. And so I want to thank everybody.
Thanks, Tim.
Our sponsors, and there are many who brought Tim out and made this entire event happen. The English department, the Early Modern Center, the History Department, who unfortunately is being represented only by Anita Greeny because they wanted Tim here desperately, but they also have a faculty who is extraordinarily important in their world, who's retiring, who retired 2.5 years ago, and they had to defer that, just like we had to defer the building of the Franklin Press, and we scheduled our finally able to happen events on the same day. So, but they did contribute to this, the Graduate Center for Literary Studies, which most of us don't know about, but is really quite involved. In fact, he asked me to promise him that we would make the press. And I said, well, yes, of course. The Humanities and Fine Arts, and I actually got an academic senate grant to make the press and bring Tim out. So all of these people, and of course, on top of that, we have Ratatouille here, also known as the Baker. Nicole Stark, who is all year long, but also especially for this conference. And she's seen but not seen. And she will be, her time is not done. We still have another week-long visitor, Marie Hanselkova from the Czech Republic, but she has done a tremendous amount, even though she was physically in this room yesterday.
I want to say she's an amazing remote support partner.
So well done, Nicole. And then of course, Ben. Where would we be without Ben and my ornamental and working Franklin Press that I get to show to people whenever they come in my house. So Ben is the inspiration behind so much of what we did last year. And I wanted him to see Santa Barbara, but unfortunately history got in the way again. It's also called life. And unfortunately, when we're dealing with the living, we have to deal with living history, and it keeps changing. The great thing about the past is we can make it change the way we want it to. Okay, and on that note.
Wait, one more note. Can we say thank you to you?
Oh.
You have organized this whole thing.
Thank you very much. So we do have a reception behind that wall. Please come have a glass of wine and some cheese. Ordered from Gelson's by Instacart, and the poor fellow almost lost his mind because everything was gone. I kept telling him, you go to the deli section and you get it sliced. But he was trying so hard. So, and grapes too. So, okay, so please join us for something refreshing. Thank you again to Tim. And everyone else, wonderful presentation. Okay, let's see. That was I think we were gonna get to the Hi, nice to meet you.